Hillsborough County leaders, along with state and local health and safety partners, are urging residents to be vigilant and stay safe as the county continues to reopen. Aligning with Governor Ron DeSantis' safe, smart, step-by-step plan, establishments like restaurants, bars, gyms, sports venues, movie theaters, amusement parks, and tattoo parlors may resume operations with some restrictions. To help protect yourself, your family, and others from getting or spreading the COVID-19 coronavirus, you should avoid crowds larger than 50 people and continue practicing social distancing. If you're around others, keep 6 feet between you when possible and avoid hugs and handshakes. Why? Health experts say the virus is thought to spread mainly from person to person. When someone coughs or sneezes, they spray small liquid droplets from their nose or mouth, which may contain the virus. Residents are urged to wear cloth face coverings in public places. You could spread COVID-19 to others even if you don't feel sick. The face cover is meant to protect other people in case you're infected. Medical-grade masks are not needed for the general public and should be reserved for healthcare professionals. Continue to wash your hands often for at least 20 seconds, clean frequently touched surfaces daily, and try to avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home and avoid public places if you're feeling sick. COVID-19 tests are available to any Hillsborough County resident, even if you aren't experiencing symptoms. They are free, no insurance is required, but you must call and schedule an appointment. Visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for more on reopening information along with COVID-19 health and safety tips.
Hi, I'm Hillsborough County Commissioner Les Miller. We're going through an unprecedented crisis as we navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. I understand your challenges, and I'm sympathize with the difficulties many of you are facing during this time. Hurricane season started on June 1st. It is important that you plan, prepare, and stay safe. This year, experts are predicting 40% more storm activity than a typical hurricane season. When a storm is identified, it's important to stay tuned to your radio or television and listen to local authorities. Stock your home and vehicle with emergency supplies and make plans in advance to protect people with special needs and pets. If evacuation orders are called, heed the warnings and follow special instructions related to sheltering during COVID-19 pandemic. I encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for information on disaster planning, evacuation zones, shelters, and more. Make sure you and your family plan, prepare, and stay safe.
Sunshine, blue skies, and friendly faces are why so many people love to call Hillsborough County home. It's all part of what makes Hillsborough County a great place to live, work, and play. But our wonderful weather comes with potential risks, so it's extremely important to always be prepared. If you have to leave your home, emergency management leaders recommend evacuating tens of miles, not hundreds, to a hotel or to a friend or family member's house. That preparedness also includes having a disaster kit ready to go at all times. Your kit should have essentials like water. Consider options like 5 or 10-year shelf life water. Food that doesn't need refrigeration. Think canned food, granola bars, peanut butter, and trail mix. A change of clothes and closed-toed shoes. A 2-week supply of medications with an updated list of dosages and important phone numbers. Important documents including driver's licenses, insurance policies, and health records. You can keep things digital by taking photos of your documents and saving them to a cloud-based application or on USB drives. Speaking of electronics, your kit should have a battery-powered radio and flashlight, as well as extra chargers and spare batteries for your devices. Consider solar-powered or crank-operated chargers. A first aid kit, a whistle, and cash in small bills. If you have young children, be sure to pack formula, clothing, and diapers. Be sure to plan for every disaster. Your kit should always include hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, gloves, and cloth face coverings, along with personal hygiene items like toothbrushes and deodorant. Once your disaster kit is complete, keep it in a designated place in case you have to leave your home quickly. Make sure every member of your family knows where it's located. If you have to leave your home for any emergency, the health and safety of your family and others around you is imperative. Most items will last for long periods of time, but be sure to pay attention to expiration dates and replace expired items as needed. Keep a copy of your family disaster plan with your kit so you always know what you need. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for the latest updates and information, and to sign up for the HCFL Alert System.
Oh man, here comes Arnie again. Check this out.
What's up, Arnie? What are you doing? You made a mess in my hallway.
Hey Arnie, looks like you could use a hand. Let me help you.
You don't need superpowers to be a hero. Help make Hillsborough bully-free.
Hillsborough County, along with local and federal health experts, are encouraging residents to wear cloth face masks to cover their nose and mouth when in public to help stop the spread of COVID-19. There are not enough surgical face masks for everyone, and available ones should go to healthcare workers and first responders. It's easy to make your own face mask out of common household items. The CDC and U.S. Surgeon General say you can use an old scarf, bandana, or make one using a t-shirt plus 2 rubber bands. Cut part of the t-shirt into a square, fold it from the bottom to the middle, then from the middle to the top. Repeat those steps one more time, then add a rubber band to each side. Bring each end to the middle, then secure around your face. They should fit snugly but comfortably. Cloth face coverings should not be placed on children younger than 2 years of age or people who have trouble breathing. The CDC emphasizes that while wearing a face mask, you should still practice social distancing, stay 6 feet apart from others, and continue other preventative measures such as frequent hand washing. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for up-to-date information. Hillsborough County has teamed up with the Department of Health and other public health and safety agencies to address any impacts the virus may have on our local community. To help prevent the spread of the coronavirus, here are a few tips you should know. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and throw it away. Clean, high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboard and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Stay home if you're feeling ill. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items in spaces with those close to you. Seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. Symptoms of the coronavirus can include fever, coughing, and shortness of breath. Seek medical care if you develop these symptoms or if you've been traveling or have been in close contact with a person who has traveled from an area with an ongoing spread of COVID-19. we encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for up-to-date information and tips.
This is Dave. Dave doesn't know his home's flood zone and was not able to heed flood warnings. Dave and his home are soaked. This is Noah. Noah is an informed citizen. He was warned in advance about potential flooding in his area. Noah took precautions. Noah is dry.
And I saved the animals too.
Good job, Noah. When it comes to flood warnings, be like Noah, not like Dave. For more information, visit hcflgov.net. Be safe, be informed, know your flood zone.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clouds are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
So you have now completed your emergency plan for your family. How about a plan for this family member? Protect your pets during a disaster by including them in your family's emergency plan. Start by making your pet a disaster kit. Put all paperwork into a large Ziploc bag, including a picture of you and your pet, your contact information, vaccination information, and special care instructions. In addition, you should pack certain items to help your pet during the emergency. A 7-day supply of food with bowls, a travel crate, and your pet's favorite toy. Remember, shelters are the place of last resort. Your plan should include being far away from the disaster's epicenter. But if you do find yourself at the shelter, know the rules. Once at the shelter, your pet will be placed in a designated animal section. This is for your pet's safety, as well as other shelter residents. Knowing the shelter rules helps everyone stay safe during an emergency. For more information about shelters, their location, rules, and how to get ready for a disaster, go to hcflgov.net/staysafe.
Republic
for which it
for which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
which
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
one
liberty
nation,
and
under God,
justice for all.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, land is a finite resource that you've given us, and I pray that you will guide this board, staff, and stakeholders this morning as we make important decisions on putting that resource to use. As always, Lord, I pray for first responders, not only in our community, but across our nation and across the globe. I pray for members of our military, and that you will keep them safe and guide them and comfort them each and every day. I ask for all of these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen. Okay, roll call, please.
Good morning, Miller.
Here.
Hagan.
Here.
Kemp.
Here.
Merman. Overman.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
White.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum?
I'm sorry, I am here. This is Commissioner Merman. Somehow my computer's acting up this morning and I couldn't log on, and now I can't keep my mute button.
I think all computers are acting up.
So apologize.
I think we have some problems this morning because mine's acting up also. Can everyone hear me?
You're breaking up.
Can everyone hear me?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, you're breaking up. You're breaking up on my end a little bit as well.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. It breaks up.
Yeah, same with Commissioner White. You're breaking up occasionally. James, can you hear me? It's Commissioner White.
Good morning.
Let's hold up, take a recess for 2 minutes. I'm going to sign out and try back in. Let's recess for
That's good.
2 minutes.
Hey, James, are you there?
Good morning, Commissioner White. Yes, sir. This is an audio test. Is everybody at the board hearing me well?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay? Am I breaking up or whatnot?
I can hear you crystal clear, sir. Audio and video are coming through clear.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
James,
sir.
the signal is breaking up a little bit. It may be your the library location that is running into a bit of an issue. But I can hear Commissioner White just fine. Although Commissioner Miller is not showing on the screen, so he's logged off, and I assume he's going to log back in.
Understood. So I am at County Center right now. Are you hearing me fine, or am I still breaking up here?
We hear you fine.
Okay.
This is Chris Lampy.
I can hear you fine.
This is Chris Lampy at the library. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
I can hear you fine. I can hear you
we
fine.
We can hear you at the library as well. Yes, I believe Commissioner Miller was having some issues on his side. We were having some hearing him break up as well.
James, this is Bonnie. I was just wanting to check with anybody who's in County Center if they need somebody. Commissioner Merman, do you need somebody to come down to your office? Oh, you're on mute now.
Good morning, Commissioner Overman. This is Terry McElroy.
Right now, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Overman. I just received a call from the chair. Commissioner Miller is having problems and asked you to take over until he could get in.
Okay. Are we back online as far as the meeting is concerned and video as well?
We are live again in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. This is Commissioner Overman. I am sitting in as chair until Commissioner Miller is able to reconnect to the call. The next item on the agenda is approve of the changes to the agenda.
Madam Vice Chair, we did a roll call already, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, great.
Yes, we did. So currently, we are going to hear from if there are any changes to the agenda as requested by the Development Services Director and board members.
Yes, ma'am. This is Joe Moretta, Development Services. Good morning. We do have some changes to the agenda, and I'll go ahead and read those into the record. On agenda page 3, item B1, major modification 20-0310. Commissioner Smith is requested to remove this item from the consent agenda for discussion. Next change is found on agenda page 3, item B2, application major modification 20-0311. Commissioner Smith is requested to move this item from the consent agenda for discussion. Next is found on agenda page 5, item B8, application number RZPD 20-0603. This application will not become effective until the effective date of the comp plan amendment 20-05. That's just to note that for the record. The final change is found on agenda page 12, item F2, application MM 19-1462. The applicant is requesting the application be remanded to the November 16, 2020 master hearing starting at 6 p.m. Those are the changes, and now I'll go ahead and go into the withdrawal, continuances, and remand. Item A1, rezoning PD-19-1461. The applicant has withdrawn this application. Item A2, personal appearance 20-0516. This application is out of order and is being continued to November 2020 Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 1:30 p.m. Item A3, personal appearance 20-0574. This application is out of order and is being continued to November 10th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 1:30 p.m. Item A4, personal appearance 20-0755. This application is out of order. It's being continued to November 10th Board meeting starting at 1:30 p.m. Item A5, personal appearance 20-1099. This application has been continued by staff to November 10th, 2020 Board of Commissioners Land Use meeting starting at 1:30 p.m. Item A6, personal appearance 20-1105. This application is out of order. It's being continued to November 10th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 1:30 p.m. Item A7, vacating petition V19-0007. This petition is being continued to November 10th, 2020 Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A8, CDD 20-085. This applicant is continuing the application to November 10th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 1:30 p.m. Item A9, personal appearance 20-0858. This application is being continued by staff to November 10th, 2020 Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 1:30 p.m. And then finally, item A10, rezoning PD 18-0996. This application is being continued by staff to November 10th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Commissioners, that concludes the changes.
Move the changes.
Second.
Oh, okay, I have a motion by Commissioner White, a second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call vote.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the changes that were discussed?
Commissioner Merman, so moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Merman, a second by Commissioner Smith and White. Please do a roll call vote, please.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent, thank you very much. This is, we have several public hearings today. Do we need to swear everyone in that will be speaking at the next item agenda? Yes.
Swear everybody. Yes, Commissioner.
Clerk's office, could you ask those that are in attendance that plan on speaking today to actually stand and raise their right hand to swear in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing on section the public hearings regarding vacations, I believe it's
Sorry,
next.
excuse me,
Yes.
if I may. At this point, the rules provide for those items that are pulled from the consent agenda to be heard in accordance with the board's rules of order.
Okay.
And there have been two consent agendas that have been pulled on this agenda. I think the first was B1.
Yes. So in light of that, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, commissioners. There has there's been considerable opposition expressed to item B1. It's requesting an increase in entitlements from 203 square single-family units to 450 plus options for additional 350 for a total of up to 800 units. So it is, although it looks like a major modification, you might think, well, it's just modifying a PD. It is quite a bit different than the original PD, including a very different site plan. And as I said, much different intensity and density going from 203 to 800 units, plus some other uses, optional uses. And so I mainly wanted to pull it because I think it warrants much more board discussion and presentations by the applicant and staff to discuss this before we make a decision. Also, there has been considerable opposition expressed, but since they didn't fill out the request to speak and go through our maze of red tape and everything, that's mainly why it's on consent. One neighbor hired an attorney who has filed arguments, including the position that this is contrary to the Riverview Community Plan. There was a letter of opposition from the president of St. Joseph's Hospital South, Philip Minden, filed a written objection on behalf of the hospital. Several citizens have filed opposition. But I noticed one letter in the file from a Stephen Munich, and that's an unusual name. So I looked into it. It turns out that is Gus Munich's son. And he was asking for help to figure out how to participate in this process. And I see no response to him in the case file. So I'd like to ask, before I continue, if anyone from the county responded to Mr. Munich to help him understand how he could participate in the zoning hearing and come through and speak to us on this matter. He lives next door. Do we know if he was helped to participate?
Commissioner, we will confirm that. We do as a matter of course, and we have correspondence submitted to the record. You have a response that we send to people who submit indicating how to participate, and we are checking now, and we'll have an answer for you whether there was response to that.
Okay, and let me ask you one more question, Mr. Gormley. If this case were to be continued, will citizens be able to then file for oral argument, or is that window closed now, that little window we have for filing that little form for oral argument to be able to speak to us? Is that window closed unless we remand it, or would a continuance allow public comment?
Commissioners, the time for filing oral argument is relative to the filing of the hearing master's recommendation. That time has passed, so continuance would not reset that time. However, if it were remanded, there would be another opportunity to file oral argument.
Thank you. That's what I thought. So I'm going to be asking for a remand, but let me put some reasons on the record so that the commissioners understand and the applicant. For one, the public comment, I think, needs an opportunity to participate, particularly in this time of COVID, to make sure that we've helped everybody, from the developer to the president of the hospital to Gus Munich's son and the other citizens, to participate in this process. But several aspects of the case demand a more thorough public review than it gets on the consent agenda. Besides the complete change to the site plan. I understand that it makes sense to plan for higher residential densities in this area at some time, but it is our job to make sure that density comes at the same time as the infrastructure needed to support it. This is a huge increase in the area where most of the additional traffic will end up on Big Bend Road near I-75. We all know that that's an area of one of the worst traffic problems in the county. It'll be, the total will be almost 7,500 daily trips added in that area. The charter school option that they may or may not do here would add 3,330 trips per day, but would be exempt from impact fees, helping to pay for those trips. Other local roads will be impacted as well. Simmons Loop in particular, that goes around and provides access to the hospital, would be impacted, and the case is asking for design exceptions that would allow Simmons Loop to remain below the complete street standard that we now require for this level of traffic. You know, we can talk about our Vision Zero goals all day long, but if we keep allowing design exceptions like this, we'll never make any progress. So we need, I think, a full board discussion of the timing of when this traffic would be coming online relative to the timing of the planned improvements on Big Bend Road. I know we're planning improvements, but can we time this development to come online in a way that won't be at the same time as that construction and lane closures are impacting the traffic to and from the hospital, to and from schools, rush hour traffic getting on and off the interstate. But finally, there's an utter lack of school capacity here. And this is a major problem. The school siting issues inherent in the possible internal school site raise major concerns that should go back to the school district. But none of the schools have adequate capacity for this proposed development. Not the elementary, not the middle school, not the high school, and even the contiguous school zones, the next school zones over, don't have capacity at the elementary and middle school levels. There's nothing we know about the school siting plan pipeline to handle this. So I would think we need to have much more input from the school district. And that's another reason to remand it, so that the school district can provide more specific comments, so we all understand the ramifications of our decision before we approve hundreds more housing units that may only lead to another impasse with the school district here telling us it's a crisis, and they're threatening to go into double sessions and portable classrooms because we approved too much development, knowing what we now know. There's no room for these new students in the local schools at this time. And those are just a few of the things that I think warrant more thorough review by this board, with a full presentations by county staff, the planning commission, the applicant, along with opportunity for us to discuss it. So my motion is for a remand with the whole case open for review and input with no restrictions, and to ensure that the public is adequately informed and given every opportunity to participate, and that we specifically contact all parties of record, ensure they understand how to navigate this system and the deadlines to come speak to us directly. And two, to be sure we ask the school district to provide more specific comment that would help us understand whether there might be any problems at all with adding this many school children in this area at this time, so that we really understand the ramifications as we decide to approve it now or at some other time. That's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith. We have a second by Commissioner Kemp. I see two hands raised at the moment. One was Terry McElroy. Terry, are you good to go?
Yes, Commissioner Overman. I just heard from Commissioner Miller again. He's still trying to work through his technical problems.
I'm back.
Please bear with him.
Yeah,
I'm back.
He's back in.
Okay, thank you.
And the second was for Commissioner White. You're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Smith spoke plenty about traffic patterns and traffic flow around the hospitals. So I don't think my concerns are going to warrant an amendment to the motion. But Mr. Gormley, I just want the record to reflect that in light of us being contacted by the CEO of the hospital, I don't view the traffic pattern and traffic flow issues around the hospital as just ordinary traffic pattern and traffic flow issues. I view them as potential public safety issues. So I really would like for the zoning hearing master, if this is remanded, to just take a look at how this request interacts with the hospital from a public safety perspective. And I would assume that testimony from the hospital CEO could be important in addressing that issue.
And Madam Chair, I do have a response to the question about Mr. Munich at the appropriate time, sir.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised at the moment. Mr. Gormley, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for raising that question. We have confirmed that Mr. Munich was contacted by both the applicant and the case planner for this. The contact led to an understanding of the concerns that Mr. Munich had and resulted in recommended condition 15 that's in your backup to address his concerns. So he was contacted by both county staff and the applicant. I believe in advance of the hearing, the application was modified to address his concerns. And again, that's condition number 15 in your backup that provides for a 10-foot landscape buffer along his property.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. I appreciate that backup information. That was very helpful. And I'm glad to hear that he did get responded and expect that our staff does that great of a job. With that, seeing no other comments, please take a roll call vote.
Remand date will be November 16th at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
I apologize. Miller?
I'm going to abstain because I don't know exactly what we're doing, where we are. I didn't hear nothing but an argument, so I don't know what we're voting on. I don't want to jeopardize it any kind of way, because I'm going to ask the attorney, can I abstain?
Ms. Langren? You may, if you weren't able to hear the argument and participate.
I was not. I came in at the very end of Commissioner Smith's comments, so I'm going to abstain.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent,
Commissioner
thank you.
Miller abstained.
Thank you very much. There was another item that was pulled for consent. Commissioner Miller, would you like to address that? And maybe the clerk or the development services can go through that item for you.
Okay, what item was that was pulled?
B2.
This is major modification 20-0311. It's located in the general vicinity of the south of I-75 Big Bend, and more specifically 290 feet north of Gate Dancer Road and Sea Hero Avenue. The proposal is a major modification to up the density from 216 to 315, changes to lot sizes, and also to introduce a private park into the development. It has approvals from zoning hearing master, development services staff, and planning commission.
Is the applicant here? Is the applicant here?
Yes, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller. This is a major modification similar to the one that you just remanded. This property is 70 acres. It is southwest of Simmons Loop Road, 1 mile southwest of St. Joseph's Hospital South. It is located in the urban service area and the Riverview Community Planning Area. Currently, it is zoned PD from 2006. The surrounding zoning is all suburban single-family development, with the exception of to the west, which is a floodway and a small portion of a PD from 2004. As you can see, the future land use is SMU 6, as well as all of the surrounding parcels. Now, the existing entitlements are 216 units. Currently, the approved PD from 2006 doesn't meet the policies of 1.2 and 1.3 of your comprehensive plan, which encourage properties within the urban service area to have a density of 4 dwelling units per acre or greater. There's also a provision in those policies that states that projects should be at least 75% of the allowable density. In addition, the current entitlements are limited to single-family detached, which does not meet policy 19.1, which requires a mix of uses for planned developments greater than 20 acres. So quickly, the modifications proposed are as follows. First of all, there's a modification to the lot layout and the lot sizes. The request would increase permitted units to 315 single-family detached units, consistent with the SMU 6 policies. Modify the internal roadway network. There have been changes in the floodplain, and so the modified road network take into account this environmentally sensitive area. We have also added a 7-acre park, which will be open to the public as a second use within that community to be consistent with policy 19.2. And finally, we have aligned a point of connectivity along the eastern property boundary. You can see it's the red arrow, so that it will align directly into an adjacent permitted PD. We're not asking for any variations of the land development code as part of this application. From a connectivity standpoint, there's connection to the north and south via Gate Dancer Road. Also, the connectivity to the east aligns with the approved PD 19-0445. This is a unique property, so there is limited connectivity to the west and to the south. As you can see in yellow, the Little Bullfrog Creek runs directly to the west, as well as I-75, so connectivity to the west is limited. And to the south is a fully developed single-family residential development that also limits connectivity possibilities to the south. From a compatibility standpoint, you can see all of the area in blue is either entitled or existing suburban single-family development. The proposed rezoning would allow the development comparable to both the approved and existing uses in the surrounding area. The PD to the east is approved for a mix of single-family, multifamily, and commercial entitlements, and the Planning Commission finds this proposal compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. The policy is the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Objective number 1 encourages growth and density inside the urban service area. It's consistent with policy 1.2, which states that new projects must be above 75% allowable density. This is achieved without the implementation here of policy 1.3, even though there are significant wetlands on the site which have been protected. In addition, it encourages compatibility and maintenance of the character of the existing development. That's policy 1.4. And finally, 16.1 and 19.1, encouraging a mix of uses. We've added an additional use to be compatible with 19.1 in this new project. Before I finish, I'd like Steve Henry to address transportation issues for just a moment with Links and Associates.
Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. I want to talk to you just briefly about the transportation. A couple things. This is just to go through some of the improvements. Turn on the Elmo. So there are some significant improvements in the areas I'm sure a lot of you are aware of. The first one is the I-75 Big Bend interchange, which is currently slated to start construction in 2021. And then what also is happening in conjunction with that is that the 6 laning of Big Bend Road, and then in addition, in 2023, they'll start the additional 6 laning to fill in the area from 41 to 301. So that whole section is currently slated to be improved to 6 lanes. In addition to that, to the south, you've got Paso El Mar that is currently scheduled to go over the interstate and then tie into Apollo Beach Boulevard on the west. You'll have a continuous east-west road. And then with this project, they are proposing to build the extension of Gate Dancer Road. And this will go from the current terminus of Gate Dancer and tie into Simmons Loop and to provide an alternative north-south road to the area. So with the improvements in place, this will help with the 301, helping provide a parallel road to 301, and then also providing for the conductivity in the area. And then finally, I want to talk about the intersection of Simmons Loop and Big Bend Road. In fact, we were the traffic consultants for the hospital when that was originally developed. As you can see, there's a striped out area there. So when we did the traffic originally for the hospital, one of the things they wanted to do is make sure that it accommodated the future volume. So we looked at the fact that Gate Dancer would be extended. We looked at the Paso El Mar and all that traffic. And that's the reason why you see that striped out area. That's actually 800-foot dual northbound left turn lanes that will ultimately be provided there when the traffic warrants for those to be built. So we've already taken that into account, the traffic that is projected to be in the area from this project and also from the roadway network in here. And that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
Okay, who pulled this item? Commissioner Smith, you recognize? And can I be the host again? I don't see any hands on my screen. Commissioner Smith, you recognize?
Thank you. Commissioners, I pulled this project with for the same reasons as the other one. This project is adjacent to its whole northern boundary is the same as the southern boundary of the one we just remanded. They are connected. If you saw that Gate Dancer Road plan, it goes through both of these, and all their traffic will end up on Simmons Loop Road. I wish there was some way we could consider them together. They've come in together, but I've been told I can't ask for them to be together on the H items of the agenda. But I still think that this warrants remand for the same reason. There's approximately 50% increase in density from 216 units to 315, and the trips would increase nearly 50% from close to 2,000 trips per day to almost 3,000 trips per day. And so as the applicant's consultant showed, those roads will be improved, but a few years from now, before it's complete. And during that time, there will be a lot of construction going on. So I think we should carefully consider those impacts at the same time these people are coming online. But finally, the school capacity is completely lacking for this site in the same way that it was lacking for the other site. And we really need to make sure we're not going to be approving increased density in some area that the school district is going to be here saying, we've caused a crisis, and they're going to have to go into double sessions and portables unless we find some site and improve the roads and all of that. So I would like to remand it and get more specific input from the school district about whether they see any problems down the line for us adding this many more school children in this area at the same time, and in light of the other development that is coming online. So that my motion is a remand, the same as the last one.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Kemp. I don't see any other hands. Any hands? Nope. Okay, please call the roll on the motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Kemp.
Date would be November 16th at 6 p.m.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, were there any other items pulled from the consent agenda?
No, sir.
Or did we approve the consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We did.
Did we swear people in?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I was off for a long time, wasn't I? Mr. Moretta.
Thank you. That brings us to item E1, personal appearance 20-0332. This is located in the greater Carrollwood Northdale area, specifically at 16008 Sagewoods Road. Commissioners, what this essentially distills down to is the site contained an accessory structure. Accessory structure is essentially like a garage or a storage area that doesn't have a kitchen or living facilities in it. The applicant converted it into an accessory dwelling unit. It's approximately 420 square feet. In doing that, the setback requirements are such that they need to meet the principal structure setbacks in the area where the structure is located. The applicant's requesting a reduction in the setback in the western boundary from 7.5 feet to 3.7 feet. The lot size that it's placed on is an 11,325 square foot lot. Just to note, accessory dwelling regulations were just changed in the code. This would meet those regulations with the exception of the setback. Staff is recommending approval subject to conditions, and this is a public hearing.
Okay, before I move on, let me thank Commissioner Overman for carrying the meeting so precisely while I was gone. Thank you so much. Appreciate that job well done.
My pleasure.
Is the applicant here? Applicant? Mr. Moretta, is the applicant there?
I don't have any visual recognition of the applicant.
Okay. No
Mr.
applicant.
Chairman, if I may, I believe she may have signed up to speak virtually.
Okay, who might that be? Who might that be?
Ms. Vega.
Susie Vega? Ms. Vega, are you here? Are you with us? I don't see her.
I believe she was on.
I see her connected, however, she's muted.
Ms. Vega, you have to unmute yourself.
Good morning, this is James. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute Ms. Vega. Go ahead, Ms. Vega, are you with us? Ms. Vega, you are unmuted, go ahead. I don't believe she's properly connected, sir.
Okay. I see her there. She's unmuted. I don't know what's going on there. So do we want to temporarily pass this one and come back to it? Can we do that?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. We're gonna temporarily pass this item and move on. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to item E2. This is personal appearance 20-0390. is located in the Riverview South Shore area, specifically at 7308 Riverview Drive. Commissioners, this is a proposal to replace 2 existing mobile homes and 1 single-family structure. The applicant is proposing to decrease the setbacks. Specifically for the mobile homes, they're proposing a rear yard setback of 45, a side yard setback of 19, and the spacing in between structures to be 10 feet. For the single-family structure, they're proposing a front yard setback of 25. The east side setback will be 15, and the west side setback will be 30, and the height will be 35. And this will replace 2 mobile homes, single-family structure on the site. The mobile homes are slightly larger inside, and the applicant is proposing a slight configuration to the placement of the single-family home. Staff is recommending approval subject to conditions.
Is the applicant here? Is the applicant here?
They're approaching the dais now.
Okay.
Go ahead and speak into the mic.
I am the agent for Mr. Carlos Hernandez. This is his property. I've done all the paperwork, and as you've stated, and I'm the agent for Mr. Carlos Hernandez.
Have you been sworn in?
I've done all of his paperwork, and as I'm sorry, I don't believe so.
Please swear the applicant in.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. There you go.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name, please.
Continue, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
And as he has stated, we are putting 2, or he is putting 2 mobile homes in the rear of his dwelling, and our setbacks are a little bit over what they should be, and we are doing this this modification hearing to allow the setbacks to be as we are proposing. Everything that they have suggested, the conditions as the driveway, the parking, we have taken care of on the site plan that has been approved.
Is there anything further, ma'am?
Unless you have any other questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I didn't get your name on the record.
Mentioned that, whenever we did send out the letters to everyone, there was a little bit of some calling, and what we are trying to do is, raise the value of the community. We're putting in new mobile homes. He's the landlord of the mobile homes that he is renting out. He is, making sure that they're good tenants, decent prices. He's trying to, raise the value of the community. The home that was there before this, the single-family dwelling, was a drug house, and it has been completely redone. And like I said, we are trying to raise the value of the community and the properties.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Can you give your name for the record, ma'am?
I'm sorry? Chelsea Knight.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Is there anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Applicant waives rebuttal time. What's your pleasure? Motion by Commissioner Merman. Second by Commissioner Smith, Commissioner White. See no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item E3, which is a personal appearance as well. 20-0661. This is located at 12701 East Wheeler Road. Commissioners, this is a request to modify the existing site plan approved in the previous rezoning back in '87. That site plan showed 5 buildings. They're reducing the building placement to 3. They're also asking for a slight increase in floor area ratio from 0.13 to 0.14. They're also asking to modify the access and reduce an area of setback and also height increase. And all the changes are very slight. Staff found it, we could support it, recommend, subject to the recommended conditions. Thank you.
Staff looking present.
Yes, I am.
Been sworn in?
I have. Thank
Good
you,
morning.
Chairman. Good morning. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashton Drive. I'll be respectful of your time because of the support of staff, and I believe we have no neighborhood objectors either. In short, this is the modernization of a 33-year-old PD. Our increase in intensity is negligible at best. We're not adding any uses. In fact, we're reducing by 1. But what we are doing is we're eliminating an access point on Valrico Road, and then also shifting an access point on Wheeler to a safer location. And then further, we're adding design standards so that the development better reflects the rural nature of the area. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Applicant waives rebuttal time.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Overman. See no further discussion. Please call the roll.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yeah. Yes.
Merman?
Yes. Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item E4, personal appearance 20-0779. This is located southeast corner of Montague and Memorial Highway. The parcel is 2.97 acres in size. This is an older plan development that was initially approved in 1984. Commissioners, this is a request that's really distills down to a technical discussion rooted in the plan. The site is vested. The site has exceeds the entitlements of the comprehensive plan now, and specifically what the applicant is trying to do in this proposal is to propose a trade-off mechanism that would trade off non-residential entitlements for residential entitlements. The applicant is seeking to get 9 additional units on the subject site. There's no use change. There's no compatibility issues. It really distills down to the request to get an additional 9 units on a site that is currently vested that already exceeds the comprehensive plan. The issue with the comprehensive plan is generally rooted in the fact that the site is in the coastal high hazard area. So it's rooted in the fact that additional density in the coastal high hazard area having to do with the evacuation routes and so forth it discourages that type of change. So the Planning Commission has found this inconsistent. They may want to speak more specifically to the nuances of the plan, but our staff is not supporting it since the item is not consistent with the plan and the referenced policies that I generally mention. So staff is not supporting this request, and it's a public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, Planning Commission, you have any comments?
Sure, thank you. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Northwest Hillsborough Community Plan. The request consists of a condition that will allow a trade-off mechanism to exchange retail square footage from within one portion of the site to develop residential multifamily units within another portion of the site. Currently, the site is approved for a mixed-use development under zoning conformance and is largely built out. The approval allowed a density greater than what would be allowed under today's current future land use designation of residential 4, as the site is approved for 6 dwelling units an acre. The site is also within the coastal high hazard area. There is guidance within the coastal management element of the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan that states that future development and redevelopment within the coastal high hazard are to be consistent with coastal resource protection and are not to increase clearance times along evacuation routes. It is Planning Commission staff's understanding that Hillsborough County is currently not meeting the adopted evacuation clearance time standards countywide, so allowing any additional residential units along the evacuation route would be in conflict with this coastal management policy. Overall, the proposed minor modification would allow for development that is compatible with the existing and planned development pattern found in the surrounding area. Additionally, Hillsborough County Transportation staff reviewed the PRS and verified that the proposed use would not have a substantial impact on the evacuation times. However, because the comprehensive plan does not address the scale of the impact to clearance times, whether substantial or not, the application does not meet the intent of the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, specifically the coastal management element. And based upon those considerations, the request is inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here?
Good morning, Commissioners. David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, 336.
Have you been sworn in, sir?
Planner with Stearns Weaver Miller. No, I haven't.
Please swear him in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, so you have 15 minutes. Given a pretty good lead in to what this request is about. The subject property that we are. Figure out if we can get it on here for you. Trying to get that little triangle. Here we go. The subject property is this little triangle piece of property. It's about 3 acres. It's an undeveloped piece of property in a larger PD development known as Bay Point Colony. Bay Point Colony was developed or approved back in the 80s. And as indicated, it has vested rights, a lot of unbuilt entitlements, commercial entitlements. And there are 21 existing residential units available to be constructed. And our client is trying to build a 30-unit development, which he'll speak to in a second. The technical issues associated with this plan request or modification are that the Planning Commission, in reviewing the policies, felt that there was no consideration for de minimis impact in coastal high hazard areas for the increase in residential number of units. We have a traffic study that was provided that shows the de minimis impact. I believe both staffs have determined that this is a compatible development. And the only question is whether or not under the comprehensive plan, the interpretation is that a de minimis impact in specific situations restricted to this type of development would be permitted in this case. We have provided a condition to staff and that's been modified that would deal with the issue at hand. I handed out a revised condition in response to comments from staff. And it says, notwithstanding any other conditions of approval herein, the developer shall be permitted to exchange 4,893.6 square feet of commercial office medical complex uses for each additional multifamily dwelling unit. The rate of exchange is 10 times the offset in traffic impacts, and in no circumstances shall the total number of dwelling units created be exchanged exceed 9 units. The exchange may only be applied for residential use proposed on folio number 5455 within Track D. And then it goes on to describe how it will be documented during site plan approval. The intent of this condition was to show that we will overly mitigate the reduction in traffic and that there is really a de minimis impact on the hurricane evacuation times and therefore it's something that could be approved by the board. I'll let Steve Henry come up and describe the analysis that was provided and show you how insignificant the impact would be. And then we'll have the developer speak.
Good morning, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We have conducted a hurricane evacuation analysis for the project, and it was based on the Florida Administrative Code, the Hurricane Preparedness Policy Rule. Basically what that says is that a project has a significant impact when it impacts 25% of the level of service E capacity of a hurricane evacuation route. In this case, the hurricane evacuation route is Hillsborough Avenue. This table illustrates the results, and what it shows is that this project, the 9 units would have 0.1% impact on the hurricane evacuation. So from that standpoint, it is an insignificant impact on the hurricane evacuation. That concludes my presentation, unless you got any questions.
Okay, is there anything further, sir? Applicant?
Paula, the developer of the project.
Pardon me? Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here wishing to speak as a proponent? I'm sorry, ma'am?
I believe we have someone else with the applicant.
I'm here for the applicant, Paula Rhodes with Invictus Development.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I have not been sworn in.
Please swear in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're part of the applicant team, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
As I said, my name is Paula Rhodes. I'm with Invictus Development, and we are the developer and also here on behalf of the purchaser of the tract that David Smith described in his remarks. I wanted to describe to you the uniqueness of this parcel and this use. The parcel is, as I understand, the last remaining tract in this planned development that's been around for quite some time. The entitlements would get us to 21 units. The reason that we are looking for 30 units is that we're working on an affordable housing development there. And this development would be something that would fall in the category of a special needs overall development. Of the 30 units, 15 would be set aside for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, persons who have worked with the McDonald Training Center to acquire employment skills, and they work in businesses that are near this site. This site has transit available to it that is a very integral part of the application process, without which it's difficult to get funding for this particular type of affordable housing. So of the 30 units that we're seeking to build, 15 of them would be occupied by single persons, individuals, who would not be driving. The McDonald Training Center would be providing supportive services to these individuals, and should they need transportation, they would be driven by the McDonald Training Center, which has vans available for this purpose. So, for example, in the instance that there might be an evacuation required, you would be talking about 3 vehicles for these 15 units. So this is a project that we very much feel is something unique to Hillsborough County right now. It's important for the community, and this site is a site that will allow us to get the kind of funding that we need. So we hope you'll consider this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the applicant?
Unless there's questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me,
This is a public hearing.
Unless there's questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone there wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Applicant waives rebuttal time.
Move
Commissioner
approved.
Smith. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you. I'm torn about this because I feel very strongly that we have to hold the line on increasing density in the coastal high hazard area. And this project already has too much density in the coastal high hazard area, according to our comprehensive plan maximums. They're asking for just a little bit more, but they already have too much. And we're a big county with a large coastline, vulnerable to storms and flooding and sea level rise. And there may be lots of people in the coastal high hazard area who might like just a little bit more. And if we say yes to everyone who wants just a little bit, it might all add up to a lot of people living in the coastal high hazard area, putting a lot more people at risk for evacuation, as well as, our own county infrastructure being at risk in the coastal high hazard area. So we have to draw the line somewhere or change that line in the comp plan. But the applicant's testimony that this is, a very special case to accommodate clients of the McDonald Training Center who are not going to be adding to traffic because they will be driven, and it's important to have them in proximity to this area. It tugs at my heartstrings, of course. So could I ask a question about the zoning conditions to this? What I'd like to make clear is, if I'm going to vote to approve this, is that we are adding density in the coastal high hazard area beyond what already doesn't comply, because of a very specific case and of affordable housing and these clients who need the proximity. Is that in the conditions, or if we approve this, would it just be up to the applicant to, as I've seen happen so many times, sell this land to another owner who can then take that density and do whatever they want with it? That's my question for staff. Yeah.
The proposed condition limits the use to multifamily. It does not provide the specific details that were described about the affordable housing use. It is simply multifamily in the conditions. So that would bind them based on this condition to the use described.
If we could add that condition, I could support it, but otherwise I've seen too many things come to us with promises and descriptions of exactly what they're going to do, that once they get the zoning, they sell that land to somebody else who is just only bound by whatever is in the zoning condition. So then the next person could just build all that housing. It doesn't have to be for McDonald Training Center clients at all. Would the applicant be willing to add some condition that would bind the zoning to that use?
Commissioner, I'd say if the applicant is agreeable to that, and I believe he is, and I'll come up and confirm, this is somewhat of a unique use that we don't have a general regulation for. So I'd ask if this is something the board would like to consider and the applicant is amenable, that we table this and try to work on some language that would limit that use down to the use described.
Do you need a motion?
Let's hear from the applicant first.
I don't. We can take this back up later. It could be a move to continue later in the agenda would be appropriate, and we can work with the applicant on some language that would limit the availability of the use of those extra 9 units.
Okay.
That's for the applicant. Commissioners, we're willing to do that because the whole purpose of we've worked on this for probably 9 months, 10 months to try to figure out a way to get to the 9 units for this project. So the full intent is to use this trade-off for only this project. And so we'd be very willing to work with staff to get more comfort in the condition for the board.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, we don't need a motion for that. We'll just That's, but I want to hear from Commissioner Overman because she has her hand up. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Smith, for bringing up those issues. I too am excited about the opportunity of providing housing for our most special folks who need support and need resources and need places to live. Excited about the idea about the affordable housing element associated with it. And I'd be willing to suggest that if the applicant were willing to have the land zoned for affordable housing in perpetuity, so that if it were sold, it were actually zoned in such a way that that purpose that we would consider approving it, given the exception request, we're able to maintain those properties for affordable housing. Again, given that they will be smaller units for single individuals that possibly have either special needs or special circumstances. It could be seniors, it could be people with disabilities, it could be people with cognitive challenges. And given that there are jobs nearby and transit nearby, it fits the model templates for affordable housing. The issue I think we are addressing today is, it hasn't been zoned as such, or it has, and we're concerned about the fact that it could change use down the road if it's not actually in the land code or in the zoning or in the actual permit approval process. While you wouldn't want to necessarily do that for the entire PD, it would be an opportunity to actually carve out this corner of the overall PD and allocate it towards an affordable housing purpose for perpetuity. And then I would find that I could support this approval. And I'll stop there.
Okay, we're going to temporarily pass E4. Let staff work with the applicant on some language, and we'll come back to E4. Okay, Mr. Moretta.
Mr. Chair, we have Ms. Vega online, I'm told, so if we want to move back to E1 and complete that public hearing, she is available to speak. If you'd like me to go through the summary of the case, I can do that, or we could go straight to the next case. It's your pleasure.
Let's go back to E1. Ms. Vega, have you been sworn in?
Here.
Ms. Vega?
Yes.
Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Pardon me?
Yes. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 15 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. It's regarding to my case. So I'm already sent a letter. Sorry, but I just wanted to explain the situation for the commissioners.
Ms. Vega, we're having some problems understanding what you're saying.
You hear me?
We're having some problems understanding what you're saying. I think you have the connection is not that great.
Do you hear me now?
Go ahead,
Do you hear
ma'am.
me now?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Right. Okay. The situation here is when we bought the house, we found we already established the structure there. When we bought the house, because we bought the house to pass it to the bank. We didn't know what exactly existing into the house. So in 2012, what we did was clean the area by little. So in 2013, it was the storage. You heard me?
We can hear you, ma'am, but it's really not coming out clearly.
Good morning, this is James. Ms. Vega, is there any way that I can get you to call into the session? Do you have a cell phone that's available that you could call into this session and use the phone for the audio and then use your computer as your video?
Okay, yes.
So grab your cell phone, and then in the top right corner of WebEx, you have where it says meeting info. You see that in the top right corner? In the top right corner, there's an eye with a circle on it, it says meeting info.
Okay.
If you click on that, there's a 408 area code number there that you can dial on your cell phone, and then use that access code, that 10-digit access code, and then we'll use your cell phone as your audio, and the commission should be able to hear you much clearer. And Ms. Vega, once you call in on your phone, I'm going to go ahead and mute the computer session, and then we'll just use the phone for all the audio.
No.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and turn your speakers down on your computer and then just use the phone for the audio. That'll be your microphone and your speakers. So turn the computer audio down and then talk through the phone and you should be all set.
Okay. Okay. So I'm ready.
Much better. You have the floor. Go ahead and continue.
Okay. Okay. This is a situation. I just already sent the letter. I just want to read the letter that I sent. That is my explanation. I'm trying to speak. I'm trying to improve my English actually. So anyway, let me explain that, Commissioner, that when we bought a house with that structure. Okay, so we didn't start the structure. We just start cleaning and everything. So until 2016. When my dad passed away, we decided to bring my mom to live with us. So we're trying to fix that structure. We fix little by little, and then we convert in the space to where my mom can live. If I have any problems, so I didn't know. That's my explanation. So this is why. It has the accessory. We're asking for accessory dwelling because it has an AC. I have a bedroom, a small bathroom. And that's my explanation. So I don't have to do anything because I have a proof that I sent already, and I'm really honest explaining this case because we're trying to keep my mom more together because that's my situation.
Okay, Ms. Vega, thank you. You did real well. You did well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just hold on, okay? All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? If you do, I'm gonna kill you. Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Ms. Vega waves her time. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Okay, that sound like, hold on, ma'am. Hold on, Ms. Vega. That sound like
Commissioner Kemp.
Overman, second by Commissioner Kemp. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Vega, your item was approved. You did real well. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and God bless you.
God bless you too.
Thank you.
Mr. Moretta.
Commissioners, we are ready to reopen E4.
Okay.
Which was a discussion about the coastal high hazard area in the 9 units. We have a condition crafted.
Okay. Proceed, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. I'll read the proposed changes to the conditions that were submitted by the applicant, beginning with the third sentence, and the third sentence will be modified as follows. The exchange may only be applied for residential use as further restricted herein. That's the additional language proposed on folio 544-55000 within track B. And then at the end of that proposed condition, the following language would be added. The trade-off for multifamily shall be limited to an affordable housing project funded through local or state affordable housing programs. Documentation of that funding shall be submitted at the time of permitting. For any questions?
That condition, that would limit the use of this trade-off to only an affordable housing project. We understand that the applicant is intending and working to come through the county's affordable housing process. So we will be able to document and verify whether that is the case at the time that trade-off would be used if the board approves this condition.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Overman to approve item E4. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
This brings us to E5, personal appearance 20-0937, located 290 feet south of the intersection of Boyette Road and Hobson-Simmons Road. Commissioners, this is a modification to a plan development that was approved in 2016. Commissioners, if this case were to be, well, let me just start when the case was initially reviewed, the RP2 area. At that time, the RP2 area required that they be a village node to meet the commercial requirements. This application were to be reviewed today, the regulations have changed in a way that would allow a commercial requirement that's associated to serve the project to be served by adjacent areas within 2 miles because it's in what's called the aggregated area. Commissioners, right now, this requirement would be satisfied by other projects in the area. And the applicant has demonstrated that, and our staff has also reviewed that to make sure that there has not been any double counting of the area that would satisfy it. Because of that, staff is recommending approval of the request to change this from a neighborhood commercial uses in a village node into a village green. That area is about 7,700 square feet. Staff is recommending approval of this request.
Is applicant available?
Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson.
Have you been sworn in?
Put a graphic up here. Sworn in, but there are others who have not been sworn in. So if you'd like to swear our team, that would be appropriate.
Yes, they're part of your team. Are they a part of your team?
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, swear them in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This morning is Homes by West Bay, and this is part of, oh, sorry, okay. Upside down, okay. Yes, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. This is the subject property that is part of this rezoning. It's part of the master plan community called Hawkstone that West Bay is developing in conjunction with these 2 parcels to the east, which you can see are already under development. In addition to the changes with respect to the aggregated plan village, the land development code has always allowed for a developer to submit a study that shows that the assumptions in the comprehensive plan under the old rules may be waived or varied based on a market study. And so what we'd like to spend time this morning talking to you about is have Carl Pischke, who's the vice president of RC Elco, who conducted the study that was submitted in support of this application, come up and make a presentation to you this morning.
Good morning.
State your name, sir, please.
Do I need to do anything to present these slides? Okay. My name is Carl Pischke, Vice President of RC Elco Real Estate Advisors. My team and I were engaged by Homes by West Bay in late 2019 to assist in the planning of the Hawkstone community, and more specifically to help provide objective third-party analysis as to the demand for retail at the Hinton parcel site, and more specifically whether the 7,700 square feet of retail would be feasible. RC Elco was asked to lend our expertise to this critical issue given our experience in this arena and our reputation as the first call for real estate developers, the public sector, and others seeking strategic planning and tactical advice regarding their toughest real estate questions. RC Elco has been around for over 50 years. We work on about 500 projects annually and touch more than $5 billion in real estate. Our team used a process that leverages quantitative analytics and a strategic planning framework in order to assess the amount of supportable retail for the Hawkstone community. This process found that the households on site would not be sufficient to support the required 7,700 square feet of retail on the Hinton parcel. Furthermore, the households located within the primary market area of this site, shown in the map on the screen, a 10-minute drive time, which represents the drive time where most daily needs retail purchases occur, are located closer to more significant retail offerings to the north in Fishhawk Ranch. In fact, 83% of households in this PMA are in fact closer to that significant Fishhawk Ranch retail, including a new 52,600 square foot shopping center anchored by a Publix. The interior location at Hawkstone would be unlikely to attract these households, which would have to go out of their way to. And therefore, likely struggles to attract quality retail.
I think we lost the sound.
Yes, please stand by. Sorry, please stand by.
Should be good now.
Not good, not good. We're having a small technical issue. Please stand by. You can continue. You can continue. Thank you.
Utilizes data provided by the United States Consumer Expenditure Survey in order to determine spending patterns across various types of retail establishments and categories. This consumer spending information by household, along with an analysis of appropriate capture rates based on competing retail locations within a particular primary market area, can then be used to determine the amount of statistical demand for various retail types based on the required amount of sales per square foot for those stores to be successful. But this statistical demand must then be compared against the typical store sizes in order to truly understand retail viability. Most stores are of particular sizes because a certain critical mass is required to be sustainably profitable. In the case of Hawkstone, the amount of projected spending from on-site and regional households falls short of the supportable amount of demand for a store in any retail category. In fact, we found it only represents about 19% of the demand for a drug or grocery retailer, and only half the necessary demand of a restaurant, for instance. In order to justify the development of retail space in the order of magnitude required at the Hawkstone community, it would likely need to be about 4 times as large. Currently, the subject site primary market area has about 4,800 households within a 10-minute drive time. That is far less support for retail than all other existing shopping centers in the area, which average nearly 10,000 households in a similar drive time. The lack of nearby households, coupled with an internal location, would make it difficult for any retailer, assuming one could be attracted, to succeed here. In fact, the most analogous competitive site in terms of local household support, which still has significantly more nearby households at over 6,000, is the Park Square Shopping Plaza at Fishhawk Ranch, which has not been a success. The vacancy rate in this project has fluctuated, occasionally reaching up to 30% in recent years, and achieving rents far below market rate at about half the market overall in 2019. That poor performance, in whole or in part, can likely be attributed to the lack of nearby households, as well as the internal location of this project, internal to Fishhawk Ranch, both of which are still superior to the Hinton parcel. Another critical consideration for retail development at Hawkstone is the level of retail which already exists within this PMA. At 36 square feet, the subject site has more retail per household within its 10-minute drive time than 4 existing larger retail offerings in the area, in addition to being located in a less dense part of this PMA. Therefore, there is no demonstrated need for retail at Hawkstone. As the map on this slide depicts, Hawkstone is not located along the major transportation corridors that can support retail at the scale necessary for success. As I mentioned earlier, 83% of households in the primary market area are located proximate to other retail offerings, which also happen to be located along heavily trafficked roads such as Fishhawk Boulevard, which sees over 22,000 cars per day. The subject site has an internal location away from this traffic in a less populated part of the PMA, which would be unlikely to succeed at attracting tenants for the site. Furthermore, small retailers and specialty retailers typically benefit from being close to larger retail anchors and other significant attractions that can drive demand, and they rely on this to be successful. Without the benefit of this in an internal location, it would be unlikely to attract retailers to this site, if at all. In recent months, many of us have also become increasingly aware of the fragility of many retail and restaurant locations as the impacts of COVID-19 have become clear. Of course, in any major crisis, it is easy to simply say that these are new trends that we are experiencing. However, the reality is in most crises, including the one we're currently facing, we see an acceleration of trends that already exist rather than completely new ones. The demand for retail space across the country was already in decline well before the events of this year. The so-called Amazon effect and the impact of online shopping and delivery services has been changing the way in which developers view the viability and profitability of the old retail model. In many places since the pandemic has started, online sales have been up by as much as or more than 50%. Curbside orders have been up by as much or more than 208%. But perhaps more importantly, in surveys conducted of households that are using these services, 59% have said that they're likely to continue using these services after the pandemic, and 42% have stated that they view these behaviors as completely permanent. What this means is that a continued decline in the need for physical retail space is likely to be seen moving forward above and beyond our demand projections shown in this presentation. As of August 31st, 2020, for instance, almost 164,000 businesses, according to Yelp, have closed their doors since the beginning of the pandemic, a 23% increase since July. And despite measures to curtail the virus, it doesn't look like this is nearing its end. Of the 32,000 restaurants which have closed, for instance, over 60% are permanent closures. The rest of these range from about 40 to 60% in various categories for permanent closures of businesses. To briefly summarize, there is not sufficient demand for retail within the Hawkstone community, either from on-site households or residents, or households within the 10-minute drive time primary market area. Most nearby households are located closer to existing retail, and statistical demand modeling, which takes into account typical store sizes and other factors to predict viability, shows that no category of retail could be supported here. The PMA as it currently exists is over-retailed, and the current pandemic climate is exposing the unfortunate fragility of many retail locations throughout the country. A small interior site in the Hawkstone community is very unlikely to attract a retail tenant at typical market rates, if at all. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else from the applicant?
With that, we would respectfully request that you approve the PRS. We don't want to have a situation where we have to have a 7,700 square foot dormant vacant building in the middle of our master plan community. We'd much prefer to have that be a village green to be an amenity for the residents to enjoy.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? I have a name of Buddy Harwell speaking as an opposition. Is he there?
Yes, he is, sir.
Okay, Mr. Harwell.
Good morning, Commissioner. Buddy Harwell here, behalf of Balm Civic Association. We're asking for your denial of this application. The three components of RP2 is cluster, open space, and commercial. And it seems like the applicants always want to keep the things they make money in, except for the commercial. This is out in rural areas where we don't have no businesses, and it needs the support. you've asked your staff and the citizens and stakeholders in the area to revise the RP2. And it seems like we're halfway in the middle of that. And this is just like throwing a monkey wrench in while we're doing it, along with the bonus density that they've asked for previously. I need to remind you, of course, they mentioned it, the pandemic, the loss of jobs, the loss of businesses closed down. I just don't think this is the time to ask for forgiveness to do the commercial. And I want to put up a couple of pictures. They talk about a 2-mile radius for the commercial. The 2-mile radius is the way the crow flies. This is the way the cow has to walk to get to these businesses. This is 9 minutes, 5 miles to get to the gyms. 11 minutes, 5.9 miles to get to a grocery store. 10 minutes, 5.1 miles to get to the dentist. 11 minutes, 3.5 or 5.3 miles to get to a doctor. Another grocery store, 15 minutes, 8.7 miles. This is on 2-lane rural, substandard, I know that's shocking, substandard roads in South County. Now they're talking about commercial and surrounding RP2s. They talk about, well, Triple Creek can have it. They have, I think, 70,000 square foot design to go in there. This is what it takes to get to Triple Creek. You see where Hawkstone is, see where Triple Creek is. So now you got 10 minutes, 6.3 miles one way, 10 minutes, 7.7 miles the other way. Now let's see going to South Fork, it's even farther. We ask for your denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Amy Corbett again for the record with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. Just like to point out, as far as the substandard roads are concerned, just back up on the Elmo, there were significant improvements that were required as part of this development. They're not shown on the map, but there were significant zoning conditions that required the developer to bring the roadways up to a improved condition, and that work is ongoing and has been ongoing. Likewise, as staff stated, there is sufficient evidence in the record that supports that there is sufficient retail to support this development within the 2-mile radius that is required by the comprehensive plan. And again, the Land Development Code has always allowed the developer to provide an alternative study to demonstrate that the assumptions in the comprehensive plan are incorrect. And so I would respectfully request again that you approve this minor modification.
Thank you. This closes the public hearing. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
This is the applicant. I was not certain if I was going to be able to have Steve Henry join me. So if I still have a couple minutes, I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and finish off rebuttal.
Okay. Has he been sworn in?
Good morning, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Just want to talk to you. Yes, I have been sworn. Very quickly, want to talk about the improvements that we have done in the area. The one we have done, which is at the intersection of Bomboyette, that was an intersection that had a configuration that wasn't conducive and some accident issues. So we have gone in and put a roundabout in that area. And then in addition to that, along the entire property frontage, there were no shoulders out there. So we have gone out there and actually put in paved shoulders along the entire frontage of the property to help with that situation. So we put in the paved and unpaved shoulders and have gotten a design exception for those improvements. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Is that it? Applicant?
One brief comment from Mr. Pischke, please.
Just to add to my previous presentation, RCLCO is an independent third-party market analyst firm. Our only objective is to understand whether a retail outlet here could be supported based on market demand. And so simply building the 7,700 square feet of retail here, as we've discovered through the course of our work, would not lead to the attraction of retail tenants or jobs to the area. It does not have the demand to support those tenants, and based on the internal location, would be very difficult to do so. Thank you.
Applicant, is that it?
Tammy Corbett for the record, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Close the public hearing. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I completely agree with Mr. Harwell, and I'm so glad to see him today. I'm glad he made it through the hoops you have to go through to get here. The applicant wants to get out of the requirement that they provide commercial development along with residential, which would mean it's not a planned village after all, but just a bunch of houses in the rural area, i.e. sprawl. Comp Plan Policy 33.2 says the purpose of RP2 land use category is to promote self-sustainable development. The idea of RP2 is to allow someone to increase their density 10 times from 1 per 5 to 10 per 5 in the rural area outside the urban service area only if they meet certain rigorous criteria. They have to create a planned village that provides its own infrastructure and provides its own commercial needs. So it's not just a subdivision full of commuters way out in the rural area. So policy 33.2 says, in order to achieve densities in excess of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acre in the RP2 category, development shall achieve the minimum clustering ratios and shopping provisions under the planned village option required by this plan. The applicant seems to be arguing that we should change this requirement in the comp plan, and I encourage them to participate in those discussions going on right now, and perhaps they can come back with this application if and when we change the RP2 provisions. But as it stands now, there are very specific calculations you have to do to figure out the amount of commercial development you have to provide relative to the amount of residential housing you're building. In fact, the argument that you can't provide commercial and function as a village is really an argument that we can't make true villages in the rural area. And that's the only reason we were thinking of allowing residential density is this idea that you could create a village. If you can't create a village, you can't have the residential density. One of their arguments, well, so they've got 571 houses. They're supposed to provide a minimum of 7,700 square feet of neighborhood commercial uses, and instead they want to provide zero commercial. One of their arguments is that because people are shopping online now, the shopping provisions in the comp plan are outdated. But that argument can't be made here. Here, we have to go by the rules as they are, and the rules require some shopping in your development. If you're arguing that modern online shopping trends are making the rules outdated, you have to go change the rules first with a privately initiated comp plan amendment. However, I don't think the rule is outdated, and I don't think we should change it, especially in a planned village in the rural area. We need to encourage local businesses, not mega online out-of-state retail that doesn't even pay local taxes, local sales taxes. The other argument they're using is that they're allowed to get out of their commercial requirement if the required commercial is within 2 miles of them. And I was delighted to see Mr. Harwell had gone through the same calculations that I have. Mr. Brewer, can you put up the map that I provided to you of the driving distances? I think Mr. Harwell would be happy to see that he's got commissioners working on the same wavelength. The fact is, like Mr. Harwell pointed out, the shopping is and jobs are not within 2 miles, even as the crow flies. But if you're actually going to drive a car from any house inside this project to the Publix at Fishhawk, you're driving 5.5 miles. And so my staff mapped out some routes, but I think Mr. Harwell did a very good job with that. You have to go up Hobson Simmons, then loop way out on Boyette and curve up on Boyette before you can head back on west on Dorman Road to get into Fishhawk Ranch. And it's a pretty drive, but it's not a 2-mile drive. It's 3 times longer. So with all that, I don't think they should be allowed to build all the residential they want in the rural area without making it a real planned village, as the intent of the RP2 was supposed to be with the required commercial. So yeah, I think there are some design exceptions that warrant another look. Condition 10.2 notes that Hobson Simmons Road is a substandard roadway, and that is an understatement. It is very substandard. It's a little old country road in the rural area east of Baum, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass by each other if they're careful. There are no sidewalks, no bike lanes, no paved shoulders at all, and it's very narrow with nothing but drainage ditches on the either side. And the conditions talk about how the developer should improve the road, but each of those conditions say they have to improve the road, quote, unless otherwise approved by Public Works. And let me tell you that that little unless has been used routinely in the past to allow developers to put too much traffic on substandard roads without improving the roads to county standards and without coming before the board in a public forum with public comment. So there's no way to provide community input. We need to stop that old backdoor avenue for design exceptions. And if the board does approve this over my objections, I hope that we can add a caveat that they remove those unlesses, so that those conditions would be absolutely required without any possibility of administratively removing them without coming back to the board. So my motion is for denial.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Kemp for denial. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have a long day, so your brevity would be vitally important. Commissioner Overman, you recognize. Commissioner Smith, you're going to move your hand, please.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Smith, for being so precise on all the different rules that support your argument. I think what is also critically important is RP2 with the idea of actually building urban, suburban, urban villages is in line with not only the reason for RP2, but in line with the plan in the general that is in morph stage as we speak. I think critically important is to recognize that while the analysis for retail is used, there is not really a concept within this plan that would suggest that big box stores is the solution to addressing village issues. And I do live in an urban area. It is more like a village, and I could walk to little stores that even with COVID, I would prefer to go to, and or a small daycare. And you can't tell me with 571 homes or however many homes that are being asked for, that you're not going to have children that are going to need daycare. This is, again, another example of a car-centric development process that is not meeting the needs of South and East County. That we've heard time and time again that our citizens are challenged that live in that area that have no other choices but to get in a car and to drive to get to what they need. And even in small towns, that's an option. But it's an option where you don't necessarily have, hundreds of cars on the road. In this area, it's clearly burdened with substandard roads, and I will support the motion.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. Having taken quantitative analysis as an undergrad and grad student, I tend to believe the figures and projections regarding market demand provided by RC Elko. The village concept sounds great. It's an admirable planning goal, but in today's world where retail was getting crushed pre-pandemic, reality says something else. The two statements that jump out at me were that there's not sufficient demand for retail and no category of retail can succeed there. So I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you. Well, I agree with Commissioner Hagan wholeheartedly. In fact, the irony of this is amazing, but as I was just hitting my button to speak and in the queue, I literally at that moment had a Google Finance news alert hit my phone that announced that today is Amazon Prime Day. And it's the big news of the day. A lot of online shopping is going to be going on today. Listen, that provision made a lot of sense back in the 90s when it was incorporated into policy. But as Commissioner Hagan stated, many subsectors within retail are dying a slow, painful death. Consumer habits have changed. I do hear what Commissioner Smith and Mr. Hartwell are saying, by the way, which is why I championed the moratorium in the RP2 areas within the Baum Community Plan and the ensuing study that is ongoing as we speak. So I agree that changes need to be made, but as it stands today, the retail requirement just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I do like the idea of a community amenity in its place, and if I heard the applicant correctly, that's exactly what will happen here. Is that a community amenity will be created instead of retail square footage? So I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve the item.
There's a substitute motion by Commissioner White. To approve that is a second by Commissioner Hagan. Okay. Commissioner Hagan, White, you want to put your hands down, please, unless you have something else to say?
No, sir, I'm finished, and I will put my hand down.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Yes, I thought the consultant made a great argument about why what is proposed doesn't really work at all. And I really appreciate what Commissioner Smith did, what Mr. Harwell did, and also Commissioner Overman's arguments. Amazon has taken over for many other of the big box stores and really diminished their traffic. That's all the more reason. And Mr. Harwell, he also showed the dentist, the other gym services that you could do with small communities. You just don't have these massive chains working out there. It's exactly what you need is these smaller kinds of commercial developments to serve these smaller areas and to create what is and would be a planned village. I think it is would be a mistake. No one should have to drive 11 miles when they forget a gallon of milk, a loaf of bread. I mean, it's just crazy. And on substandard roads, as Commissioner Smith said, that don't serve the community. Again, I'd like to make an amendment to say that no design exceptions could be approved administratively. if this should pass.
Second.
Hold on. You mean you can't say if this should pass, because the amendment's going to be voted on before the motion by Commissioner White. So you make an amendment?
Yes, that no design exceptions can be approved administratively.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Are you done, Commissioner Kemp?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, you've had one bite at the apple. What is it? You got something additional you want to say? It's going to be different from anyone else? You want to unmute yourself?
Yes, the different thing is, I understand what Commissioner White is saying. I think that's an argument for a different venue. I think that's an argument for changing the comp plan, a process that we are in right now about RP2. So I would suggest, as I said, that we play by the rules as long as the rules are here, and that the applicant is free to make apply for a comp plan amendment to, if they think shopping and retail and everything has changed to the point that we should no longer require planned villages in the rural area, but just go ahead and allow subdivisions full of commuters in the rural area, they could amend the comp plan that way. But as it stands, I think we're treading on thin ice to approve something that is contrary to the comp plan. But I certainly, if we approve it, we need to make sure that the design exceptions to Hobson Road with all these homes would have to come back in some form of rezoning.
Okay. We have a amendment to the substitute motion. The amendment is by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith. This is an amendment to the substitute motion. If you remember, Commissioner White made a substitute motion that was approved by Commissioner Hagan. So we're now going to vote on the amendment to the substitute motion. Please call the roll.
Miller?
No.
Hagan?
No.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
No.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-3. Commissioners Miller, Hagan, and Merman voted no.
We're now on the amended substitute motion. Substitute motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Hagan. Please call the roll on the amended substitute motion.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Commissioner Hagan?
I said yes.
Thank you. Kemp?
No.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
No.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-2. Commissioners Kemp and Smith voted no.
Okay. Mr. Moretta.
Commissioners, this brings us to item E6 on the agenda. This is personal appearance 20-0938, located 115 feet north of the intersection of Sheldon Road and Moore Road on a 0.77 acre site. This is an office development proposed, or it's existing. This is a major, this is a minor modification to a plan development to increase from 1 story to 2 stories. The driver behind this application is the fact that it's located in an area which will require the structure to, during the development process, it will need to be raised with fill. What the applicant is proposing is to go to 2 stories to allow parking to be accommodated underneath the structure, so the 2-story request would accommodate that. They're also requiring or asking for a reduction of the 50-foot setback to 20 to accommodate the 2-to-1 that's required when it's going to 2 stories. The site basically is adjacent to other office in the area where it'll be oriented towards. In addition to that, with the inclusion of fill, if it would remain 1 story, essentially when the building height is calibrated off the finished floor elevation, it would be a very similar height in total to what would ultimately develop with 1 story. So in Combination of all those things, staff is recommending approval to accommodate the second story for the parking underneath, as the project will be equivalent to what would otherwise be achieved, not equivalent, but generally similar to what would otherwise be achieved in the current scenario. So staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Commission. Julia Mandel with the law firm of Gray Robinson.
Have you been sworn in?
Kennedy Boulevard. I'm sorry, East Jackson Street. Yes. You know what? I have not been sworn, and there has my team. So why don't we go ahead and do that?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You have 15 minutes, ma'am.
Again, for the record, Julia Mandel with the law firm of Gray Robinson, and I'm here representing Ashland Court LLC. With me is Craig Ross of Ross General Contracting, who is here in appearance, and Ashlyn Edijic of Ashland Court LLC, who is appearing virtually. Mr. Moretta did a good job explaining the situation with this project. This project was previously approved in 2006 as a medical office in its current configuration. As my client went to go develop the site for a medical office, my client is a physician, and they do have an office in the South Tampa area, and wanted to expand into the town and country area. When they went through the process of trying to develop, it was determined that given the new floodplain elevation requirements, that they would not be able to develop the site in the current height that was within the PD, which was 1 story or 25 feet. Therefore, what we are requesting is to add the additional height to 2 stories or 35 feet. As a result of that request, which, as I said, is in the current configuration, it obligated us also to ask for a variation, given the setback requirements in order to meet the 2-for-1. Would go from 50 feet to 20 feet, but as I said, it's where the building is currently in existence as part of the approved PD. As described, the first floor space will now turn into parking in a small area for elevator and stairs where you can walk in and walk up to the building, up to the office in the second story area. All buffer and screening requirements will be met, as well as all other green space requirements. I'm going to just briefly ask, because I know you guys, y'all have a very long meeting, Mr. Ross of Ross General Contracting to state for the record the issues as it relates to the floodplain elevation, and then we would request your approval. Thank you.
Craig Ross, 4419 North Grady Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33614. I'm here as the architect and general contractor. This building, the only reason we're raising it up is in the last 15 years, the FEMA regulations for the river plain area and the floodplain elevations have radically changed, requiring us to lift the building up to the 10 feet, which will allow some parking underneath and an entry corridor. And that's the only way this site is basically now developed because of new current codes. Thank you.
And unless the commission has any additional questions, we'll conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is E6, and I don't see anyone signed to speak as a proponent or as an opponent. Am I correct? Is anyone there to speak as a proponent or an opponent? Okay. Applicant waives their time. Motion by Commissioner Merman.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Overman to approve item E6. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp? Commissioner Kemp? Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Mr. Moretta.
Commissioners, that brings us to item E7, personal appearance 20-0939, located 110 feet east of the intersection of US Highway 301 and Rivercrest Drive. It's located on the east side of 301. Commissioners, this involves the University Community Hospital site that's located on this parcel. It's a modification of a plan development, a minor modification, to modify the location of the access to move it southward in the buildings to increase the entitlements by 2,500 square feet, which would take it from 360,000 to 362,500 square feet. To increase the building height from 3 stories to 4 stories. Most of the changes that I've spoken to are, with the exception of the access, are internal to the site. Staff felt that the changes were keeping with the intent of the original PD, and we are recommending approval with conditions.
Okay, is the applicant present?
Again, Julie Mandel with the law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street, 33602. I'm here representing Florida Hospital and Advent Health. Appearing with me is Michael Lawson of Advent Health, Matt Angerosa of SNME, and Arash Kamajar of Hunt and Braiding. This was an application that came before you and was approved in March of 2020, feels like a long time ago, where we were requesting to develop the site for a hospital and for a medical office. As they got into the site development process, they saw some places where some tweaks needed to be made in order to improve the design of the site and also to allow a more intuitive and streamlined way that the internal on-site circulation for pedestrians and vehicles could be accommodated. I'm going to ask Matt Angerosa to describe the revisions and then would respectfully request for approval of these changes. Thank you.
Good morning. Matt Angerosa, 9906 Davis Street, Gibsonton, Florida.
Have you been sworn in, sir?
We don't have a long presentation, but did just want to show some renderings here this morning to show how some of these adjustments. Look at that, I got it. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. We'll try with this. Appreciate it. This is an aerial view here of the site plan. In the foreground is US 301. This is viewing towards the east. And what we've done on this this plan, this is the medical office building right here. The hospital is over here, plan right. On this adjustment to the zoning, we've swapped the locations of the medical office building and the hospital. We've also centralized them more central to the site. We did that to make them more connected and provide a campus type feel. What that allows is a more direct, intuitive, direct access to the front entry here of the campus. Previous versions of the site plan did have this road coming in straight, an intersection here, and then a right turn to access the front. We've streamlined that with these changes. I have one more view to show. Thank you. This is the rear view of the campus. This would be viewing west. US 301 is in the background here. And you'll see on this image that the secondary driveway or the service drive has been relocated to the south property boundary. Previous versions of the site plan had this access drive more interior to the site. What we've done with that change is we moved the service traffic away from the main circulation and around the rear of the campus to eliminate some of those conflicts. And that concludes my statement.
Thank you. We are available if you have any questions regarding this application, and again, would request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This is E7, and we have one person signed up to speak in opposition, Andrew Boat.
Thank you, Commissioner. I represent the IU.
Mr. Boat, have you been sworn in?
Yes, sir, I have. I was sworn in with the first group this morning.
Okay. All right, you have 15 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I represent the members of the Painters Union and the trustees. We own the property that would be adjacent the north boundary of this planned development. Our general concern here today, as we're trying to be good stewards, since most of our property is wildlife habitat and serves as a creek that feeds the river there, is the issue with the stormwater management. And the trustees are generally concerned because last year we had an event, a really, Florida-style torrential rainstorm over there, and it washed out the driveway that leads to our property, which is a big piece of property, but it is kind of a flag lot. I think if you looked at the maps, the driveway's actually got a name. I think it's called Chapel Drive or something. But anyway, that road was washed out, and the members ended up spending a considerable amount of money having that repaired. And they're just to our, just in this scenario, it doesn't seem like there's a really comprehensive plan of stormwater management for that area. And considering as the members are the landowners to that property just to the north of this hospital development, that they're going to basically push whatever stormwater issues they have onto our natural habitat that takes up most of our parcel. And that was our general concern.
Okay, that it, sir? You done, sir? Okay. Applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
And for the record, this is Julia Mandel. I'm going to ask Matt Andrews to come up and talk about the work that we have been doing with EPC in order to manage some of those issues that are being described, as well as the idea that as we go to develop the site, and it's already been approved for the use, we're really just making minor modifications, we will have to undergo whatever requirements are necessary to manage the stormwater on site. So I'll just ask Matt to come up and speak to that.
Thank you, Julia. And yes, correct. We have gone through a permitting process with the Environmental Protection Committee regarding on-site wetlands. They reviewed our rezoning plan and have approved it. We are also going through a EPC mitigation review and approval with EPC that is ongoing. Specifically with regard to the flooding concern, this project will go through the full development review process. We are aware of the county floodplain model in this area and that there are some areas of floodplain on our site, but also on the site to the north the gentleman was referring to. So on this project, we will be fully complying with all the regulations that are in place. We'll be providing floodplain compensation on site with this project and underground stormwater vaults and adhering to all the sections of the code that we need to. So that's the response that we have.
Thank you, Matt. Again, I just want to reiterate, and I understand that the gentleman's concerns, but as we go through the development review process and go to develop the site, all of the issues as it relates to stormwater will be done in a manner compliant with county code. Again, we're also going through an extensive process with EPC. Again, we would just request your approval. Again, these are very minor modifications to this existing plan development that was approved in March. Thank you.
Okay, this closes the public hearing. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner White. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Hemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item E8, personal appearance 20-0940, located at 607 South Kings Avenue. It's a 4.26 acre site. This is a minor modification to modify the buffering screening on the site plan to make it compliant with the current land development code. This was a PD amendment that was initially approved in 0106. Commissioners, the effect of what the request is, because the code is calibrated when there's similar use on the property line to require no buffering on the north, east, and west, and that's consistent with the land development code. Only the south area, which has a different type of use, would require a buffer. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I am. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. Barely here. I dropped off and just got back in time, so thanks for obliging. The applicant is listed as Wright Brandon Holdings LLC. That's a single purpose entity for Herod Properties. And you may recall I was last in front of you on September the 8th for a similar request. This is a medical office complex close to the Brandon Regional Hospital that, because of timing issues, was built in phases. As a result, the uses at the time were different than now and resulted in different buffers. So we're going back through as a cleanup, given that the uses have now changed to have the buffers conform with LDC requirements. And so that's the nature of this request. It'll actively increase the connectivity between the project while still providing the buffers to the residential that's to the south and to a portion of the property that's to the north. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. I see no one signed up for opposition or as a proponent. Applicant waives his time. Am I correct? Thank you very much.
Yes.
What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Merman. Yeah, forgot you. Merman. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
Thank you.
This brings us to item E9, personal appearance 20-0657. This particular case was recently before you. It's PD 19-0282. The site is located on Causeway on the north side between 82nd and 86th Street. Commissioners, this is a request to modify the development options. When the site was initially approved in the PD, it had 3 development options. What it distills down to at this point is they're proposing to retain 858,000 square feet of commercial. They're reducing the multifamily numbers from 460 to 300, and they're amending some of the access along 82nd and 86. Commissioner staff is finding this approvable with condition.
Is the applicant present?
I am, thank you. Isabel Albert with Half Associates, representing the Kearney family for this plan development.
Have you been sworn in?
I'm sure this is familiar to you. I have been sworn, but the rest of my team needs to be sworn in. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You have 15 minutes, ma'am.
This will be quick. So this is what we have before you today is a development that you recently approved back in February, and then we are coming back to remove 2 of the options, as Mr. Moretta explained, eliminating option 1 and eliminating option 2 and option 3. What we'd like to keep is option 2. And with that, we are reducing the number of units from 460 to 300. We're maintaining all the existing commercial entitlements that are currently approved there and developed there. We are realigning the internal street, and we are doing no changes to the existing conditions of approval for the road improvements. What we are requesting as part of this is we are requesting a design exception for 82nd Street. It is currently a dead-end street, and we are doing a lot of improvements to this street just to make it more safer for this area, and this is for 82nd Street. So what we have is we are deleting all the conditions that are pertaining to options 1 and 3. We're modifying site access conditions to reflect the reduced number of units. And we are located in an opportunity zone. There's no opposition, and we have support from all county staff. I'm here with my team and Kearney and a representative from the Kearney Development Construction Company if you have any questions.
Okay, is that it, ma'am?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. We have no one signed up for as an opponent or proponent. So applicant waives the time. What's your pleasure?
Approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman,
Second.
second by Commissioner Overman to approve item E9. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, we're now moving to the F items. Let me explain to you members, we don't usually get that many F items, and with these F items, we can act on these with no presentation to the board. The motion that will be made will be approval of the zoning hearing master recommendation as otherwise indicated. So I'm going to suggest that since we have a long agenda, that the only presentation we will receive will be from staff. Mr. Beretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item F1, rezoning PD-19-1451 is a proposal to develop 18,500 square feet of medical office. It meets the Keystone Odessa standards, and I believe this case was removed from consent, or did not qualify for consent, I should say, because of the level of service on Gun Highway. Otherwise, it has all approvals and no oral argument was filed.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I wanted to ask that if there is an applicant who desires to speak to any of these items for due process reasons, given the recentness of the changes to the consent procedures, I would recommend allowing each applicant up to 10 minutes, similar to how we deal with the consent items that are pulled. Hopefully the applicants won't need that much time in the interest of brevity, but I would recommend giving the applicant ability to present for each of these items prior to the board's deliberation.
Ms. Lundgren, in our briefing yesterday, why didn't you state that to me when we were talking about this? You didn't say anything about that. You just said we didn't have to have an applicant speak. Now you said the applicant need to speak. Why didn't you tell me that yesterday?
Apologize if that wasn't clear. I believe it is in the procedures that I sent you in our discussion in a previous briefing for the last meeting, but just in the interest of due process for these applicants, I'd recommend a brief up to 10 minutes presentation. And limitation, of course, is still to the record because these are items that are limited to the ZHM recommendation.
Okay. Is the applicant here on F1?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South.
Have you been sworn in, Mr. Pressman?
St. Petersburg, Florida. I have been sworn. I have been sworn. I'll keep this very short unless there's concerns by commissioners. This has been an application that's been around for a long time. We've made tremendous changes to it. When we first met with neighbors, there were 50 or 60 people, and we are proud by the time that we finished and severely reduced the zoning category that we had no one in opposition, including the Keystone Civic Association, which was involved in the beginning. So I'll just wrap up at the moment that we have glowing reviews by all departments and agencies, and it's been a pleasure to work with the county and the citizens. We hope to have your support. Thank you.
Okay. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Hagan.
Second.
Second by Commissioner White on item F1. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta?
Amended, that brings us to F3, application number RZ 20-0376. It's a 9.1 acre site located 45 feet southwest of the intersection of East Keysville Road and Welcome Road. Commissioners, the current zoning is AR, which is agricultural residential, permitting development of 5-acre lots. The proposal is to AS1, which is similar and proposes a minimum of 1-acre lot. This was removed because it's an upzoning in the rural service area. And it has all approvals, no oral argument was filed.
Is the applicant present?
Applicant,
we do have someone virtually. Amber, can you hear us? Amber, I don't believe your microphone is working. Amber, if you could hit the little down arrow next to the mute button and under microphone, maybe click use system settings. No, we cannot hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. I have been sworn in. I was sworn in earlier. Basically, it's just the same, the rezoning. Just to bring the current lot to conforming status and to allow families to be around to help each other. And that's really it.
Okay, thank you very much. What's your pleasure? Motion by Commissioner Merman.
Second.
Second by Commissioner White to approve item F3. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yeah.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. F4 on the agenda is rezoning 20-0736 located at 2422 Welcome Road, is 3.37 acre site. Current zoning is AR, which permits a 5-acre development. Proposal is to rezone to AS1, which is a similar zoning designation and permits a minimum 1-acre lot. Has all approvals, no oral argument has been filed.
Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Steve Allison, representing petitioner.
Have you been sworn in?
He has not been sworn in.
Pardon?
He has not been sworn in.
Please swear him in, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'll be very brief. This is a 3.3 acre site. Res 1 on the plan, proposing 3 minimum 1-acre lots. The subdivision of the property will directly mimic the surrounding development pattern. There's no opposition, unanimous approvals. We request your approval.
Okay, thank you, sir. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, I think I heard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner White to approve item F4. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan, Commissioner Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item G1, major modification 19-1169. This is located at 13856 North Del Mabry Highway. It's a 4-acre site. It's a modification, a major modification of a plan development that was initially approved in 1977. Commissioners, I'm going to ask Mr. Israel Monsanto of our site to go over the site plan with you so we can compare and contrast where we started and where we're at now. Currently, this particular site is approved for 36,000 square feet. The proposal is to reduce that to 20,000 square feet and change the distribution. The current distribution is for a 6,000 square foot bank and 30,000 square feet of general office. The proposal will be distributed as follows: 6,000 square feet bank use, 7,000 square feet med center, and then a 7,000 square feet of general commercial use. I'll turn it over to Israel at this point.
Commissioners, Israel Monsanto Development Services. You have on the screen an aerial of the site where you can see the subject parcel. This is the area covered by wetlands today, and this is the location of the MedX Express Medical Office. This is the current PD plan approved today. The north is pointing that way. So this PD, commissioners, includes office uses here and here, but also has a residential component to the west. What the applicant is proposing, as Mr. Morera explained it, is to add commercial uses, which will be in this phase 2 area here, and then remove some wetland areas and expand the upland in order to be able to then expand the metrics of office uses in phase 1 of the PD. And then effectively then you will have this area here to be new upland to the development of the Medical Express, and then this area where the MedX is today will be commercial general uses with restrictions. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Moretta? Mr. Moretta, anything further? Okay, we have a motion to open for oral argument.
Our staff participation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, may I have a motion to open for oral argument?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner White to open for oral argument. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, is the applicant present?
I am, thank you.
Have you been sworn in?
Good morning, Clayton Bricklemeyer Law Group, 601 North Ashley Drive. I have not been sworn, thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have 10 minutes, Mr. Bricklemeyer.
Okay, good morning. I don't want to repeat what Mr. Monsanto just said, but we are on North Del Mabry Highway between Fletcher and Handy Road. We are asking for a reduction in overall square footage, which will include creating some new uplands with a small impact to the wetland to the south. The Dickey family has owned this property since the 1980s. The idea here was to build a new prototype for the Med Express that's currently on the site so that they would have no interruption of business. And then redevelop the existing Medical Express site into commercial general uses, which we have heavily restricted, which I'll get into in a second. I wanted you to see, I'm putting on the Elmo, the original plan, which was submitted, oh boy, zoom out. Not so helpful. Yep, help me with the slide. I actually would like it even wider than that if you don't mind. Yeah, I think that should get it. This is the original plan that was submitted to EPC. My client was advised by me and by others that without EPC's conceptual approval, this would be sort of pointless to bring to rezone. So we actually submitted this initially in 2017 in the fall. That's how long we've been working on it. This is the first plan that went in. This is an impact of, well over half the wetland to create various buildings. We went through a few iterations to bring us to, I have sort of the aerialized version. I'll try to keep north similar here. So we went from that large impact to this very small impact. The building is actually in this little envelope in the front. This is parking. We were able to reduce that impact largely because we agreed to an extremely expensive retaining wall to maintain that line between the wetland and the upland. And we are also vaulting the stormwater at great expense. That is the plan that you have before you. Based on that, EPC granted us conceptual approval that you can find in the record. So we stand before you with EPC having signed off on the general plan. We were proceeding to ZHM what must have been, it feels like 10 years ago. We found out a few days before that ZHM that we had neighbor opposition that we were not previously aware of. We halted our hearing proceedings and held an open house so that we could sort of hear what the various issues were. Really, it came down to two main issues. There was a lot of angst around impact to the wetland. We explained what we were doing with the vaulted stormwater, with the retaining wall, what we had reduced. The really important part, I think, of the conceptual EPC approval as well for purposes of this proceeding is that we will be preserving, if you can pull the Elmo back up, almost 90% of this wetland would get a conservation easement. It is not protected now, and it would be protected in perpetuity. When we were speaking to some of the folks at that open house, they were nervous that if we did that we would be able to take it back, which led to some discussions following that meeting where we've talked to the HOA and we'd be willing to give to other parties where we would actually deed that land out. So we would no longer control it. Fee title would transfer to some responsible party who would hold that in perpetuity. We appreciate staff support. We appreciate the Planning Commission support. We appreciate the Zoning Hearing Master support. We are in the urban service area. This is an infill project. We are in an activity center along Dale Mabry Highway. We are just inarguably compatible. We're asking for medical office and severely restricted CG uses. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to go back. The main complaint we heard from the neighbors was that they didn't want fast food. We had this originally planned to redevelop as fast food on the existing Med Express site. It seems like a good use, and they were absolutely not on board. We got together after and had a discussion and decided that we would eliminate that in an effort to try to make everything copacetic. In addition to that, we've eliminated a bunch of other high traffic and sort of unpopular uses. In doing so, I mean, I think we were already compatible. We are on Dale Mabry Highway, but I think at this point we are extremely compatible. You're talking about a reduction in square footage from the current approval. It's a up to 7,000 square foot medical office and an up to 7,000 square foot commercial general uses, which are, as I said, restricted. We have made all kinds of concessions. If you think so, just to flip back up there, that plan to this plan, we have worked really hard to bring you something that's approvable today. I've got the owner of the land, just to close up real quick. I don't know how I'm doing on time, but if he can have a couple minutes, and then I will wrap up our presentation. We do have our traffic engineer, our wetland engineer, our civil engineers are all available for questions.
Hello, I haven't been sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name, please.
My name is Jason Dickey, and my address is 4933 Lifer K Road, Tampa, Florida, 33629. I'm here representing my family. We are the owner of the property at 13856 North Del Mabry Highway. My family has owned this property since the late 1980s, when my father, Dr. Stephen Dickey, purchased the property with the existing medical building to expand my family's healthcare company, Doctors Walk-In Clinic. My family's been a long-standing community member of the Tampa Bay area. We love Tampa, and we're very grateful to the communities that we've served over the past 40 years as operators and landlords for our healthcare facilities. We've always strived to be good stewards and good neighbors with the commercial properties that we own. We believe this development project we are proposing today is a cultivation of being a good steward and also being a good neighbor. Our efforts have always been to try to minimize the impact for all the stakeholders to providing solutions to address all the stakeholders' concerns, while also focusing on the long-term future of the property. We believe the actions that we have taken to this point will provide a net benefit for all the stakeholders. We appreciate the feedback that we've received from the EPC, Hillsborough County staff, our neighbors, and the greater Carewood community. We're proud of our team of professionals who have helped advise us, and our family appreciates all the positive support that we've received during this process. Looking at the big picture, we believe this is a unique, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the current Board of County Commissioners to approve this development project and help protect the majority, up to 88% of the wetlands, and eliminate any future development risk, which potentially could have even a greater impact to the wetlands and to our neighbors, what's being proposed today. The approval will also allow our family to continue to provide a best-in-class, enhanced medical facility for the future generations of the Carewood community. Thank you for your consideration and your service to Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Clayton Bricklemeyer again. That concludes our presentation. We are available for questions, but ask for your approval. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. We have 3 people signed up as party of record to speak. 2 are in support, and I don't know what the third one is. He opposition. I don't know yet. We'll find out, I guess. First speaker is Jason Levy.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Please swear him in.
I believe Mr. Levy needs to activate his camera.
Mr. Levy, you activate your camera?
Yes, I have the camera on. It looks like it's just a still picture, though.
Okay, because we can't see you. We can hear you, but we can't see you. Can we proceed?
I hear you fine, but the camera is not working for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Okay. Can you swear him in?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, all proponents have 15 minutes. Mr. Levy?
I'll be very brief and appreciate the time today and speaking in support of this project and of Dickey Properties. I'm Jason Levy. I'm here representing myself. I'm a longtime Carewood resident. I've been born and raised here and a current Carewood business owner. I'm also speaking on behalf of my parents, who are also longtime residents of over 40 years, and they currently reside in Carewood Phase 1. I understand the proposal today, and I understand that it was arrived at after a lot of thoughts and efforts by the Dickeys and their team, both with neighbors and with environmental regulators. My office is within walking distance. I'm literally just a few feet away, and I'm neighbors, with the property. I utilize the current Med Express and have for many years since its inception, along with the employees of my office. Whenever we need a walk-in clinic, we've utilized and have been very pleased with the services of Med Express. To have a new Med Express and an additional business on the existing site It's an exciting prospect for me, and the fact that the effect on the wetland is so minimal seems to make it a no-brainer. Preserving the vast majority of the wetland in perpetuity is a fantastic outcome. I cannot understand that there's neighbor opposition to this proposal, as in my opinion, it seems like it's a win-win for everyone involved. I really appreciate the time today.
Thank you, sir. Also in support is Mark Miller.
Yes, hello. I was sworn in earlier. Thank you. My name is Mark Miller, and my business partner and I own a business just north of the Dickey property on Dale Mabry Highway. And I think the proposed plan should be approved. It is clear how hard Jason Dickey and his team have worked to limit any harmful impact on the surrounding neighborhood. I don't think, as a business owner, I would have given in as much as he has, truthfully, in regard to the compromise. The compromise utilizing 12% of the wetland and relieving 88% in perpetuity, providing it either by deed or conservation easement, is a huge compromise on his part, allowing for there to be a buffer in perpetuity for those residents. I heard earlier in the board's discussion of other matters that they were skeptical of promises that are made and never kept. This is a compromise by the property owner that is set in stone with either the easement or, truthfully, the deed into a designated entity. This is really a wonderful offer from a very honorable owner, and it's a good deal for the wetland, a good deal for the neighborhood, and I would very much advocate the board's approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Bruce Shepard. I don't know if you're in opposition or a proponent, sir.
Mr. Shepard, your mic's on mute.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Mr. Shepard, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you there. Can you hear us, Mr. Shepard?
Thank you. I have been sworn in.
Are you in support or in opposition?
Opposition.
Okay, you recognize you have 15 minutes, sir.
I'll be brief. There are two other people in opposition. My name is Bruce Shepard. I live at 14516 Nettle Creek Road, Tampa, Florida. I'm not here as a member of any group or homeowners association, but as an individual who, like the previous presenter, has lived in the area for 40 years. I'm speaking as a resident, though, and I must say there is overwhelming opposition to this proposal. And the wetlands in perpetuity argument really is not justifiable when you, it doesn't justify taking even a small bit of wetlands away. As we all know, death by 1,000 cuts is how you erode our environment, little by little by little. But I would like to say that this project, which lies right in the midst between Carrollwood Village, where I live, a planned green space, is in the midst between that and busy Dale Mabry Highway. So in my opinion, no matter how many boxes you check or stewardship arguments that you make, this project will unequivocally adversely affect the quality of life in this community. Air pollution, noise pollution, traffic congestion. I don't care how many boxes you check, this is going to impact this community. And I live and run, I'm a runner on Carrollwood Village Run, which floods regularly when it rains. And that's right on the border of the project. But I'd like to speak to you on top of all that, mainly as a physician with some knowledge of access needs in the area to healthcare facilities. It is certainly not an issue of access to have more urgent care capacity. The area is replete with multiple urgent care facilities from all the major healthcare systems, Advantis, Baycare, and Tampa General. If you Google it, you'll pick up 10 within 5 miles, and at least 2 are within 2 miles. And that's not even including retail facilities like the 5-minute clinics that CVS Pharmacy has in the area, 2 of which are within 5 minutes from the proposed project. Even Publix is planning more of the same. With all due respect to the Dickeys, and they have been good physicians and good stewards in terms of their existing previous care, this project does not deserve acceptance. And specifically as a physician, I will tell you, there is no need for more urgent care capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That is the last person I have on for a speaker of for a speaker of party of record. I'm sorry. So we're now moving to rebuttal. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you'll turn to your G1 party of record who filed oral argument list.
I'm looking at it, ma'am.
A few people who are participating, and some, I think a few are in person.
Where's that list, ma'am? I'm looking at the
support.
I'm looking at the list that was provided to me. I don't have any other names. That was a list that was provided to me.
Commissioner, you have the party of record, the usual oral argument list that I send to you. And into the virtual list from communications. And read out the, if you don't have access to that list for some reason, I can read out the party of record.
Ms. Lugman, the names that you sent me yesterday were the 3 names I just had, and the names that were sent to me this morning by Mr. McElroy were the 3 names that I have. What other list are you talking about?
This is the October 13th party of record who have filed oral argument list. Includes Mr. O'Carroll.
I don't have that. I don't have that.
Mr. Perella and Ms. Bryan also in opposition.
I do.
Well, you do, but I don't. I don't have that. I have the list you sent me yesterday and the list that Mr. McElroy sent me this morning. And that's what I'm going on. So I don't have the list that you're talking about.
Commissioner, if we could just take a brief moment of recess so that we can get squared away as far as our list of oral argument filers.
Okay. Let me say this. We're coming up on 12 noon. We have quite a bit more to go on the agenda. Is it that you all want to continue through lunch or break for lunch? Because I'm going to have to leave about 12:30 myself for another appointment. I must go to. So what's your pleasure?
I want to break for lunch.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay. All right. Let's do this. It is now 11:48. And I'm going to ask Ms. Lugman to get her list together and get that list to Commissioner Overman, because if we come back at, let's say, 1 o'clock, I will not be with you because I must go to another appointment.
Commissioner Miller, I actually do have the list that was sent at 9:08 this morning, so I was able to acquire that list in the event that you're not able to return when we reconvene.
See, they sent you a list at 9:08 this morning. I didn't get that. Very good. I'm glad you have it.
Is there any way that we can finish this item before we break?
Yes, we can, and I'm going to ask Ms. Commissioner Overman if you have that list of whomever else who's scheduled to speak, which I don't have. Go ahead and do that, and we'll finish this item, and then we'll break. So go ahead, Commissioner Overman. Who's the next person?
Okay, so we did hear from Mr. Levy as a support.
Yes, we did.
And the other 2 support individuals are Mark Miller and Edmund Carroll.
Mark Miller's already spoken. Mr. Carroll has not.
Has not. Edmund O'Carroll available to speak?
Yes, he's in person.
Okay.
Been sworn in? Have you been sworn in, sir?
Been sworn in.
Okay, go ahead.
He has not been sworn in.
Oh, he has not been sworn in. Okay, swear him in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Edmund O'Carroll, I live at 3004 Samara Drive in Carrollwood. I've been there for 14 years. I live probably a mile to a mile and a half away from the area, so I know the marketplace very familiar. I'm speaking in support of the project. Like some of the other people, Mark, that had spoken already, I think it's going to aesthetically improve the marketplace. I don't see it impacting traffic or pollution or anything else at all. And I think that from the compromise on preserving the amount of wetlands that the Dickies are talking about preserving is a tremendous win for the marketplace and for the area of Carrollwood. So I'm in support of it. I would like to say I've known the Dickey family for probably 20 years. I've done some minor business from a baking perspective with them, and I've found them to be honorable in everything that they do. They are trustworthy. When they say they're going to do something, they do it. and they're always trying to find a way that's fair for all parties involved to have a successful outcome of the project. I would also say that I'm not one that is supportive all the time of new development. In fact, the last time I was up in front of the commissioners, I was opposed to a Walmart site that was coming in near my neighborhood that wanted to very much impact the traffic in the area. So again, Ed O'Carroll, I'm in support of the project, and I hope you'll approve it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Overman, is anyone else?
There are no other proponents. There are 3 opponents on the list.
Okay, who might they be?
Peggy Bryan, John Perella, and Bruce Shepard, who I think we just heard from.
Okay, what was the first name?
Peggy Bryan.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, are you available?
I'd like to go first. This is John Perella.
Okay, well, hold on. What's the lady's name?
Peggy Bryan.
Is Ms. Bryan available?
You want to come up and?
Ms. Bryan, are you there?
Yeah, she's there. She's coming up.
Okay, has she been sworn in?
They have not been sworn in.
Please swear them in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Peggy Davenport Bryan. I live at 13902 Hayward Place. I would like to speak regarding my strong opposition to the proposed development. In the site development plan for the neighborhood approved in 1977, the area adjacent to my property was designated as a cypress preservation area. It was never to be built on, but was to remain a protected area, a lush green expanse providing a barrier to the sounds of Del Mabry Highway. Currently, I am able to stand in my driveway and front yard and not experience the noise from the Del Mabry traffic, which is less than a block away. Hayward Place is buffered from Del Mabry Highway by a beautiful span of trees and plants, one of the last wetlands left in the area. Our neighborhood street is quiet and peaceful, a very pleasant place to live. The changes proposed by Dickey Properties will, if approved, negatively impact our lives as a result of noise pollution associated with increased traffic, as well as the loss of the forest, taking away the buffer I have had for the 25 years I've lived on Hayward Place. And this proposed development will greatly impact the quality of life and property values for me and my family, as well as that of my neighbors. The houses on the east side of the street back up to the service road and would suffer the most from the increase in traffic. The traffic analysis provided by Lynx focuses on the effects to Del Mabry, but ignores the traffic increases on the service road. Per the Lynx traffic analysis, afternoon and evening traffic on the service road will increase more than 300%. These houses have essentially 0 lot lines in their backyards, and this would mean that the bedroom areas of those houses would experience the tremendous increase in traffic noise and fumes and pollution from the vehicles, as well as odors from the planned restaurant. All of these changes mean a decrease in the quality of life and a decrease in our property values. Additionally, the changes will impact the wildlife living in the wetlands, with numerous species being displaced if the area is changed. Currently, we hear owls hooting, and they respond if we hoot back. If the wetlands are replaced with more buildings and concrete, the air quality and peacefulness will change the footprint on Carrollwood Village forever. These majestic 200-year-old cypress trees will be gone, never to be replaced, not within our lifetime or the lifetimes of our children or grandchildren. I strongly request that the zoning variance be denied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Was there a John Perella? Did he speak already?
No, I'm here.
Okay, sir, have you been sworn in?
John Perella, 13925 Hayward Place.
Have you been sworn in?
Yes, just a second ago.
Okay.
Okay. I would like to bring to the board's attention 3 major reasons why this project should not be approved. First, there is no need. There is an overabundance. There is an overabundance of available commercial space in the area. Currently, there are at least 5 unoccupied standalone buildings with frontage along North Del Mabry, very near the site, And recently, the Steinmart, only a few hundred yards away, announced it was closing, making about 35,000 square feet more commercial space available. With so many unoccupied buildings in the area, it absolutely calls into question the need for the destruction of old growth cypress trees and wetland for the development of a new commercial space not needed or wanted by the community at large. It is wasteful and short-sighted. It is up to this board to determine the need for this project, and clearly there is no need. Second, public opposition is massive. Every resident of the adjacent neighborhood is against this project. We have collected nearly 800 signatures on our paper petition. Our change.org petition has over 2,700 signatures. About 1,000 are Hillsborough County residents. Nearly 300 members on our Facebook page.
Excuse me, Mr. Perella, I have to ask you to please stick to the record of the zoning hearing master and do not introduce any new or changed information other than what was presented by the opposition in the record.
Is that okay, the difference between 27 and 25?
I just noticed there's a few differences in the testimony. So just in the interest of preserving this process, please stick to that.
You know, I did go through the trouble of submitting all of the documents previously. So the exhibits have all of the documents that we submitted. So it should, everything should really fall in line.
Well, thank you. That's just a reminder for you.
Okay. Yes. Carrollwood Village Phase 1 HOA, which represents 1,400 homes, and Greenfield Mid-Rises HOA both oppose the project and have submitted letters stating so. In contrast, during the ZHM, the applicant submitted 50 letters of support. Of those, only 11 identify as residents of the Carrollwood Village of the Carrollwood area. And the best we can tell, only 2 live within a mile of the site. Recently, several of those letters have been withdrawn. Third, the application is a mess. Here are just a few examples. First, the January 2020 traffic analysis uses ITE code 930 to determine traffic impacts for the proposed commercial expansion. However, other possible uses for the site have greater traffic impacts than ITE 930, some more than double. Therefore, the current traffic analysis is invalid as it does not consider these other impacts. Second, the applicant's plan is to double the medical office space, going from 3,500 square feet to 7,000, and add 7,000 square feet of new commercial uses. However, according to the traffic engineer, morning traffic is going to be reduced. This conclusion is nonsensical, simply accounting for the doubling of medical office space, even before the high traffic commercial use. Third, Terracon stated in its April 2019 letter to EPC that they were not aware of any opposition to the project by adjacent homeowners or the Adjacent Homeowners Association. This implies someone did some due diligence prior to making that statement. However, none of Dickey's team had any contact with the adjacent homeowners or homeowners associations prior to July 2019 when mandatory notices were sent. And finally, in September 2017, Terracon and EPC performed a site inspection. Handwritten notes from that inspection state that the wetland is dominated by mature cypress trees greater than 30 inches in diameter. Then how is it possible the October 2018 wetland survey shows no trees, none, greater than 26 inches in diameter? There are many more issues identified in our letters. For the record, we have received no response to the questions raised in those letters. In closing, there is no need for this project. It does not meet EPC's requirements for reasonable use. There is massive opposition, and the applicant has provided misleading information to Hillsborough County throughout the application process. This application should be denied. At the very least, before considering this project, the board should require an accurate traffic study, require EPC to explain why it gave conceptual approval to a project that failed to meet 5 of the 6 relevant criteria for reasonable use, and require staff to answer the questions raised in our letters. This project will ruin our neighborhood. Thank you.
Has everyone spoken that was on the list for party record at this point? Has everyone spoken?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. I'm sorry, 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. I'm sorry, 5 minutes for rebuttal.
And I'm going to ask, is Eric Larson on the, should be appearing virtually? He's our wetland scientist.
I had him listed as an applicant.
Yes, I'm here.
Have you been sworn in, Mr. Larson?
Yes, I was sworn in previously.
Okay. Okay, what do you all want to do? Mr. Larson, I guess they're calling on you to say something. What is it that the applicant wants to do?
Is there something specifically that Clayton that I need to touch on?
Yeah, Mr. Perella just said that there's a difference between the 2017 inspection and the report that you filed. I think maybe focus on that.
Right. I would say the difference between those two assessments is that the wetland line review that was conducted by EPC, the tree observations that were made during that assessment were simply general observations that were made. And what you're seeing in the survey, actual tree survey work that was conducted, where you have actual measurements of trees, which is what's resulting in the discrepancy that was discussed.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to bring Steve Henry up to talk about the traffic.
Steve Henry, Langston Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 32607, and I have been sworn. First, want to talk about the comment that Ms. Peggy O'Brien made about the increased traffic on the service road. Just to put it in perspective, the PM peak hour, and this is including both the Med Express and the worst case, which we looked at a fast casual restaurant, it's 65 cars. So it's not a significant, it is an increase in the existing traffic, but not an exceptional volume. And in fact, what also to answer the question on the worst case, the fast casual restaurant, based on what is left to be developed, because we did put a number of restrictions on there as far as no fast food, no gas convenience, that a fast casual is one of the highest traffic generators there. And if you look at some other uses like a variety store, 21 trips would increase, auto parts, 15 trips, quality restaurant, 24, high turnover, 30. So the reality is we looked at a worst case scenario, and even a worst case scenario, we're only looking at about 65 trips on that back drive out. So very small. As far as Mr. Perella's comments regarding ITE 930, that is what is left that we're looking to develop as far as a retail use is one of the worst cases that we've got. You know, his comment on the reduction in traffic, what that comparison in our traffic analysis was looking at what was the approved uses versus what we're proposing. And based on the approved uses versus what we are proposing, there was a reduction in the project traffic in the AM peak hour. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
I wanted to touch on a couple of things still. On the buffer, you guys sit through more meetings than I do. Miss Bryan's home, I believe, is this one right here, which gives her, I don't know, what do you say that is, 700 or 800 feet of buffer. This buffer is still extensive. It's such an extensive buffer that the little dashed line that you can probably bear, well, no, here, that one there, that's 20 feet. That's a 20-foot type B, which is exactly what exists today for the houses that back up to this project. The exact maintenance of the existing buffer and the resulting buffer from here is still hundreds and hundreds of feet. It's something like 300 feet, 280 feet, I think, from Ms. Bryan's house to the actual building. Overwhelming opposition was received in July of 2019. Since then, there has been far less opposition, but I will say, the way that this has been pitched, and even up to listening to Ms. Bryan today, somehow the marketing of this to the neighbors has been that these wetlands are being destroyed. These wetlands are not being destroyed. This is a saving of the wetland. That is what is happening. 90% of the wetlands is there. Dr. Shepard talks about death by 1,000 cuts. The conservation easement that gets put on this property and then deeded out to a responsible entity prevents death by 1,000 cuts. By not doing this, death by 1,000 cuts is still available. That's the issue. There has been, once we eliminated fast food, all this died down. The HOA opposition came in 2000, I don't even know if it was 2019 yet. They're not here. The ALF to the back, to the south, is not here. The only resident I spoke to who showed up to a meeting, I told that this area here is going to remain exactly the same all the way up to Northdale Mabry. There's literally no change. And all of a sudden, those folks stopped calling. I do not doubt, and you can see how passionate the folks are that live on Hayward Place. 2 of them are here speaking to you today about this issue.
Mr. Brickemeyer, your time is up.
They've done a really good job.
Mr. Brickemeyer, your time is up.
All right.
Mr. Brickemeyer, your time is up. Let's close the public hearing. Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. The subject property is located within the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category. The site is located in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan. The applicant is requesting approval of a major modification to a planned development. The applicant is requesting a medical office building at a maximum of 7,000 square feet within the southern portion of the site, a maximum of 7,000 square feet of commercial general uses in the northern portion of the site with restrictions, and a 6,000 square foot bank. The comprehensive plan encourages development that is integrated with the adjacent land uses through mitigation of adverse impacts to the surrounding area. Residential single family is located to the west of the proposed site. To mitigate impacts, the applicant has agreed to restrictions on specific uses. Additionally, the wetlands that are located within the southwestern portion of the site will act as a natural buffer to the residential use. The proposed use would complement the surrounding land uses and is therefore consistent with the compatibility policies of the comprehensive plan. The proposed modification is also consistent with future land use policy 16.5, which calls for higher density development along arterials and collector roadways. Higher intensity development. The site is within the limits of the Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan, and that plan encourages the protection of environmental resources. The case has been reviewed by the Environmental Protection Commission, and they have determined a resubmittal is not necessary for the site plan's current configuration. If the site plan changes, EPC staff will need to review the site plan again. EPC's comments also state that the site plan depicts wetland impacts that have been conceptually authorized by the executive director of the EPC. Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent, given that there is a separate approval process for wetland impacts with the Environmental Protection Commission. Specific nodes are recognized as activity centers within the Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan. It is recognized that the request is not located at one of those identified nodes for an expansion as per the community plan. However, the future land use element recognizes the Northdale Mabry corridor as an activity center. Additionally, the fact the site is currently developed with non-residential uses and that there will be no introduction of new non-residential in another location is consistent with policy direction. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning hearing master.
Excuse me, the zoning hearing master, consider the applicant's request for approval of major modification to an approved plan development to allow the reduction of non-residential entitlements from 30,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet for the development of a medical office building at a maximum of 7,000 square feet within the southern portion of the site and a maximum of 7,000 square feet of restricted commercial general uses in the northern portion as well as a 6,000 square foot existing bank. While the supporters provided many letters in support of the request, the zoning hearing master noted that many signatures and a significant attendance of residents appeared at the zoning hearing master hearing in opposition. The opposition testimony was largely concerned about wetland impacts and wetland impacts have been conceptually approved on the site by the Environmental Planning Commission. The applicant will provide floodplain mitigation as well as stormwater treatment for improved water quality where there is none currently. The zoning hearing master also expressed that he had reviewed the concerns of opposition regarding traffic and noise pollution. And the applicant has submitted a transportation analysis and no adverse impacts were noted. The zoning hearing master considered the entirety of the request and found that overall the subject request will result in development that is comparable and compatible with the development pattern and recommended approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're running a little late, so I'm going to be brief here, but I live in this area in Carrollwood and drive past this parcel several times a day. It's a beautiful parcel. In fact, one of the last remaining green spaces in this stretch of Dale Mabry. I do appreciate the applicant reducing the intensity from their initial plan and including several concessions to attempt to mitigate the project's impact. However, I have concerns about the compatibility of CG uses in close proximity to the adjacent residences. In my opinion, it would negatively impact the neighbor's quality of life. I'm also concerned with the wetland impacts. I'm not going to read the policy numbers, but specifically policy 4.1, 4.12, and 4.14 of the Conservation Aquifer Recharge element in the comp plan apply here. And along with compatibility concerns, will be the basis for my motion to deny.
The motion by Commissioner Hagan, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kemp for denial. Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Okay, I will just say thank you to Dr. Shepard, John Perella, and Peggy Bryan for making it through the gauntlet to possibly address us. I know it's not easy, so that is commendable. There was significant opposition, as you've heard, by the community prior. He didn't get to state the numbers, but at the time, 777 hard copy signature petitions, 2,491 electronic copies. And, you know, I'm concerned too of our EPC staff and their review of this and the wetlands here. In the testimony prior, one of the those who came stated that the site development plan for the neighborhood, which was approved in 1977, that the area adjacent to her property was a cypress preservation area, that it was never going to be built on and was to remain as a protected area. She said a lush green expanse, providing a barrier to Dale Mabry Highway. I will say that hearing this today strikes me as incredible irony that, as Dr. Shepard says, there's 10 medical clinics right within a 5-mile area of this property, whereas Mr. Harwell can't even get a gallon of milk for 11 miles outside of where he is. And the fact that there's a huge Steinmark because of Amazon and whatever else now available and other properties available to use that are vacant in this area strikes me as very, very interesting in terms of this development. So thank you again to the participants who came and to those who spoke to this project.
Okay, we have a motion for denial by Commissioner Hagan, second by Commissioner Kemp. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Hemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, it is now 12:16. We're going to stand in recess until 1:30. When we come back, Commissioner Overman will be chairing because I won't be with you because I have a standing appointment I must get to. So we will stand in recess until 1:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon. We are resuming the land use meeting October 13 on the regular agenda at item G2. And if the clerk could actually swear in anyone that plans to testify, make sure everyone is sworn in.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, could I also do a roll call to establish a quorum?
Absolutely, please.
Thank you. Miller? Hagan?
Here.
Kemp? Commissioner Kemp? Merman?
Here.
Overman?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
And Commissioner Kemp?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clerk, would you mind swearing in anyone who plans on speaking today, please?
Yes. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to open for oral arguments, given that we've restarted this motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Merman, a second by Commissioner Smith to open for oral argument. Please take a roll call vote.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Here. Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Here, yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grady, item G2?
Yes,
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The next item on tonight's agenda is agenda item G2, Major Mod Application 19-1173. The parcel is located at the northeast corner of South Cornington Lake Road and Kings Palace Drive. This is for a major modification to an existing planned development. The purpose of the change is to increase the project square footage for an approved commercial parcel within the PD. The PD is a mixed-use PD that includes this commercial parcel plus a residential subdivision that's existing. So this request is to increase the approved entitlements for the project from 7,500 square feet to 12,500 square feet. Staff did find it approvable with conditions, and it was found consistent by the Planning Commission. Oral argument has been filed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is the applicant here?
Daryl McAteer of Phelps Dunbar LLP.
Thank you for joining
South
us.
Ashland
You have
Drive.
10
I have
minutes.
sworn, as has our team, by the way.
Okay. You have 10 minutes.
2000, Tampa, Florida, on behalf of Robert Goodell and Phelps Dunbar LLP, representing the applicant for MM 19-1173, which is a major modification to PD 13-0491. The property owner is K-Tech Inc. The owner of K-Tech is Alan Kahana, who is here with us today. I want to stop for a moment and thank staff. Through all this application is over a year old. I picked it up sometime in March or April. I can't even remember now. We've been through so much cancellations, re-signings, we all have. And staff has been very responsive. Whether I love the answer or not, I got an answer within 24 hours, and for that I'm very, very grateful. We are in agreement with all staff conditions and recommendations. And I think when you focus on this project, this child care center that we're trying to get approved for this site through this major modification, it's important to look at it, as a zoning hearing master did, as an amenity to the community. This is, again, a site that we could have put a 7,500 square foot child care center on and put the 200 to 203 students on. We have an architect's letter on record to that effect. But the team wants to go above and beyond that and put in a high quality facility with a larger square footage with a student cap, agreeing to that condition of a student cap of 200 students. So you're not getting more traffic or more people, you're getting a better facility. And I think we've all kind of learned, looking around me right now, how nice distance can be sometimes, that the kids aren't shoehorned in. And that is part of the purpose of this, is to put in a high quality facility that will draw customers and give the kids a quality experience. And so that's a positive, I feel, of this application, and so did the zoning hearing master. The original PD, and our project engineer Ryan Renardo will speak to this, indicated a curb cut and access from Cardera to the site, Cardera Drive to the site. And that curb cut is in place right now. And we feel that the interconnectivity of the PD cannot be maintained if that curb cut were to be somehow eliminated. That is a part of the PD. It was intended as an access point for the commercial site. We are not increasing the intensity of the use of the commercial site through this. We're increasing the square footage of a building to give a better experience to the children. I just want to take, I'm going to be very brief here, just two quotes, one from the county staff report and one from the zoning hearing master's recommendation. County staff states at the conclusion of section 1.6 of its report, the proposed increased intensity of commercial uses is reasonable. The proposed modification will not create a significant impact on the residential component of the PD. The request is consistent with the approved uses and will be keeping the character of the surrounding area. In her August 22nd opinion, the zoning hearing master found the use of the property as a daycare center is an appropriate residential support use for both to the existing residential neighborhood and the surrounding community. The proposed major modification is consistent with the character of the surrounding area, the land development code, and the comprehensive plan. And I want to restate that first sentence because didn't do it properly the first time. The use of the property as a daycare center is an appropriate residential support use to the existing residential neighborhood. This is an amenity. And with that, I turn it over to Ryan Renardo, our project engineer. We also have Mike Razor, who will take questions as to traffic issues. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Renardo. I'm a civil engineer with Foresight Group. Address is 10150 Highland Manor Drive, Suite 210, Tampa, Florida, 33610, State of Florida, professional engineer number 77049. What I want to show you today is going to be quick. I just wanted to present the, if I could get this screen, I wanted to present the current PD zoning plan that was approved with this original development. And specifically, what I wanted to point out was you can see the site outlined here in this purple color. There's an existing a driveway cut here and a driveway cut shown here on the zoning plan. We're not proposing to make any changes to the access point at this time. And the next slide is just to show you, this is the existing driveway off of Cardera Drive. It's already built today. We're just going to extend it into the site. And then we are proposing to construct a new access out to Gornto Lake Road to comply with the current zoning plan. I just wanted to show you those conditions. That concludes our presentation today, and we're here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers as far as the applicant is concerned? Okay. Are there any proponents who would like to speak on this item today? Any opponents? I do have proponents and opponents actually signed up, I believe.
I believe we have Matt Nelson in opposition.
All right, this is opposition. Okay. Have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes, I have been sworn in.
And you're speaking as an opponent to this item?
Yes, Commissioner.
Go ahead. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Matt Newton of Shoemaker, Loop & Kendrick, LLP, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 2800 in Tampa. I'm here on behalf of the Mariposa Homeowners Association, and I will be brief. The association needs to raise two specific issues. First, there's been an inconsistency on what can be built on the site today. And second, the proposed language of condition 6.5 needs to be clarified. First, the inconsistency. As described in our written testimony to the ZHM, this land was initially zoned as agricultural single family prior to 2013. When this was rezoned to a PD, the most intense commercial use of property presented to the public was a daycare with 182 students. Now, 7 years later, it would seem that this information was not reliable. Rather than a 182 student daycare, the public is now being told the existing site can accommodate a daycare between 200 and 214 students. This is the thing. It is difficult to maintain community trust in the land development process when data presented in 2013 changes by almost 10% when presented again in 2020. It is not unreasonable for a neighborhood to ask questions when that happens. And that brings up the second issue. Proposed condition 6.5 addresses the applicant's use of Cardera Drive. The applicant is concerned about the language of this condition, and this is why. Reasonable people can disagree on what this condition means, which is not a good thing, as this is a zoning condition that concerns the use of our client's property. We need this language to be clarified so that all parties can understand what to expect moving forward. We provided recommended language in writing to the ZHM with our July 29th correspondence, but this was unfortunately not addressed in the report. In closing, I want to emphasize something. The association is not opposed to the use of this property as a daycare. As the applicant mentioned, and as mentioned by Commissioner Overman this morning, daycare is an important use in this community. But when we modify planned developments, we need to ensure that we're leaving behind a reliable ordinance with foreseeable results. As it stands, that is just not the case today. And we feel that is not ready for approval. I appreciate your time and I hope everybody is staying safe.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other opponents who wish to speak for the remaining 10-minute time period?
Here, those opponents that are qualified to speak include Mr. Eric Jablon and Ms. Lori Bringold. Are either of those parties on the line or in the room? Hearing none.
Okay, hearing none. Does the applicant has an opportunity to rebut at this point? If not, we can resume that as they've requested after this Planning Commission staff report and the zoning hearing master's report.
Daryl McAteer, again for the applicant. Two things we would like to rebut. The comment about 182 students is incorrect. Staff has been running with a number of actually 214 for a couple of years now. Mr. Ratliff testified at the ZHM, utilized that number. We have agreed to a cap of 200 with staff. And so, this is a red herring to try to distract the County Commission from the fact that we have a clean application with no objections from the zoning hearing master or staff. Same deal with condition 6.5. That went back and forth with staff. Again, Mr. Newton in the past has stated, oh, well, the condition 6.5 is vague. Staff has responded to him that it is not. It simply states that evidence of the use of the right of use of Cardera Drive can be presented to staff on site plan review. And what we want to avoid is staff on site plan review becoming a circuit judge and taking into weight or effect the content of an easement document. If the HOA wants to litigate a document, they can litigate a document in the proper form, but not with staff, and they want to use language that would have permitted that. Also, they want to use the term proposed use as opposed to commercial site in that one condition, forgetting the fact that the entire staff report uses the term commercial site. Well, that's inaccurate because proposed use, all of the uses for neighborhood commercial are carrying forward except those excluded in the original PD. And there's a list in the original PD on page 2 of the staff report that excludes certain uses that were negotiated out by the county in 2013. And I understand why. If you look at them, you'll understand why they were excluded. The rest stay with the land. We would not accept a condition that limited the use of the property in perpetuity to just a daycare. And that's what they tried to do with their proposed language. So there's nothing vague. You can read it on its face. The clear meaning of the language is there. They simply wanted to narrow the meaning of the language and narrow the property rights of my client, and then also try to choke down the use of Cardera through allowing it to be litigated at the county site approval level, and that's not appropriate.
Thank you. This closes the public hearing. Can we hear from the Planning Commission, please?
The subject property is located within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The maximum floor area ratio for the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category is 0.25, allowing for a maximum intensity of 15,790 square feet that could be considered for the property. The applicant is requesting an FAR of 0.20, allowing for up to 12,500 square feet, which is below the maximum FAR that can be considered for this future land use category. Commercial locational criteria is intended to focus commercial development at the nodes of qualifying intersections, and it is required for proposed non-residential uses within the SMU 6 future land use category. The applicant has submitted a commercial locational criteria waiver. The waiver states the proposed project is located on Gorto Lake Road, which is a 4-lane corridor. The property is located north of the heavily developed commercial intersection of Bloomingdale Avenue and Gornto Lake Road. The waiver also states that the previously approved uses within the prior plan development will remain the same. Planning Commission staff recommends that Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners approve the waiver to commercial locational criteria waiver. The application proposes an increase to the plan development FAR to allow for 12,102 square feet of daycare as depicted on the site plan. Future land use element policy 17.1 identifies daycares as residential support uses. Residential support uses are allowable in any residential, commercial, and industrial land use category, provided that the facility be a design, intensity, and scale that serves the surrounding neighborhood or the non-residential development in which it occurs, and also to be compatible with the surrounding land uses and zoning. The residential support use will be located on a collector roadway and will be external to residential development located to the east, which is consistent with comprehensive plan policy direction. The modification also satisfies the intent of policy 16.3 of the future land use element, which requires a gradual transition of intensities between different land uses for new development through the use of professional site planning, buffering and screening techniques, and control of specific land uses. The subject property is also located within the Brandon Community Plan boundary in the Urban General Character District. This district is intended to include mixed-use building types immediately adjacent to the Urban Center District, designed to accommodate retail, offices, and dwellings, including row houses, townhouses, and multifamily housing. The proposed modification is consistent with the intent of the Brandon Community Plan and the Urban General District by continuing to provide for a daycare and other commercial neighborhood uses along Gornto Lake Road and on the edge of the residential development near the subject site. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. I'd also like to hear from the zoning hearing master with the recommendation summary. County attorney is recognized.
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed major modification to Plan Development 13-491, which is currently approved for a maximum of 362 single-family detached homes and 7,500 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses, with the exception of drive-through restaurants, gas stations, major motor vehicle repair, and freestanding taverns, bars, lounges, nightclubs, and dance halls. The purpose of this major modification is to increase the maximum floor area ratio for the commercial development from 0.11 to 0.20, and to increase the maximum commercial square footage to 12,500 square feet. No changes to the permitted uses for the commercial and no change to the residential entitlements is proposed. The applicant has testified that a 12,500 square foot building is proposed to be utilized as a 200 student daycare center, and clarified that the already approved zoning condition pertaining to the permitted CN uses was not proposed to be changed. As you have heard, there was some testimony in opposition at the zoning hearing master hearing, comprised of neighbors that reside in the residential portion of the planned development, and an attorney who you heard from, Mr. Newton, who represents the Homeowners Association. This opposition was primarily based on a disagreement of the method used to calculate the transportation impact of the daycare in the proposed 12,500 square foot building as compared to the already approved building. Other concerns included the possibility of access being dropped off or blocked at drop-off and pickup times for the daycare center. County transportation staff has concluded that there will be little to no change in the trip generation potential of the property, and the existing infrastructure is sufficient to accommodate the proposed use. The zoning hearing master found that the use of the property as a daycare center is an appropriate residential support use, both to the existing residential neighborhood and the surrounding community, and recommended approval.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there interest by the applicant to rebut at this time, or shall we move to board discussion?
I think you can do that.
Okay. With that, what's the board's pleasure?
Move approval.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner White. Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Smith.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any discussion? Seeing none, please take a roll call vote.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
All right, any items for under G2 have been approved. Next item on the agenda, G3. Mr. Grady?
This brings us to item G3, rezoning PD 19-1458 for a rezoning to implement the Waimama Village portion of the comprehensive plan. Commissioners, this is a site, two contiguous parcels that are located, generally speaking, northwest of Saffold Road. The southern portion of those two sites actually touches Saffold Road and is northwest of Saffold and County Road 579. Two contiguous parcels. The northern parcel will accommodate approximately 516 units, and the southern parcel is proposed for 98 units for a total of 614 dwelling units. Staff is not supporting this request because it does not implement, we cannot implement the portion of the jobs and commercial portion of the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission's found it inconsistent with that element, and therefore we're not for the site that we can implement. Staff is recommending not supporting this, and the oral argument has been filed.
Thank you. Is the applicant available?
I have to open for oral argument.
I'm sorry.
Here, and I'll move to open.
Open for open item G2 for oral argument.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call vote.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you, Commissioner Merman. I always can use a little help. It's the first time around.
You're doing great. Don't worry.
All right, thank you. We've heard from the Department of Services. Is the applicant available, please?
Yes.
And have you been
Corbett
sworn
with the
in?
law firm of Hill Ward Henderson here, representing the applicant and property owner, Council Growers, Inc., which is an entity owned and controlled by Travis Council of the Council family, who are long-term agricultural landowners in South County. And in fact, we're an integral part of the Waimama Village Community Plan and the revision from RP2 to WVR2 for their property. We are here. Yes, I have been sworn. I am here this afternoon to ask you to approve the zoning hearing master's recommendation with conditions. With one exception, we have been asked by both school board staff and development services staff to delete condition 7.7 that related to how many students would be allowed on the school site. We don't have any disagreement with deleting that condition, but those are the conditions that we would ask to be approved today. I'm going to introduce Isabel Albert, who's our planner. She's going to provide a brief presentation, followed by Steve Henry, who will provide information on the transportation improvements associated with the site.
Thank you, Cami. Good afternoon. Isabel Albert with Half Associates. I have been sworn in. I'm just going to go over the presentation quickly. As you heard today, this site is located within the community plan with the WVR2 land use category. It is a transfer of development right from one site, which is located to the south here, and receiving to the northern site with a total of 516 units on the receiving site and remaining 138 units on the southern site. These regulations and policies of comprehensive plan are all being met to allow the 2 dwelling units to the acre, as long as we're clustering 3.5 dwelling units to the acre less 10 acres. 40% of the site has to have continuous open space, which is what we're providing. Mixed-use provision is also being provided with locations of community residential support uses. And we also promote the transportation connection as shown on the orange circles on the site plan, and the development will be provided by public utilities, water and sewer by the developer. The one thing that we have a different interpretation with staff is the policy 48.1 when it comes to the job requirement within the WVR2. And we feel that our interpretation better meets what the intent of the policy is to make sure that development is there to support future commercial use and make it viable. Next presenter is going to be Steve Henry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607, and I have been sworn. I'm going to use the Elmo here to talk about the transportation system. Just to orient you, the yellow is the subject property. Just to the north is the Cypress Ridge rezoning, and then to the north is the 579. And what we've got is, this is Berry Bay that was recently rezoned last year. It is providing a collector road through the project. We're proposing to tie into that collector road that will then extend to 579, so providing an east-west connector from 301 to 579 in the area. In addition to that, you've got the other roadways. Cypress is providing the Bishop Road connection to provide another east-west road. And then also we're looking at doing improvements on 579. And what we've got here is essentially 3 different segments of improvements that we're doing. Segment A, which is the 579 in the south end of the 579 zoning up to 674. We're proposing to improve this to the extent that it has not been improved by others prior to us getting there, adding 6-foot shoulder with 4-foot paved, and also adding a 10-foot multi-use path. Then segment B, which is in the Cypress Ridge rezoning area, we're expanding what they are currently required to do by providing essentially the same thing, which is providing 6-foot shoulder with 4-foot paved. Currently, they are not required to do that, so we would add that paved shoulder. And then finally, in segment C, which is along our property frontage, we would provide the 6-foot shoulders. We'd provide right turn lane with a bike lane, and then also, again, the 10-foot multi-use path. So we're providing a continuous pedestrian pathway along 579, and then also improving 579, basically from our southern boundary all the way up to 674 to mitigate any impacts that we may have on the substandard road. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions. I do have a couple other questions or comments. One, currently 579 operates at a level of service B, as in boy. We have looked at the impact of all 3 of the zonings that are there, the Cypress Ridge that was approved, the 579 plus our project, and with all 3 projects, the roadway will still operate at the adopted level of service, a level of service C. Unless you've got any questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. As Ms. Albert testified, the only difference of opinion between Development Services Planning Commission and the applicant is this interpretation of policy 48.1. And I know that some of you are of the opinion that in August of 2019, the board took an action to issue a broad policy interpretation that perhaps should be legally binding on the zoning hearing master or others. It's my legal opinion and the legal opinion of my partner, law partner Shane Costello, that was not a legally binding action. And that's because there's a legal status element of your comprehensive plan And in that section, it specifically has a section on interpretive powers. And the interpretive powers of the comprehensive plan rest with the Planning Commission. They start with the Planning Commission staff, and in respect to a specific development application, the staff itself is enabled to make recommendations and policy interpretations to the Board of County Commissioners. And then with respect to a development application, the Board of County Commissioners is the final arbiter on the interpretation of the plan that gets applied to that application. By contrast, if there is a broad policy interpretation that is not part of a development application, the process is as follows, as set forth in your comprehensive plan. A written request for an interpretation is made to the executive director of the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission executive director is required, it says shall issue a written interpretation. And if someone disagrees with that interpretation, there is a right to appeal to the Planning Commission. And again, mandatory language, the Planning Commission shall hear the merits of that appeal. And that did not occur here. And therefore, it's my opinion, and we provided testimony and evidence at the hearing, that that was not a legally binding action. And I'm not suggesting to you here today that you're not the final arbiter of the policies that apply to this development application. I'm just providing an explanation as to why I don't believe that the zoning hearing master was required to follow your recommendation. And you heard testimony and evidence from Mr. Henry about the proposed improvements. This project will also be subject to the higher rural mobility fees. The fact of the matter is these are the only funding sources available for transportation improvements in the area. And the vast majority of the complaints of the parties of record were about transportation improvements and schools. This subject property includes a school site. So we are trying to help the situation, not exacerbate it. And I feel that denying the application will deprive the area of the funding sources needed for this area. And with that, we'd respectfully request your approval.
There are several persons who have signed up in support on the list, and I believe they are intending, the ones who are intending to speak are on the line. We have Amber Council, Earl Jean Council, David Patrick Council, Travis D. Council, and Michael L. Peterson. So please unmute yourself if you're the first one on that list, Ms. Council.
Ms. Lundgren, Mike Peterson here. Let me just tell you that I don't think any of the others are on. They've all decided to defer their time to me.
Well, then in that case, Mr. Peterson, you can confirm that you'll be presenting the support testimony, and you'll be afforded 10 minutes to speak on that.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Peterson, a sworn witness to the events of this case, going back to my full participation in the Waimama Community Plan's creation, the shock of watching this board's ambush upon the Davis rezoning over a year ago, all the VR2 rezoning attempts since, the Planning Commission's refusal to hear the merits of an interpretations appeal, and the zoning hearing master hearing before you today. Again, I'm a sworn witness reflecting the sworn evidence I've provided in this record, which when combined with the similar sworn evidence by other participants in the Waimama Plan's creation, corroborates the hearing master's findings. Findings based on competent and substantial evidence instead of generalized frustrations or wishes offered by many, or attempts at revisionist history offered by some. Sadly, for the past year, much of this revisionist history sometimes comes from behind the dais. Instead of relying on the hearing master's records before you, some of you offer testimony on what happened in the mid-2000s to sway your other colleagues. But you've not been sworn, nor bring any corroborative evidence from those proceedings of the mid-2000s backing up your claims. Despite being in controversy for over a year, to my knowledge, the Planning Commission staff has yet to produce an actual written version of the original interpretation of nebulous policy 48.1 with the evidence and rationale behind its creation. This record, check the transcript, shows Hearing Master Scarola's frustration with this fact after being told for his fourth WVR2 rezoning, they can't produce the original written interpretation with backup for his review. Ask yourself if that sounds legitimate. Similarly, I and others asking for evidence policy 48.1 was ever presented or discussed with stakeholders as part of the Waimama Plan's creation, get no response to this day. The reason is simple. Neither discussion, much less acceptance, on a policy to force a new jobs retail concurrency on WVR2 lands ever took place. Waimama's landowners did not trade their established RP2, where they could control jobs and retail creation on their lands, for WVR2, whereby they would have to develop new commercial buildings in downtown Waimama on land they don't own in competition with existing businesses instead of helping them expand as truly intended, and to do all this before they could even qualify to apply for a residential rezoning that might not get approved. Do you really believe that happened? It did not happen, and why no one brings evidence of such forward. It is also not a workable market philosophy to require commercial development before the necessary rooftops providing consumers can be considered. You've heard this before and ignored because these pesky facts should not get in the way of a good story. However, to pursue some individual desires on lands of others, you've declared moratoriums and brought in demographic and planning professionals hoping for recommendations consistent with your personal beliefs. Oops. Economic Advisors WTLA issued a draft report June 2020 offering 13 pages explaining why policy 48.1 and its new interpretation are erroneous in both basis and implementation. Some of you complained that Hearing Master Scarola is not an attorney as justification for ignoring his findings and recommendations. Yet I don't hear how you think he's misinterpreted the law or planning principles, and note he seems awful thorough with his legal citations. Those of you wanting more legal scrutiny now enjoy a record with 2 legal memos dismantling the new interpretation of policy 48.1. Prominent law firms Stern, Weaver, Miller, and Hill Ward Henderson offer plenty of legal heft behind the Hearing Master's findings. I hope you reviewed them in preparation for today. Recall the history here. A year ago, the Davis rezoning came before you as a consent agenda item due to no oral argument opposition and recommendations of approval from both planning staffs and Hearing Master. Yet Commissioner Smith pulled it off consent and challenged Planning Commission staff to speak to her desired interpretation of policy 48.1. The case then gets continued, and suddenly the Planning Commission's executive director adopts Commissioner Smith's suggested interpretation, despite never proclaiming such for prior WVR2 rezonings, including one she was a lead reviewer on previously. Instead of taking the interpretation through the Planning Commission as the comprehensive plan calls for, it comes back to this board in the Davis rezoning continuance, and to thwart arguments against the new interpretation, this board voted to adopt it despite no evidence of where policy 48.1 came from or an understanding of its implications. When another owner sought proper Planning Commission review of the interpretation through appeal, the Planning Commission attorney coordinated with the Hillsborough County Attorney's Office to avoid a discussion on the merits, basically by barring the appeal for not filing within 20 days of the interpretation being rendered. Although nobody in the public can possibly know when Planning Commission staff tells an individual applicant of an interpretation they're going to be using on their rezoning review. There is no public notice of such interpretations being rendered. and that can apply to many others beyond the first applicant to face it. Does this sound like an appropriate citizen protection to you? And why is everyone afraid to defend the merits before the Planning Commission? Further, Planning Commission staff subsequently decides the new interpretation can be salvaged against early attacks by giving credit for existing jobs in retail in Waimama, even when many of those jobs credited might come from other landowners unaware of the new first come, first serve application of the new interpretation they didn't even know about. No notice, no discussions, no due process. Just picking winners over unsuspecting losers. I'm betting some of you are now hearing from those landowners who are getting pretty angry about the contempt being shown for their rights. It's not too late to do the right thing. Maybe some of you went along to get along when this new interpretation of policy 48.1 first came up. But over a year later, and watching the wrath wrought by these decisions and results, might you consider the plight of this landowner being oppressed by this government? They and others have not been treated fairly, as some believe the ends justify the means. It should not require appeals to the judiciary to protect these landowners from this trumped-up interpretation. They participated, embraced, and relied on the Waimama Community Plan's intent for their conversion from RP2 to WVR2. This rezoning proposal meets all those guidelines except for this interpretation scam. Do the right thing and follow the hearing master's guidance for an approval of this application. These owners and justice deserve it. Thank you.
Commissioner Overman, I believe you're on mute.
Gee, I actually said it right that time, so. Are there any other proponents with the remaining 10 minutes available? No? Any opponents signed up to speak? Seeing none, do I have a rebuttal from the applicant? To any of the commentary?
Chair Overman, I would like to reserve my rebuttal time until after staff and the Planning Commission staff and the zoning hearing master recommendation is read.
Excellent. Thank you very much. With that, I'll close the public hearing and ask the Planning Commission to actually provide their report.
Thank you. The subject property is located within the Waimama Village Residential 2 future land use category. The site is located in the rural area and within the limits of the Waimama Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. To clarify Planning Commission staff's position regarding job opportunities and shopping requirements as contemplated by the WVR2 policies, on 3 separate occasions, it was confirmed that job opportunities and shopping requirements need to be in existence at the time of the rezoning. The initial interpretation was made by the Planning Commission Executive Director within the staff report for Plan Development 18-1048, and that same interpretation has been carried through to subsequent plan developments requested within the WVR2 future land use category. This interpretation was further upheld by the Board of County Commissioners on August 13, 2019, who are the final arbiters of the comprehensive plan. Additionally, in late August, a formal interpretation of the WVR2 future land use category, the jobs requirement calculations and job requirements, were requested by a private landowner. A formal interpretation was returned within 30 days of the request. This matter was appealed to the Planning Commission for further clarification. Within the legal status section of the intergovernmental coordination element of the comprehensive plan, it states that the Planning Commission shall decide to either uphold or not uphold the decision of the Executive Director by a simple majority vote. At the November 18th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting, after consideration of the appeal on this matter, the Planning Commission dismissed the appeal and upheld the decision by the Executive Director that job opportunities and shopping needs to be in place at the time of the rezoning. The application, as proposed today, furthers a number of the goals, objectives, and policies within the comprehensive plan, including the future land use element and the livable communities element, which is the Waimama Community Plan. The applicant is requesting a plan development of 2 non-contiguous sites by utilizing a transfer of development rights, or TDR, to develop a maximum of 654 residential units and a residential support use. Both the sending and receiving areas are located within the Waimama Village Residential 2 Future Land Use category, which is consistent with Future Land Use Policy 32.10. The proposed plan development for a maximum of 654 single-family units and a residential support use within this future land use category is comparable to the existing development pattern in the area. The character of the area is mainly large lot, single-family residential uses, agricultural uses, and ELAP uses, which is the Environmental Land Acquisition and Protection Program with Hillsborough County. The WVR2 future land use classification specifies that contiguous open space shall constitute no less than 40% of the gross site acreage. The applicant has reserved 162 acres of the site, meeting the open space requirements as prescribed in WVR2. This application provides for a balanced transportation system as described in Goal 5 of the Waimama Community Plan. The applicant is also providing open space as described in Goal 2 of the Community Plan, and each of these design components meets the vision of the Waimama Community Plan. Policy 48.1 of the future land use element states that in order to achieve densities in excess of 1 dwelling unit per 5 gross acres in the WVR2 category, developments shall achieve the minimum clustering ratios, open space requirements, job opportunity provisions, and shopping provisions. Based upon adopted comprehensive plan language, the Planning Commission's Executive Director's interpretation and the decision by the board to support said interpretation, all non-residential entitlements need to be present to achieve a density of 2 dwelling units per gross acre. As part of this application, the applicant provided an analysis to identify the non-residential entitlements located within the Waimama Community Plan boundary and the entitlements that have been consumed thus far by previous applications. Additionally, the applicant provided a synopsis of other employment opportunities within a 7 to 11 mile radius of the proposed site, in which they feel demonstrates employment opportunities that would meet the demand of the residential development within the WVR2 future land use category. Currently, there are no available jobs within Waimama to accommodate this planned development request. In order to comply with the employment requirements of WVR2, a total of 557 jobs would be needed to accommodate the 654 proposed dwelling units. Therefore, the request is inconsistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated county. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for development that is compatible with the existing and planned development pattern in the surrounding area and meets the intent of the Waimama Community Plan and the future land use element with regard to residential development. The application has addressed some of the WVR2 requirements, such as open space. However, the application does not meet the full intent of the goals and strategies of the WVR2 requirement due to the lack of employment and services available within the community plan boundary. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. The county attorney, on behalf of the zoning hearing master's recommendation summary, please.
Zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request to rezone approximately 327 acres, combining sending and receiving sites from agricultural rural to a planned development under the terms of the WVR2 future land use category that provides for an allowable transfer of development rights. The project consists of 2 non-contiguous sites that will allow the transfer of density 98 units consistent with the plan provisions from the sending site on the south to the receiving site, north parcel. The receiving site, the north parcel, is proposed to allow 516 residential units with the permissibility for residential support use. 138 units will remain on the sending site, the south parcel. This parcel also provides an option for a public school or residential and residential support uses. The zoning hearing master's report rejected the Planning Commission staff interpretation of the employment and services requirement of the WVR2 plan category that Ms. Leinhardt just described. The zoning hearing master stated that the Planning Commission presents their report that interprets that the WVR2 category requires employment and services to exist to support new residential development in policy 48.1. The zoning hearing master stated that there is competent substantial evidence in the record that demonstrates that such language does not exist within the comprehensive plan and was not intended by the text of the plan. The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's arguments and ultimately has recommended the approval of the rezoning. And I will take a few minutes just to briefly discuss the status of the zoning hearing master recommendation and the legal arguments that have been presented. So as you heard from Ms. Leinhardt, Planning Commission's Executive Director, Ms. Zornita, has interpreted the employment and services requirement of policy 48.1, finding that employment and commercial uses must be provided within the WVR2 planning area to support residential development prior to the approval of such development. And during the board's land use meeting on August 13th, 2019, after the consideration of rezoning 18-1048 and remand of that application, the board voted to support the Planning Commission Director's interpretation. The board has carried this interpretation through multiple rezoning decisions. For the subject rezoning, as you've heard, the ZHM recommends approval, again, disagreeing with the Planning Commission Director interpretation of policy 48.1. The ZHM's recommendation was lengthy and again disagrees with the Planning Commission Director's interpretation that the board has supported. While this issue is the subject of litigation, it's important to note that the zoning hearing master's recommendation is not binding on the board, and the board does have the ultimate decision-making authority with regard to rezonings, as well as with regard to the interpretation and application of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Thank you for your summary. At this point, we'll move to board discussion, unless we have, I think we have been asked by the applicant to speak after that, but I'm not sure if that's the appropriate protocol. Ms. Lundgren, would you like to advise us whether or not a rebuttal at this point is permitted?
Yes, commissioners, the applicant has requested a brief rebuttal time at this point, and given the history of this issue and the status, I'd support allowing that brief rebuttal, no more than 5 minutes.
Is the applicant available?
I am Cammie Corbett, for the record, with the law firm of Hillward and Henderson. Just to note for the record, the Land Development Code does allow the applicant rebuttal after staff reports. And the reason why I asked for it in this case is specifically because the Planning Commission's staff report is misleading. And I have a great deal of respect for all of the people that work at the Planning Commission, but on this issue, what was stated is not correct. The Planning Commission has not issued an opinion on the merits as to the interpretation. nor did Ms. Zornita provide a written interpretation of just specifically policy 48.1 outside of a development application. And so that this matter has not been disposed of, and the hearing master was very frustrated because he asked for the planning commission to provide the backup of what Ms. Zornita's decision was, written determination was, and what the planning commission's disposition of that was, and that was not provided to him at the hearing. And I do say that he was rather frustrated because he was interested in seeing that and hearing that and taking that into consideration. But other than that, I'd just like to reiterate that there is no dispute that we are in every other way consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And but for this interpretation, we would have recommendations for approval and full support for staff and the planning commission. And again, once again, I respectfully request that you do adopt the zoning hearing master's recommendation along with the conditions submitted into the record.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open it up for board discussion. I see the Commissioner Smith's raised, and then I'll follow up with recognizing Commissioner White. I see his hand raised as well. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to clarify one point. Mr. Moretta said twice that these were two contiguous parcels, but for the record, they're not. They're two separate parcels, separated by some distance. Can staff clarify that?
Look, I should have said non-contiguous. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you. So there's a lot wrong with this and a lot of good reasons for us to deny this, which will be my motion, in addition to the point about the jobs and the commercial that are required by the Waimama Community Plan. So let me point out that South County is drowning in sprawl. Poorly planned development is overcrowding their roads and schools and stressing the water supply system and stressing fire rescue services. There are many letters of opposition in the file and many letters generally daily begging us to consider the impacts of proposals like this for more sprawl outside the urban service area in South County. In the first place, the schools are a problem. There is not adequate capacity in the schools for this development at this time. Shields and Leonard are over capacity now. TTT may bring additional capacity, but with all the development that has already been approved, which is counting on that capacity, the school district is not committing to placing these high school students there. And there's no indication of where the elementary and middle school kids will go. There is a possible option for a potential internal school site in this plan, but it is poorly planned with several problems. The location, it is located in the separate, wholly separate southern sending site where most of the density is going from that site into the northern site. And so the location of the school site is isolated from the rest of the PD. It's on the farthest eastern edge of the property, 1.5 miles outside the urban service area, approximately. So it's disconnected from Waimama. It's disconnected from even most of its own housing, which would be in the separate northern receiving site. The only access is on County Road 579 with its design exceptions, which is problematic for school access. The applicant doesn't own the parcel in between their two parcels, so there's no official access that would be that we can count on there. The school site is only 25 acres. That's the absolute minimum for a school site. Most recent school sites have been twice that size and larger. And at this point, we have no indication of how the internal pickup and drop off would work on such a small site. So none of this is adequately planned out to warrant approval at this time. And just for the record, I want to note that the extension of water and sewer to the school site under our ILA with the schools has issues for this site this far outside the urban service area. Transportation is a nightmare here. This would be increasing the daily trips by over 8,000 for a total of 8,830 trips per day for the whole thing. And those trips would go throughout South County because they are not meeting the Waimama plan requirement for local jobs and services. All these trips will be adding traffic throughout South County, making our traffic problems worse as they commute elsewhere for jobs and services. The transportation connectivity is lacking that is required by the Waimama Community Plan. They have specific requirements for road access and connecting the grid. That's not here. And the design exceptions, leaving the road substandard are a problem. Much of the traffic, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about 579. Much of this traffic will end up on Bishop Road, which the school district has raised major concerns to us about already. And we don't have that on any plans for improvement. Bishop Road is a rural collector, 2-lane, undivided country road with 10-foot lanes, 20-foot total width, no sidewalks with a ditch on either side of the road. There are also concerns about natural resources and wetlands. The community character is not planned for. There are no design standards to show how this will match with the historic community character of Waimama, because it's just a vague bubble plan without the specifics that we would need to really understand how this will work with Waimama and with the infrastructure and how it will fit the character of Waimama. And all of this relates to the comp plan policies regarding the timing of development. It is entirely within our purview to find that this development is premature, given the lack of infrastructure capacity and the lack of jobs in the area, where we are not bound to approve development that creates commuter subdivisions in the rural area. And finally, all of that is enough on its own to deny this. Whether or not you're going to get sucked into the legalese about that the applicant is offering about why the Planning Commission and we are all wrong about the Waimama Community Plan, but the Planning Commission tells us this is inconsistent with the comp plan. Our county staff is not supporting it. The WVR2 category requires residential development to occur with sufficient jobs and commercial services in place locally at the time of the rezoning application. And the analysis conducted by the Planning Commission staff finds that the project does not meet this requirement. Waimama residents have made it clear that they want growth within the community plan area to become a part of their community, instead of just adding separate subdivisions full of commuters that drive out of their community every day to work in Tampa. And that was the point of this. And I think it's not me rewriting history. We've heard from other architects of the Waimama Community Plan that was the point. And we also have, as commissioners, a fiscal responsibility to avoid adding commuter subdivisions sprawling far out into the rural area because of the cost of infrastructure. We were already getting into arguments about Bishop Road. This will exacerbate all those problems. We don't have the money to improve the roads where the development already is. And that needs to happen before we spread sprawl out here. It's irresponsible for us to continue adding thousands and thousands of commuters to the roads in areas like this where there are not anywhere near enough jobs and services for them. So everyone has to pile onto the roads at rush hour every day and drive into Tampa. This board has made it clear that we concur with the Planning Commission Director's interpretation of the jobs requirement in the comprehensive plan. We have voted on this. and reiterated it now in previous zoning hearings. Our county attorneys have made it clear that we are the final arbiters of our comprehensive plan. We write the comprehensive plan, we amend it. So naturally, we decide how to interpret it. This zoning hearing master simply does not understand the chain of command here. He does not understand that we have the authority to interpret our comp plan differently. He has no authority. We have the authority. He has no authority to interpret our comp plan differently from the way we have decided. We are the higher authority on this matter. We've already ruled on it. And there's just no, he's wrong, as I said before, and he's outside his purview in trying to continue to interpret this differently than we have. And with that, I'll move denial.
We have a motion to deny.
Second.
And I have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Ms. Lundgren, so is the board's interpretation of policy 48.1 the subject of litigation?
Yes, Commissioner, there's been litigation filed in regard to interpretation with regard to a prior case, 19-102.
Okay, so within that litigation, then our interpretation of policy 48.1 is a subject.
Yes, sir, that is the subject. It's still at a pretty early stage in the litigation. Okay.
You know, I've heard some things today, some testimony and some information from staff that is making me maybe want to take a second look at our interpretation of 48.1, maybe take a deeper dive into it with staff and, you know, go back and look at the history a bit of 48.1, dating back to the process of developing the Waimama community plan and the WVR2 land use category. So I'm inclined to, you know, to want to make a decision based upon that. I suspect that if I take a different position today on 48.1 than I have in the past, that I predict we'll probably have a split board, given that there are only 6 of us here. If that ends up being the case, then, you know, at that point, I'd like to be recognized to maybe offer up a motion to defer this to a future meeting so that I, for one, can take a deeper dive with staff.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner White. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is a total distraction with the legalese and the interpretation. It is very clear. The plan says what it says. It's plain language. The comprehensive plan with Waimama Village does not require us to increase densities in planned villages just because it's requested. Planned villages from page 1 of our comprehensive plan. Planned villages are self-supporting communities that plan for a balanced mix of land uses, including residential, commercial, employment, and the supporting services such as schools, libraries, parks, and emergency services. The intent is to maximize internal trip capture and to avoid creation of single-dimensional communities that create urban sprawl. Timing is critical, and this is all from our plan. Timing is critical in our comprehensive plan. It speaks to it over and over again. Whether the timing of a development is appropriate is always an important consideration. That is our role in the process, the timing of growth. From page 4 of our comprehensive plan, Objective, to manage the timing of coordinated development with infrastructure, transportation, transit services, and other public services such as schools, recreational facilities, etc., in a financially feasible manner. That was also well spoken to by Commissioner Smith. As well, the board should be consistent and apply all the requirements of the Waiwama Village as required by the comprehensive plan to provide for the proper timing of growth and to prevent urban sprawl. I'm reading right now from page 42 of the record, the second page of the Planning Commission's report, which quotes the comprehensive plan. The plan also provides for the development of planned villages within rural services. These villages are essentially self-supporting, communities. That is the self-supporting communities. They again quote from page 1 of our comp plan on that. The intent is to again have a mix of uses in planned villages so that we don't only have residential subdivisions where residents must drive miles and miles to work or shop or to tend to other needs. Now from page 45 of the record, page 5 of the Planning Commission report further cites to provision of the plan. Objective 48, in order to avoid patterns of development that could contribute to urban sprawl, it's the intent of the category to designate the Waimama Village residential 2 areas inside the boundaries of the Waimama Village plan that are suited for agriculture development in the immediate horizon of the plan, but may be suitable for the expansion of the village as described in the plan. So this, again, is speaking to the timing of growth when it is suitable to expand the village. It continues on the same page. And this is the 48.1, the ability to obtain the maximum intensities or densities permitted in the Waimama Village residential land use category shall be dependent on the extent to which the developments are planned to achieve on-site clustering. In order to achieve densities in excess of 1 unit to 5 acres in the category, developments shall achieve the minimum clustering ratios, job opportunity provisions, shopping provisions required by this plan, except as noted in a zoning exception under section of the future land use plan. Under this policy, in order to achieve these densities, the job opportunity requirements must be met. On the following page, page 46 of the record and page 6 of the Planning Commission report, it states, I can't believe it was so explicit. The following assumptions shall be used in determining the compliance with the Waimama Village Residential 2 employment and service requirements. There are 2.7 persons per household. There are 1.5 job holders per household. One job is created for every 500 square feet of commercial development. One job is created for every 250 square feet of office development. This didn't mean anything. This is so explicit and plain. One job is created for every 400 square feet of light industrial development. One job is created for every 400 square feet of government services, schools, park, fire stations, and residential support uses, churches, daycare, nursing homes. Neighborhood, retail, and community demand is 10 square feet respectively per person. The village should provide 55% of the needed household jobs. The village shall have available 75% of the needed household services. This is very, very explicit and specific. Very specific about the kind of rooftops that create job opportunities: commercial, office, light industrial, government services, residential support uses, neighborhood retail, and community commercial. This was very carefully done. Residential development is not on the list, and the plan provides a methodology for measuring when there are sufficient job opportunities. Staff analysis begins at page 50 of record, page 10 of the report, noting that the Board of County Commissioners, again, are the final arbiters of the plan, and that both the Planning Commission Board and this board have upheld this analysis, which further numbers the goals of the comprehensive plan, and stating on page 12 of the report, page 52 of the record, that the proposal is inconsistent with the plan. For whatever reason, the hearing officer takes the view that this board is not the final arbiter of the plan. This position position makes no sense. We are the final arbiters of the plan, and that's why we're having this discussion today. The plan is not ambiguous about the job requirements. There is no reason to do this tortured analysis. The hearing officer's interpretation renders the provisions meaningless by suggesting that the jobs and the mix of uses in the village don't actually have to exist. Then why measure them? The provisions of the plan are mandatory and cannot be ignored by the hearing officer or by this board. And section 9.03 of the Hillsborough County Land Development Code, it lays out the powers and duties of the land use hearing officer and provides that a land use hearing officer shall not become an advocate for any participant in any zoning case, nor shall a land use hearing officer impose his theory of the case upon any participant in the hearing. The hearing master ignored this unambiguous, plain language of the plan. He ignored the Planning Commission's position, and he ignored the board's position and made an unnecessary legal interpretation. Of course, he's not a lawyer, to allow the applicant to have what they want. This very much concerns me.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Merman, you're recognized. And if anyone else has their hand up but is not ready to speak, please take your hand down. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will make this very, very brief. And Commissioner White, I appreciate your comments. And if you do make a motion, I will support it, because what I did is I knew this item was coming up. I did go to Waimama, thought I was meeting with 5 or 6 people. I ended up meeting with 56 people. And they are very upset that we would really deny this. And so in plain language, I'm going to support the citizens. I'm going to stand with these citizens. They participated in making that comprehensive plan. What this item has already been said, it's consistent with the LDC and the comp plan. It meets the intent of the plan. And I think any denial today is just going to further cost taxpayers in litigation going forward. So I'll wait to hear what Commissioner White decides to do, but I will not support denial today.
Okay, before I ask Commissioner White to comment, I'd like to say something, if at all possible. I've wrestled with this because I do truly appreciate when communities come together and want to create what they want. But we also have a responsibility for being fiscally and financially responsible. And this difference in opinion between the zoning hearing master and the planning commission is obviously challenging our ability to move forward comfortably. Let's just put it that way. But one of the things I also see is in this particular strategy of transferring a development right from one rural area to another rural area is not the goal of transferring a development right. If we were going to transfer to allow for density, it might want to be transferred to the area in the Waimama Village area in order to create affordable housing or retail or other types of densities that actually support the community plan. But that's not what we're being asked here. We're being asked to approve a project that is divided, as you mentioned, they're not congruent to each other, with a school on the very outside of the property. The farthest corner of the property right now is what I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is where the school would be put. Which increases the overall cost because we do have to provide the infrastructure to that school. It further promotes the idea of sprawl. And I'm not to say that someday there might be an opportunity to develop in this particular area, but it is premature in my opinion as well. It's unfortunate that we have this disagreement between different parties, but I do believe that it's important, especially now that we still have community meetings happening regarding WVR2 and the community plan and a variety of other things going on with our comp plan, that we do listen not only to the residents there and the owners, but also to the language that we've approved within our current land structure, land code structure. With that, Commissioner White, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I think that that this issue or this item necessitates 7 votes being cast. So for that reason, I'll make a motion to defer to the.
I'll second.
Would that, thank you, Commissioner Merman. Would that be to the next meeting, Mr. Gormley?
The next available meeting would be November 10th is the next land use meeting.
Okay, I'll make a motion to
Commissioner
defer.
White, are you offering a substitute motion?
Oh yeah, we do have a motion on the floor. Yes, ma'am. So that would be a substitute motion.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion to defer by Commissioner White, a second by Commissioner Merman. Commissioner, I can't, which one of you raised your hands first? Okay, I see them all raised at this point.
Commissioner Kemp.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I just like to speak to the deferral and say that that would defer it to our meeting that occurs after the elections, our lame duck meeting. And I think that that is very concerning to me. So I will not be supporting a deferral at all. And I would certainly hope that we I'll have 3 votes to not support that. That would be,
however, we only have 6 folks here, so that would be a tie.
Exactly, so it fails.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something on the record. I believe I heard Commissioner Merman saying that she met with citizens about this zoning issue.
No, I didn't meet about the zoning issue.
Because I thought you were representing that these citizens would be against this particular zoning issue.
No, I went, okay. I went to Waimama for a different type of event, and I was bombarded by citizens. I had to tell them, of course, that I can't talk about, issues that are coming before this board, and I have to be very careful about that. But I was surprised to know that so many people were interested in it.
Commissioner Merman, I'm going to ask you a question to follow up on Commissioner Smith's question. So basically, during your visit in the area of citizens that are, obviously concerned about how they're growing and how the comprehensive plan may be moving forward, I thought I heard you imply that they were very much for this particular plan. Now, I don't know if that was what I heard or that's what I understood you to say, but could you clarify?
I think they would come up and give a casual, well, I hope you'll support this. Of course, I know the rules, you can't talk about these type of issues. So I was pretty surprised to see that people were definitely, I think they're, I don't know, after I thought about it, I think there are private property owners down there that want to be able to do with what they want with their property. I don't know that, but I think that that's really what the bottom line is.
Okay, so I see 3. Thank you very much for your response. I appreciate it.
If we could have the attorney clarify, I know that if a citizen were going to introduce testimony that wasn't in the record of a zoning case, she'd be piping up. If we could ask the county attorney to clarify about whether any of that is appropriate for the zoning hearing. I think it would, sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Commissioners, I don't really have the full picture on this, but I understand the rule is that the board should consider the record of the zoning hearing master hearing, and the overall evidence and testimony that's in the zoning hearing master record needs to be what the board ultimately focuses on in this decision, not any kind of dicta or any other material that might have been discussed.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lundgren. All right. I have 3 hands up. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question about a 3-3 tie on the main motion to deny and what staff's recommended course of action would be in that scenario.
If a tie occurs, that means the application is still pending. There will need to be some vote to take action on this application, whether that be to continue it to the next meeting. That would be an appropriate way to handle a tie.
So Commissioner Overman, I would just ask for your support on the motion to defer, because I'm pretty certain if we get to the main motion, we're going to end up in a tie and staff's going to point us right back to a deferral anyway.
Sounds like we'll be in the same place no matter what happens here. Thank you for that. Commissioner Kemp.
Yes, I'd just like to say if Commissioner White's deferral were to fail, I will make a motion to have this deferred to the December meeting where I think it's most appropriately deferred to. So, so I would urge to not support this. I never thought the lame duck meeting should occur. I've spent 2 years, 3 different times, not having that forward. We have that agenda already packed with everyone trying to get on that. So I would say that it should be deferred to the December meeting, and I'll make that motion should Commissioner White's motion fail.
Okay, you guys are really going to test my Robert's rules here. Okay, first time out on a land use meeting. All right, I got you. Commissioner Smith had her hands up, but if you'd like, so does Commissioner White. So if you'd like to respond to Commissioner Kemp's comments.
Right. I would be, since I see we're in this quagmire, I would be, we're going to have to do something. Of course, I would be supportive of a deferral to the December meeting, but I do think that that's more appropriate than the lame duck meeting for something that is this contentious.
Commissioner White, would you be willing to amend your amended motion to defer to December?
Well, I think the cleanest way to do it, Madam Vice Chair, I'm pretty certain that Robert's rules allows a substitute motion to be amended, and I can see where this is headed. So I would just suggest that Commissioner Kemp just make that motion to amend such that it's to the December meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized. Thank you.
I'll make that motion to amend to the December meeting.
Second.
Okay, so let's just take them one at a time here. So we have a motion.
Chairman?
Yes.
Just announce the date of that would be December 8th at 9 a.m.
December 8th. Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Gormley. Commissioner Kemp has made a motion to amend. Actually, go ahead and restate your motion, please.
Yes, to defer this to the December meeting.
So we're going to defer the current item to December. And seconded by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call vote.
Hagan?
No.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
No.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-2. Commissioners Hagan and Merman voted no.
Thank you. And that was amended or substitute? I'm going to have to start taking serious notes here with you guys. That's clear.
Madam Vice Chair, the substitute motion is now amended, so it would be appropriate to ask for a vote on the substitute motion.
Okay, let's have a vote on the substitute motion.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. It was quite Interesting. Let's just go there. The next item on our agenda is item G4. Mr. Gray?
Item G4 is rezoning PD 20-0275. Commissioners, before I get into the summary of this particular case, the applicant has put us on notice that they wish to request a continuance. I believe that's to November 10th. And if you would like to entertain hearing from them now, before getting into the details of the summary, that's what I would recommend.
We haven't really opened up for oral arguments as of yet. What's the board pleasure?
I move to continue item G4.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Yes, I'll make a amendment to move it to December.
Okay. Excellent. I think that was
Second.
plan. I think that was the plan. All right, so we have, you guys are killing me, man. So we have an amended motion by Commissioner Kemp.
Yeah, we have to vote on her amendment.
Right.
First, and then you'll go back to the amended.
And back to the other amendment, right, to motion. Yeah. Okay, so we have an amendment of the motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call vote. Oh, actually, I do see two hands. I do see two hands. My apologies. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to be voting differently on this one than last time, and I just wanted to explain myself. On the previous case, it was because of a lot of contention with the board and, some unanswered questions about policy and whatnot. But in this case, it's the applicant, for whatever reason, asking for a continuance. I don't know why, but in this particular case, I just don't think it's fair to the applicant to kick it all the way to December when we're being asked to continue at their request. So I'll be voting no this time, and I would like to hear this one in November.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
And I can appreciate, Commissioner White, what you're saying. However, we do have an agenda that is piling up in November, and the applicant's making this request. So I see no reason why, if the applicant is already ready to move it, why we can't just move it to December when we have an overwhelming November application. I also don't know anything about this. I mean, other than, what we've been briefed or have available or why they did this. But I still think it's reasonable and prudent to move it to the December one in light of the fact that they asked for it to be moved, and it just seems reasonable that we would move it to a more open agenda.
Okay, Ms. Lundgren, before we move forward and vote on this motion, let me ask a quick question. In order to hear the reason for the request for continuance, do we need to open for oral arguments, or do we just, since we were asked, are we privy to that information?
Right. Madam Vice Chair, no, it's not required to open for oral argument to dispose of the continuance request. The board can act on that.
Okay. All right, let's vote on the motion. We have a motion by amended motion by Commissioner Kemp and a second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call vote.
Hagan?
No.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
No.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
No.
All right.
Motion failed 3-3. Commissioners Hagan, Merman, and White voted no.
Okay, and then we have the original motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Merman, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right.
All right, getting there. Commissioner, please take a roll call vote.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
No.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
No.
Smith,
No.
White.
Yes.
Motion failed 3-3. Commissioners Kemp, Overman, and Smith voted no.
All right, thank you very much. That'll be continued. Yes, Commissioner White, you're recognized.
I don't think we ended up with, I don't think we ended up with a vote to continue in the end. Was that a tie vote? It was tied, right?
Right.
So the motion failed.
Okay. We're gonna need to do something with this procedurally. I will, I'll move to reconsider.
Reconsider when?
The motion to defer.
You move to reconsider the motion to defer. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner White to reconsider the previous motion to continue. Is that correct? Is that
to defer?
Okay, to defer. And a second by Commissioner Merman. Any discussion? I see Commissioner White's hand and Commissioner Kemp's hand, and now I see Commissioner Smith's hand. We do need to do something today. Let's keep it short, please.
Actually, Madam Vice Chair, what I'd like to do, if I still have the floor, is withdraw my motion. I have a question for Mr. Gormley.
Okay.
Mr. Gormley, you're recognized.
That was the previous motion. If it would have been amended, it would have been to move to December, what was the date?
December 8th is the December hearing.
At 9 a.m.? At 9 a.m., is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'd like to do, I know there's an issue with putting the exact same motion on the floor that's failed. So I'd like to just make a motion then to defer this to December, I'm sorry, Mr. Gormley, what's the date?
8th.
It's December 8th at 9 a.m.
I'll move to defer it to December 8th with a time certain of 10 a.m.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp. I don't see any hands. Please take a roll call vote.
Hagan,
No.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Commissioner Merman, you there?
No.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-2. Commissioners Hagan and Merman voted no.
Excellent. Okay, so the next hearing for that date will be December 8th at 10 a.m. to readdress that issue. Next item is G5.
Item G5 is a major modification 20-0808 located at 60 feet southeast of the intersection of Towns Center River Lane and Matt Hogg Road. I'm going to ask Michelle Heinrich to place a site plan on the Elmo and walk you through this. What this generally entails is an amendment of one parcel in a PD that creates several parcels for entitlement, but it specifically focuses in the area of E1. E1 is being proposed to be split into two areas. In one area, which is, I'll work backwards from E2, they want to create an area called E2, and that will recognize an existing charter school or commercial neighborhood development. In an area that's going to be created as part of this proposal, it will split what's currently E into E1 and E2. And to speak to the E1 area, that area also is being proposed for a flex provision to flex the adjacent OC20 comp plan category over, as the site right now is covered by SMU. That will entail retention of two development options. That would be for neighborhood commercial use, which I should have noted in the CN categories of both of these. It will eliminate the high trip generators, for example, like drive-through restaurants, but it will entail 49,200 square feet of neighborhood commercial use or 116 multifamily units that could entail nursing convalescent, I believe, or it's ALF, but it is multi-family use. And I'm going to let Michelle walk you through the site plans and provide you a context of the area. Thank you. Our recommendation is approval subject to conditions. And when Michelle finishes, the oral argument has been filed. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle Henrik, Development Services. I have been sworn in. As Mr. Moretta stated, and as you see over here on the Elmo, the area that we reviewed is this area right here, which is E1. This diagram over here shows the entire PD, which allows for office uses along this side, retention along the northwest corner, office, and then commercial. To the immediate east of that is the Lowe's Supercenter with other commercial out parcels. And to the south and west of the PD is existing single-family residential. And as you'll see, because this is a copy of the site plan, the PD is already approved for cross-access points in every direction along the north, south, west, and east. And in this case for E1, the development option that's being proposed is 116 multifamily units. And those units are going to be your standard multifamily or they'll be restricted to elderly housing. It will not involve any personal care. It would just be an age-restricted community. And when staff did look at that, what we found is that there were not any compatibility issues in our review of the case. Certainly this development option is less intense than the current commercial option, which would still allow CN uses. Also, the proposed use of multifamily is a complementary use to both uses inside the PD and external to the PD. And despite the maximum height that's proposed for the project, which is 56 feet, 4 stories, it is centrally located in the parcel closer to the Lowe's site. And that does provide significant separation from existing single family to the west and the south. Also, in between the single family uses and that parcel are intervening uses and roadways. Therefore, we do recommend approval subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have a motion to open the hearing for oral arguments?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Merriman, second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call vote.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Commissioners, good morning. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. I need to be sworn.
Can you please swear him in, please?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Can you please also introduce yourself?
Yes, Commissioners, for the record, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street with Stearns Weaver Miller Law Firm. The bulk of our presentation today is going to be presented by our expert planner and our traffic engineer, but I wanted to begin with a short housekeeping matter. Our client, unfamiliar with ex parte communications, did send an email to the commissioners. I'm not sure if the commissioners saw it, but we just wanted to note on the record that that was sent. The email didn't contain anything that's not already in the record. We are prepared to read that into the record if the commissioners desire that, but given that everything in the email was on the record and that there are a slew of emails in between zoning hearing master and today, I'm not sure that that's necessary, but we just wanted to be open about that to begin the presentation today. So at the pleasure of the board, if it's desired, I'll read it in. Otherwise, we'll move on to our planner.
Necessarily, it's not to be considered by the board, so.
Correct. We agree that it's not to be considered.
their aides typically filter those emails out from their consideration, and they're instructed not to review them. So
That's great.
Perfect, thank you.
that's not necessary.
We just wanted to note the mistake, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll introduce David Smith, our planner, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, Director of Development and Zoning for Stern Hoover Miller. I have been sworn. As indicated by staff, this is a major modification to introduce a new use into an existing PD. It provides development options for 116-unit multifamily development. This multifamily development utilizes the flex to achieve the density. This is the reason that we're on an expedited calendar is because the applicant is an affordable housing developer and is trying to meet deadlines for the state housing financing. This is also has funding from Hillsborough County. I'll give you a orientation, if we can get this to show. The property located in red is a subject property. To the south is a charter school. Further south is existing subdivision. To the west is Kenda Drive and the subdivision associated there. The commercial that has been described by staff is along here. This is Lowe's. Site plan that staff was discussing indicates a location for the property, the building on the far east of the property closest to the Lowe's, and is approximately 727 feet from the western closest residential neighborhood, and it's 428 feet from the nearest residential subdivision to the south. This particular development is classic infill. What we have is a situation where there was an opportunity here for an undeveloped commercial pod to be put into multifamily use. It provides a development option that furthers the intent of the mixed use categories. As you can see, principally the mixed use on the OC 20 is actually all commercial development. When we look further, it provides its complementary and transitional uses between the single family to the west and to the south, and the intense commercial to the east. The proposed use also greatly reduces the number of peak hour and daily trips, which our transportation engineer will get into, than the currently permitted 29,220 square feet of commercial. It also implements in the county's infill policy focused development in the USA in proximity to transit and community services. It also implements the Riverview Community Plan, as this area is identified for mixed-use development and higher density development in this area. Additionally, although it's not conditioned, and I mentioned as affordable housing, the applicant is an affordable housing developer, has funding commitment from Hillsborough County, and is pursuing state housing financing. The requested flex is consistent with the criteria. Granting the flex is in an area available with adequate available facilities. It's compatible with the surrounding uses and meets the intent of the goals, objectives, and policies. Should also note that the subdivision to the south, although it didn't develop at the intensity that would have been allowed, there was a flex granted to that property when it came through originally in 2005 to develop. All in all, if you'll find reviewing in your staff report and the Planning Commission, they both find it consistent and compatible with the comprehensive plan and pursuant to land development regulations. We do not have any issues with any of the conditions proposed by staff, and we're here to answer any questions. Steve Henry would talk about transportation.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We conducted the traffic analysis for the project, and what I've put up on the Elmo is a comparison. This is we can lower that just a little bit, down a little bit. No, down. A little more. Other way. Okay, anyway. This is a comparison of the approved zoning versus the proposed. So the red here is the approved commercial, which is 49,200 square feet, which would generate about 3,700 trips per day. The green is the senior living, 116 units, which is about 429. And then the blue is the multifamily, standard multifamily, 116 units at 630. So you can see it's a significant decrease in the daily traffic for the project. This provides a comparison of the AM and PM peak hour trips for the approved retail versus the residential. Again, the red is the retail, 176 in the AM versus the senior, which is 23, and the multifamily, which is 40. In the PM peak hour, the retail would generate about 322 versus 30 for the senior and about 51 for the multifamily. One of the pictures that is in the the record is a picture showing the traffic backing up on Mathog. This is actually looking southbound into the school. As we had indicated on this particular project, is a significant decrease in the amount of traffic that might be generated by the project. In addition to that, we've got two forms of access, one to Mathog and then one to the frontage road. Also, you'll hear comments about the traffic on Gibsonton. Well, again, we're a significant decrease. And as you know, the board has elected to go with mobility fees versus concurrency. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. We have the ability to hear from proponents. Are there any proponents that would like to speak on behalf of this project?
Commissioner Overman, if I could just close out the applicant's presentation.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'll make this brief. I want to point out that we do expect to hear opposition, and we did hear opposition on this application at the zoning hearing master. And while we understand the passion behind those complaints, given the different type of development from the single family detached that they reside in, we just want to note out that this is the type of application that this board has asked for recently and in the past. It's a compatible transitional use from a high intensity commercial to the east to single family residential. It's near a collector, it's near transportation options, and requires no waivers or variations. The request for flex is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And we just wanted to point out the unique nature of this multifamily transitional development is something that is exactly what the community planning in the area needs to support improvements to the general transportation and things that this board has talked about before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, I wanted to just quickly interject that on this particular application, we are limited to parties of record who filed for oral argument, and understand that there may be persons who might have tried to sign up to speak who are not on the list as properly filed parties of record with the oral argument request. And there is only one person in opposition who has filed a qualified oral argument request, and that's Mr. Tom Fletcher.
Is Mr. Fletcher here?
He is in the building here.
Okay.
Madam Chair, did we open for oral argument?
Yes.
We did?
We did, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Fletcher?
But I'd like to make a comment about the only one oral argument. Another person that filed an application for oral argument. I don't know exactly what happened.
Mr. Fletcher, have you been sworn in?
Sir, I was sent a list of the oral argument filers as of yesterday, and the only person who had qualified was you, and no one else was listed as submitting.
You have any evidence? You want to show her? Hang on.
We're having difficulty hearing him here, so could you assist, please?
She has her information.
I believe we are double checking to make sure that they are all parties of record.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Lundgren.
Could you repeat that, Chairman?
We can't hear anything on our end. Could you give us a
Madam
status
Chair,
report?
we are just taking a moment because we've had someone who is stating that they did file oral argument in a timely manner, and she's providing me with the email that by which she sent that to the clerk's office so that I can delve into that. So we're basically taking, I guess, a recess, if that's okay, to resolve this issue.
Okay, well, we can take a short recess for, what do you suggest, 10 minutes?
I think 5 minutes should be adequate.
Okay. Let's take a recess for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 3:35. This is
Yes.
returning from our
Madam Vice
recess.
Chair, while we were
think we did-
recessed, I had spoken to a party of.
Miss
by the name of
Lundgren,
Bridget-
Ms. Lundgren, I'd like to take a roll call to confirm that all the commissioners are actually present and accounted for.
Hagan? Commissioner Hagan? Kemp?
Here.
Merman?
Here.
Overman?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Ms. Lundgren, you're recognized.
So while the board was recessed, I spoke with Bridget Falosk, who is a party of record for this application, who has participated and was involved with the zoning hearing master. And she provided me with evidence that she had attempted to send in her oral argument request on Friday before the deadline for this application. And I spoke with the applicant's representative, Mr. Smith, and he has waived any objection to her participating and providing for oral argument if the board desires to go forward with that oral argument. And we do have also Mr. Tom Fletcher, who has filed a request for oral argument and is a party of record.
Okay, right. So they're both testifying as opponents to this application, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And who is at the podium to speak first?
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher, recognized. Have you been sworn in, sir?
I have not been sworn in.
Someone swear him in, please. And you have 10. The opponents have 10 minutes between the two of you, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, please.
Commissioner Overman, point of order.
Yes.
I just want to understand, Ms. Lundgren, now that if there's 5 commissioners present, I'm not sure because I didn't hear from Commissioner Hagan, but should you offer the applicant? I'm just trying to confirm. I want to make sure that we do everything appropriately. Offer the applicant to
an opportunity to continue. Is that what you're suggesting?
If we've lost a commissioner, then yes, Mr. Smith, if you desire to continue this to another meeting, this application to the next board meeting at which there'd be 6 or more members present, then you may avail yourself of that.
Commissioners, we're in an unfortunate situation where we have deadlines to meet to file applications to state housing. And so we hope the commissioner will show up, but we need to move forward tonight. And we believe with the recommendations we have, we should be able to proceed. But thank you very much. We'll just proceed.
Thank you, Mr. White. I do remember hearing that they were up against it online. Thank you for bringing that attention. Mr. Fletcher, please offer your opposition statement, please.
My name is Thomas Fletcher. I reside at 10016 Kinder Drive in Riverview, where I've lived for almost 29 years. Commissioners, I suspect in preparation for this hearing, you've all reviewed the hearing master's summary and recommendation. If you scanned the entire document, you likely noted that the hearing master's summary went to great lengths to describe why this project fits into various plans and other general land use directives and criteria. What you probably didn't see in the hearing master's summary and recommendations was the fact that over 140 of the next door neighbors feel that this zoning change will have a negative impact on their everyday lives. In fact, are you aware that all of these citizens who are parties of record signed a petition opposing this application? Are you also aware that 14 of these neighbors voiced their opposition to this change that were not considered by staff before the staff recommendation went to the hearing master. I know they were not considered by staff because the staff recommendation was posted before all but one of these opposition comments were received. Yes, commissioners, these individuals, citizens all feel like their concerns have not been heard, and most even feel that staff are treating their concerns like minor criticisms and maybe even sour grapes. We certainly hope that you understand that is far from the truth, because from our perspective and the impact this will have on our lives, that this rezoning should not be part of this planned development. First, I would like to make a few comments about the history of the planned development, which may be helpful to understand what is prompting our harsh and critical attitude toward this zoning application. Prior to 2003, several attempts were made to move a big box store onto the corner of Gibsonton and 301. Since big box store was not in compliance with the comprehensive plan, those proposals were disapproved. In 2004, developers submitted a proposal to put a Lowe's on the corner of the store, or the store at the corner. It was still not in compliance of the comprehensive plan, but over objections, this was approved. There were numerous subsequent discussions with county staff following the zoning change, specifically regarding the need for a buffer between this large commercial enterprise and Kinder Drive. County staff at that time agreed that a degree of protection needed to be established to prevent more commercial expansion to west and into our neighborhood. Unfortunately, that promise was not kept. In 2004, a BPO on the property was approved and divided the property into 5 parcels. Parcel E was zoned CN, but at least county recognized the need for restrictions to maintain a buffer in the community. Later, parcel E was subdivided into 2 sections with the school allowed in the south portion. When the property to the south of Lowe's was developed, it was originally zoned for townhomes with a 35-foot height restriction. Because of the housing bust in 2007 and 2008, the contractor was unable to start the project, and the subsequent contractor requested a zoning change to 50-foot height. Well, guess what? The county turned down that particular zoning request because it still had the restriction for 35 feet height. No other property in the area, including Lowe's, are 4 stories high. Approving a building of that height does not fit into the character of the surrounding areas and does not belong on the parcel. The parcel is zoned as SMU 6 and should remain so. Flexing to OC 20 virtually eliminates our buffer and will intensify and aggravate the traffic situation in the area. The major modification application included a traffic study, which compared traffic trip generation between a shopping center to a 4-story senior resident apartment building, as well as a 4-story standard apartment building with 116 apartments. The study concluded that the apartments generate a fraction of the trip generations of the shopping center. However, the study made 2 assumptions that biased the study conclusion. Hence, the need for privately owned vehicles, even if you're a senior resident of an apartment building, because of the way they did the traffic study. In this situation, the apartment building is not located in a city center, where residents may walk to work or to shop, go to medical appointments, and there's very little public transportation available. Currently, there's a single bus line that does not even travel down the highway 301 corridor south. There's no light rail or metro, and surrounding area outside Matog Road is less than ideal for dangerous pedestrian traffic. Allowing this change and putting it in a worst-case scenario, consider this: that the 4-story, 116-unit apartment building is the ultimate goal, and is put in use, our single-family neighborhood will approximately 140 homes will have almost doubled overnight. Obviously, the residents of Waterstone never contemplated such a situation when they moved in about 6 years ago, and we residents agreed with them. In reviewing the staff recommendation while preparing for this presentation, I noted that staff reported a 1-line statement that school district officials had no objection to the project. Being the school most affected by this project is Kids Community College Charter School, I would have assumed that staff would have elaborated on this issue rather than place a single
ambiguous statement in the report. Nothing of this sort appears in their report, so we have to assume that there was no effort made to contact Kids Community College for their input. It does seem a bit odd that staff did not even bother to consult with the school directly affected by the zoning change. As a final point, from the perspective of our neighbors, both Kenda and Waterstone, this parcel should never have been zoned for commercial. So the developer is now choosing to use a 4-story building as a buffer between our neighborhoods and the Lowe's complex. Not exactly the kind of buffer we would have expected when the county put restrictions on the use of the parcel to mitigate the use and intensity of the parcel. All the properties in the area have height restrictions, and to date, the county has maintained those restrictions. Parcel was zoned SMU 6 to maintain the use intensity to be consistent with surrounding properties. Why are we now ignoring those restrictions that have served the community well for almost a decade? We asked the members of the BOCC to show a little compassion for our community and either disapprove the zoning application or remand it back to county staff to work out a compromise with the developer in order to preserve our neighborhood from further unexpected growth that is not compatible with single-family living. Thank you.
My name is Bridget Falosk. I live at 10459 Flagstaff Falls Avenue, Riverview, Florida, 33578. I have not been sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here to represent the residents of Waterstone Lakes, a 99 single-family home community in Riverview, in opposition of Major Modification 20-0808. If this modification passes, it would change the current landscape from future commercial growth to residential growth, and there are several reasons why I and the residents of Waterstone Lakes oppose this modification. When searching for our home in 2015, we took many things into consideration: schools, surrounding businesses, easy access to and from our place of work, a place that has a sense of community with a suburban or semi-rural feel, and no thoroughfare traffic. We chose to build a home in Waterstone Lakes for these reasons. We saw the parcels of land that were commercially zoned near the developing community and considered it a welcoming idea for future small business commerce and economic growth for Riverview. We were excited to see Kids Community College Charter School on Mad Hog Road and how close it would be for our child to attend an A-rated school within walking distance. We drove through the surrounding neighborhoods to see what other kinds of residential areas there were and to make sure we were going to be residing in a safe neighborhood. Since Waterstone Lakes is not a gated community, but it is very well secluded, we didn't want to feel pinned in if there was too much development in the immediate area. Before we finalized our decision to buy a home in this community, we did our research and understood that the Matog parcels would be developed for small commercial businesses, and once developers decided to start building there, it wouldn't feel as though we were boxed in or as a big city, and would relatively keep a small town feel. We welcome the prospect of being near commercial buildings with the possibility of family doctors, dentists, small mom and pop businesses, maybe a restaurant or takeout place or two. Everything you could need within walking distance. That was very appealing. And with this in mind, it fits in with the Riverview Community Plan's vision statement, which is to maintain the area's small town charm and atmosphere. The first goal of the Riverview Community Plan to achieve and maintain that vision is to achieve better design and densities that are compatible with Riverview's vision, enhance the community's sense of place, small town spirit, and gateways. A 4-story apartment complex that is set in the middle of a semi-rural single-family home community, regardless of the type of residence, is not conducive to the Riverview Community Plan's goals or vision. During the hearing masters meeting, Ms. Michelle Heinrich of the Development Services Department testified that the applicant is requesting a flex of OC20 land use category on 5.8 acres, which would increase the density from 6 units per acre to 20 units per acre for multifamily dwelling units. However, approving this major modification is not consistent with the comprehensive plan policy number 7.4, which states,
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Are there any other parties of record who were able to speak? Ms. Lundgren?
I have not been informed of any additional qualified parties of record who have filed oral argument.
Okay, and do we have a rebuttal by the applicant who has 5 minutes?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Again, for the record, Kevin Reale. The opposition was primarily focused on traffic bulk and use. And to summarize that, the request by the applicants was to maintain the status quo. As the board is more than familiar, but as is required to put into the record, requesting to maintain the status quo and non-expert testimony on expert things like traffic is not competent substantial evidence. And this quasi-judicial hearing, while it's challenging for members of the public to hear that, that is the requirement put on this board by the quasi-judicial standard. The evidence in the record, and this will also be repeated with the staff report, is that this is this is compatible, and that the traffic proposed by this development will actually be much less than what is currently approved. The one testimony was also to the use and the desire for commercial use to be developed on the property. The use, if it's commercial, will increase traffic. And so what we end up having on the record is public comment that is asking for the use to be commercial, and then also public comment asking for the traffic to be reduced. And those two just don't work together. Commissioners, the bottom line here is that this is a project that is near a collector, that is near different modes of transportation, that is classic infill development, and is proposed to be an affordable housing development, and near jobs and infrastructure. It's the type of development that this board has asked for in the past. The testimony from the public is a request to maintain the status quo, and maintain the status quo would not be best for the planning strategies of your comprehensive plan. Most notably, the flex provision, which the Planning Commission staff has said is consistent with this application. As to the height, I'll have our planner, David Smith, come up and talk to mitigating the height. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. David Smith. A couple of things before I get to the height. This is a map from the Riverview Community Plan. The subject property is located in the purple, which is actually a mixed corridor and indicated for higher density mixed-use development. I did present this at the hearing. Also, relative to the impact on the neighborhood, this is a Google Maps view from the corner where this property is located, looking due west across that retention pond. That is the Kenda Drive is across that pond, and that would be the view corridor over to this property. As you can indicate in this exhibit, you cannot see the houses, and therefore there's significant buffer and screening. Matter of fact, there was a 30-foot or 20-foot buffer provided for at the time of this commercial zoning. Lastly, as far as the location, height is mitigated when you're abutting incompatible land uses or more intense land uses. And what we've done in this property is made sure that the building is located as far away from the Mathog Road and in parallel to the charter school to the south, to provide screening and separation from the residential neighborhoods to our south and to our west. Also, might want to point out that this community, where it is located, and I'll flip it around so you can see it, Mathog Road is a public road. As you can see, there's a traffic circle and it stubs out to the south. This stub out is for a connection of the road in the future as parcels become available all the way down to Sims. So this is actually intended to be a collector corridor as parallel to 301. So the uses of this property, while this subdivision is isolated now, it is not going to be isolated in the future if the road plans are taken into effect. We respectfully request that you approve the applicant's major modification, and we believe that this will be a positive project for the county and affordable housing in Hillsborough County. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Unless there are questions, Commissioner Kemp, do I need to close the public hearing before we ask questions and have board discussion? I think so. So this closes the public hearing. Planning Commission staff, would you offer your report, please?
Certainly, thank you. The subject property is located within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant requests a flex of the Office Commercial 20 future land use category, which abuts parcel E approximately 500 feet into the parcel. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and determined the proposed multifamily development satisfies future land use policy 7.4, which provides the criteria for a flex. The application requests 116 multifamily residential units in addition to the previously approved commercial neighborhood uses on the site. The proposed multifamily residential use would allow development that is comparable to the existing development pattern in the surrounding area. The multifamily residential development would complement the suburban and neighborhood commercial development pattern within the general vicinity. The proposed density is compatible with the surrounding area and promotes infill within the urban service area, which is consistent with policy direction in the comprehensive plan. The site plan submitted by the applicant indicates vehicular connections to the north and west. Internal vehicular and pedestrian access has also been provided. The proposed accesses would facilitate connectivity in the general area. Per future land use policy 16.3, development and redevelopment is required to be integrated with the adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses and transportation and pedestrian connections. Policy 16.7 of the future land use element requires residential neighborhoods to include an efficient system of internal circulation and street stub outs to connect adjacent neighborhoods together. This request satisfies the intent of both policy 16.3 and 16.7 of the comprehensive plan. The proposed development is consistent with goal 2 of the Riverview Community Plan, which seeks to encourage attractive residential development that complements the surrounding character and also promotes housing diversity. The proposed 116 units maximizes the efficiency of the subject site and facilitates residential development, which is allowed in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The proposed multifamily housing will help facilitate housing diversity within the urban service area. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And may we hear from the county attorney on behalf of the zoning hearing master's recommendation summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed major modification to plan development 0260, which is currently approved for 6 parcels with a total of 174,950 square feet of office and commercial land uses along Gibsonton Drive extending southward. The purpose of the major modification is to separate parcel E into 2 parcels, E1 and E2. E1 is currently vacant. E2 is developed with approximately 55,000 square foot charter school. The major modification also includes a request to add a second development option to newly created parcel E1 to permit the already approved 49,220 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses and add a new land use of approximately 116 senior or standard multifamily residential units. Finally, the major modification application includes a request to flex the OC20 land use category to permit an increase in density up to 20 units per acre on 5.8 acres of parcel 1 for the alternative use of the 116 multifamily dwelling units. The zoning hearing master considered testimony in opposition, which was primarily from residents of the Kinda Drive community located approximately 700 feet west of the major modification site, and the Waterstone community approximately 500 feet south of the site. concerns were expressed regarding the proposed maximum height, which the residents stated should be maintained at 35 feet and 2 stories. Other concerns pertain to the applicant's transportation engineer's assertion that the traffic would be reduced for the proposed multifamily units as compared to the approved 49,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood development. Additionally, the neighbors were concerned about the potential that if this development was approved, it could set a negative precedent for the area. The zoning hearing master considered the testimony and evidence and found that the proposed height of 56 feet and 4 stories is consistent with the overall planned development project. Parcel E1 will be screened from view from both the Kinda Drive residents by the mature trees and the retention pond, and by the charter school and Lowe's store for the residents of the Waterstone community. The zoning hearing master therefore found that the proposed major modification is consistent with the character of the area surrounding it and with the code and comprehensive plan, and recommended approval.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we're open for the board discussion. What is your pleasure? I'm seeing no hands. Do I have a motion? Hello? Anybody still there?
Commissioner
Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, let me ask a question. The applicant talked about affordable housing. I saw a little mention of that in the case file. To what extent are we promised affordable housing in this development?
Commissioner, this development is conditioned to be multifamily housing. We understand and confirm the applicant's intent is to pursue affordable housing there, but the zoning does not mandate affordable housing by the conditions of zoning.
Thank you.
You need to answer any question?
Okay.
I'll move approval to get the conversation going.
Okay. Do I have Commissioner Merriman has made a motion. Do I have a second? I'll second it but I have to
give the gavel to Commissioner White. Commissioner White, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. Now the only thing is, I don't think I can see the hands with the hand function, so I'll just need some help.
Okay, I'll help you out there.
When someone wants to speak.
And so far there have been no hands, so you're not missing a lot.
Okay. Well, seeing no hands, then seeing no discussion, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Oh, wait. Actually, Commissioner Kemp just raised her hand.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, you have the floor.
Well, we've been told a lot about affordable housing, but not have any guarantees. In fact, that is the rush on this. And it seems as though the neighborhood has issues with this. And I'm wondering if we can continue or remand, whatever is appropriate, for further discussion and consideration of how this should move forward. It seems like there should be more discussion with the neighborhood, and also a greater promise to us, especially since they're asking for flex, which is a very optional, which is an option for this board to give this very great increase in density. So,
Commissioner Kemp, there's a motion on the floor to approve. If you have an issue that you think the applicant and the neighbors can work on, then a substitute motion to defer would be in order. If you have something that you'd like the zoning hearing master to take a second look at, then a motion to remand would be in order, a substitute motion to remand.
I'll make a motion to defer so that the neighbors and the applicant can have further discussion. I'd also like to have on the record, I'll just say this, or as part of the application, some kind of some kind of promise with regards to providing affordable housing. Now, whether that has to go back to remand, I think it's something that could be, that staff could bring forward. So I'd like to see that as well before I.
And is that a substitute motion to defer to the December meeting, December 8th, 9 a.m.?
Yes, I would say we'll do the December meeting, yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by substitute motion by Commissioner Kemp, seconded by Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner White, I want to ask a question before we proceed on the vote, if all possible.
Yep. Absolutely. So I'll recognize Vice Chair Overman first for discussion on the substitute motion.
Thank you. And it does pertain to whether or not we need the substitute motion or not. Mr. Smith had mentioned that they had applications in for affordable housing. Potentially, it sounded like tax credits that needed to be utilized before the end of the year. If we were to defer this issue and they were to miss that opportunity of, that's going to kill the entire project. So I would like to actually make sure before we choose to or vote to defer that we have an answer to that question, because I think the question had come up, where are the certainties associated with the fact that this should be utilized for affordable housing? Well, if we miss the deadline, that certainty might run out the window. And that's concerning to me. So I know Commissioner Merman has something to add to that, but if that information could be made available by the applicant before we make the decision to defer, I think it would be valuable information in helping us make a decision to how to move forward or defer.
Okay, Mr. Gormley, I'd like to invite Mr. Smith to the podium to answer that question.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioners. David Smith for the applicant. We have $5 million awarded from Hillsborough County for affordable housing project, which is why the applicant put this project under contract. They're also submitting applications for the next round of funding for the rest of the money to build this project. So we do have a commitment from the county for funding affordable housing. The only reason that this project is applied for with the flex is to achieve the density necessary to make a feasible project for the affordable housing developer. So we are applying for the rest of the funding. We have funding from Hillsborough County. Also, we're not sure that there is a lot to be gained from meeting with the community other than the fact that, my client's watching on the TV, and he did indicate that, we know that height's a concern, and he doesn't have a problem with decreasing the height to 3 stories if that would help. I know they want 2, but that is about the only thing that we can offer up now, because we've placed it so far away from the western boundary as far as we can from the southern boundary, have great separation. And in order to proceed with the housing project, we need the density, but we are willing to deal with the height issue.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your answer. Commissioner White, Commissioner Merman has her hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Merman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just have a suggestion that we could put a condition on the approval that they have to meet with the residents and then provide a report back to this board at our next meeting to make sure everything is going. Now, I know that's a little bit after the fact, but it would be a condition that we could add onto the motion.
I think in order to accomplish that, the substitute motion would either have to be removed from the floor or voted down.
Right, that's correct.
The substitute motion is to defer to December.
Right. Well, I mean, the deferral to me is just not, we can't do that. I mean, it ruins the whole project. So we either got to do it or not do it. And deferring it is only going to make them wait to maybe get it or not get it, one way or the other.
Okay, so that's going to be up to Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Smith, the maker and the second on the motion. But if the substitute motion, that is, remains on the floor, then it'll just have to be voted up or down. And if it's voted down, we go from there.
If I could.
Commissioner Kemp has her hand raised.
Okay, Commissioner. I'm sorry, was that Mr. Gormley?
Yes.
Chairman, Mr. Gormley?
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to advise the board that the applicant would like to address the board to request a modification to this application. So I believe it's consistent with what the board's discussion is right now.
Okay.
Hold on. Mr. Gormley, okay, I'm going to ask you to listen to the proposed modification and tell us if you're comfortable with it. Okay? And then we'll see where the board wants to go from there. Is it Mr. Smith coming to the podium?
Mr. Reale.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to be just as brief as possible, please.
Yes, Commissioner Smith. Excuse me, not Commissioner Smith, Commissioner White. We would be willing to put a condition on the property where the new use that's being added to the PD would be limited to affordable housing multifamily.
Okay. Mr. Gormley, are you comfortable with putting substantially that idea as a condition for the board? If it's voted
Yes, sir.
upon?
With this being offered, understanding that this is being proffered by the applicant as opposed to something that we're trying to extract or exact from the applicant, and this is their offer, yes, we're comfortable with it and comfortable with that language that we're able to enforce that. We do have standards in the code that relates to affordable housing.
Okay, so we have a main motion.
Commissioner White, Commissioner Kemp has her hand raised.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, before you get started, I just want to remind the board that we have a main motion with a second on the floor for approval. We have a substitute motion with a second on the floor for deferral to December. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Well, I just want to say several things have been said in here. One is that they needed to do this somehow before the end of the year, but then the money is coming from Hillsborough County, apparently. So that's something that we have control of. And I think it would be a double, really to tell our own residents that not only are we going to do this without their kind of involvement, but also fund it on top of that. I think that is, does not reflect well on our engagement with the community and having the community be involved in this. Again, a flex is an optional thing. And then I heard some discussion about how they're willing to lower the number of stories, but then that didn't come up as a modification. And so, I don't see, since we control the funding, I don't see where the apparent rush is to do this without some kind of, why it didn't come in a more proper form where this was already part of the condition that there was guaranteed affordable housing if they were going to speak to it and already had county funding. And so I think that this is, again, I will say, I think this is best deferred until December so we can get some clarity on what this is about, and that we can perhaps get the conditions and some of the discussion with the neighborhood so we can appropriately approve this. And, we all want affordable housing. We very much do, but I don't see that this will much delay it. I also heard by the end of the year, so I'm talking about a December meeting.
Okay, so the substitute motion to defer to December is going to stand. I'm going to call for a roll call vote.
Commissioner White, wait. Commissioner Merman has her hand raised.
Commissioner Merman,
yes.
you're recognized.
Okay, so I need to ask the applicant, because even though the money's coming from the county, it may be federal dollars.
It's federal, it's a conference.
And that's the problem. We don't have control over that.
Yeah, it could have strings. It could have strings attached. Mr. Gormley, let's invite the applicant back to the podium to answer Commissioner Merman's question.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith is up here, please.
Thank you very much. To clarify the conversation about funding, There was RP put out, $5 million was awarded to our developer to develop affordable housing in Hillsborough County. And then it's incumbent upon him to identify a site, locate it, and then make application to the state. So we already have the commitment from the county. What we are pursuing and have deadlines coming at the end of this year, towards the end of this year, December, is to get the state applications in. If we don't have the zoning in place when we're making those applications, we're not going to prevail.
That's right.
And so that is the timing issue. As far as the modification, we're only responding to Commissioner Kemp's concern, but we do not have a problem with committing to it only being 3 stories. And so that is a commitment we could add to it if there's a concern that that wasn't added. We were just reacting to the first comment. So there is a timing issue with funding. We already have funding from Hillsborough County. It is the state housing finance funding that we need to pursue the deadlines and the cutoffs coming up. So
Mr. Smith, let me,
would not serve this project well.
Mr. Smith, let me ask you a direct question. Can you have your applications for the state funding ready to go and have them submitted in time if we carry this to a December 8th hearing?
I do not file those applications. To my understanding, no. All that's involved to get this done, you have to have assurance that you have zoning in order to put together all the information to move the project through the process.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so I'm going to turn back to Commissioner Kemp and ask if you want to withdraw your motion and vote this up or down today. I mean, it sounds as if the motion for deferral passes, that the applicant's likely to just walk away and withdraw their application anyway. So Commissioner Kemp, what would you like to do?
I'm still not convinced here that this application cannot be ready and prepared by December. What about by November?
No, it
doesn't matter.
Commissioner Kemp, do you want to withdraw your motion and restate it for a deferral to that November meeting?
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay,
I'll defer it to November.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, does she still have your second?
Honestly, I would prefer to, at this point, understanding what they're trying to do, accept the condition for affordable housing at this point today, and accept their condition for lowering the height. I would be comfortable with that. So if we can work that out here, I don't need to defer it.
Okay, is there?
So are you withdrawing your second?
Is there a second? Commissioner Smith's withdrawn her second. Is there a second?
Oh, wait.
To defer to November.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Is there a? Okay, last call for a second for deferral to November.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. And that takes us back to the main motion.
But
Mr. Gormley, for the record, we need something a little more substantial about reducing the number of stories, correct? Do we need some number with respect to height
Yes, sir.
or anything
Just
like that?
speaking to the applicant, we need, it's currently conditioned to be 4 stories and 56 feet in height. I believe the applicant has indicated they'd reduce the stories to 3. The question would be, what is the height reduction that would be associated with that request by the applicant?
Do we need to table this item and move ahead to the H items?
Commissioner Merman has her hand raised. Commissioner White.
Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Actually, I would withdraw my motion and make a new motion to approve this item with the condition of 3 stories. And then I think Commissioner Overman would second that.
I think staff is still going to tell us, though, that we're going to need a height in feet included.
Oh, height. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fits within the zoning code. So
Okay, so just come
Mr.
back in 5 minutes.
Mr. Gormley, should we move ahead to the H items and come back to this one?
Yes, sir. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask the clerk's office to remind me who made the motion and who had the second on the main motion that's currently on the floor for approval?
It was Merman, and then I seconded it, which is why you're now serving as chair.
Yep.
So I get that.
Exactly. So I'm going to pass the gavel back to Commissioner Overman, and then I'll have the gavel again when we come back to this item.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner White. That was, see, this is fun, jumping through all these hoops, trying to figure out who's on first.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we are going to move to the Section 8 related items. And that is items in the H1A, H1B, and H1C. And it's my understanding that we will be addressing all three items after an introduction by staff. We'll hear from
H1A
the
is the
public hearing.
vacating, and that is a public hearing, and it will deal with vacation of right-of-way on several parcels, and real estate will make a presentation on that. And if the board chooses to, then H1B, H1C would typically be something you would find on consent.
Wait.
The vacating is approved, and that will be reflected in the acceptance of the plats in H1B and H1C. So you can, if you choose to, you can handle all three items with one vote, but H1A is a public hearing, and that will have to be opened and closed.
Thank you, Mr. Morita. Okay, if the board is happy with this, let's do them all at the same time. So we'll open the public hearing.
The department will make our presentation on that items.
Yeah, it's not an oral argument.
It's not an oral argument, okay. Okay, staff?
Please.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Moreno. My name is Brian Dion on behalf of the Geospatial Land Acquisitions Department. I believe we're bringing up the map right now. I'm here to speak on item H1A, which is a vacate with Hillsborough County ID V20-0020. This is a petition by Creek Preserve Development LLC, Creek Preserve Community Development District, and Lennar Homes LLC. Vacate a portion of right-of-way within the plat of Morris Park Farms, recorded in Plat Book 1, page 122 of the Public Records of Hillsborough County. Petitioners desire to vacate the area to allow for the development of a planned development project. As stated, this item is related to items H1B and H1C, which are two plat items, respectively, Creek Preserve phases 1, 6, 7, 8, and Creek Preserve phases 2, 3, and 4. The proposed vacate area is located north of State Road 674 and east of Westlake Drive in Waimama. The proposed vacate consists of approximately 201,646 square feet. The petition was routed to appropriate departments and agencies, and there are no objections to the vacation of this portion of right-of-way. The staff recommends approval of this petition request. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Excellent, thank you very much. Do we want to hear a staff report on H1B at this time?
Commissioners, H1B and H1C are plats that would plat the roadways and infrastructure within this site. The roadway connections would connect at the points to the south where the requested vacatings would take place for H1A.
Okay, so are they dependent on H1A being approved first?
Yes, ma'am. And so all three could be taken up at once, but H1A does need to be taken up either commensurate or prior to H1B and C. Yes. Okay, so then we need to open it up for public hearing for anyone who would like to speak on H1A, and any speaker has 3 minutes to speak. Are there anyone signed up to speak on H1A?
I do not believe so, not virtually.
Okay.
An applicant.
Is there an applicant who would like to speak on H1A?
Audience. So unless there's someone virtual, then I'm not seeing anybody that wants to speak.
Yeah, I don't have anyone signed up to speak on those items. Okay, well, do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Commissioner Smith. Roll call vote, please.
Hagan? Kemp?
She's muted at the moment. Commissioner Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Excellent, thank you very much. Can we hear item H1B?
Commissioners, I believe if you've concluded the public hearing, then you can move to vote on H1A, H1B, and H1C all in one vote.
Right.
Okay. Well, we already approved H1A.
I'll move to approve H1B and H1C as well.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? We have a roll call vote, please.
Hagan? Kemp? Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Excellent.
Motion carried 4-0.
And that was Commissioner White that made the motion and Commissioner Merman that seconded it, correct? Okay, just for the record. Okay, is staff and crew available to come back to G15?
I believe that that the applicant needs a bit more time on G5, so I'd suggest that we could go to item J1 if the board pleasure.
All right, just gonna keep trying to get to the end of this agenda. Okay, J1, commissioners' items.
Madam Vice Chair, that's my item. Do I have the floor?
Yes, you do. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Okay, very good. It's clear that this board has charted a course towards holding the line on the urban service area. And to me, it only makes sense then for the board to promote infill development so as to steer growth to areas that reduce our infrastructure costs and grow our tax base in an efficient way. I want to be sure then that we don't have obstacles or barriers in the way for infill development projects. So my motion would be to direct Development Services Department staff to review the Land Development Code and technical manuals for opportunities to promote infill development.
So that's your a motion?
Yes.
I'll second it because for discussion.
Yeah, I can second.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Merman. I'll allow you to second it. Go right ahead. I don't see any hands raised. Actually, Commissioner Merman, your hand is raised. You're recognized.
Right. This is a good item. And back in 2012 and 13, we did the Economic Prosperity Committee. And in the report are a lot of different items in there. And so you might, I think, if we could include that they use that also for information, but also the Economic Development Department has been doing a lot of work on redevelopment. And that may be another, they put out many reports. So I think there's a lot of things we can include in this report to make it comprehensive.
I'm fine with that. And Madam Vice Chair, I would just ask staff when they think they can bring some sort of a report back to the board on their findings.
Commissioner, we would endeavor to bring, if it was suited the board, something back at the December land use meeting.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Enough time to coordinate with economic development, if that pace suits the board's preference.
I'm pleasantly surprised with that proposed timeline. Very good.
Commissioner Merman, actually, Commissioner Smith, you had your hand raised.
Right. Thank you. And a great idea, Commissioner White, and I'm happy to support this. You know, while we're stopping things in one way, we need to understand where we do want to direct growth and how we can help that. One thing I discussed a little bit with staff, but just want to put on the record as an idea, a possibility to include is looking at parking minimum requirements within the urban service area, especially for affordable housing, when it's within half a mile of transit, or you know, enough multimodal transportation options. So those kinds of things, you know, I think there's a lot of possibilities here is what I'm saying. And that was one that sprung to mind, but looking forward to seeing what else staff brings forward and what we can consider here. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
I have a question, Commissioner White, as it relates to your issue. Not seeing any other hands other than Commissioner Smith's. Okay, Commissioner Kemp has got her hand up next, but Commissioner Kemp, why don't you go ahead and then I'll follow up.
Okay. I had to leave for a few minutes, but sorry, but I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner White, for putting this forward. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Commissioner White, just in relation to, I think it's a great idea too, but I'm trying to get a scope of what you're thinking. Could you give me a little more of your thought process in this idea? Because I would heartily support the idea of actually making it easier to get things done.
Yeah.
But
So
I
I'm
also want to understand what you're thinking when it comes to the parameters that would be put into place.
Sure. So I'm just going to give you some hypothetical examples that certainly may not work in all cases, but could work in some cases. But, you know, there might be a desirable infill site that, for example, if you're in an older, more established community with, say, a swale system for stormwater control, you know, maybe a curb and gutter system doesn't have to be required in that scenario, provided that there's enough capacity. It might be in an area with existing stormwater ponds, other stormwater infrastructure that might be well suited or have enough capacity, you know, to handle runoff from a small, in the grand scheme of things, a small bump in density in an existing infill development. I mean, I could just think of things, the list could just go on and on and on to where, you know, I just want to make sure that we don't have unnecessary obstacles or barriers to infill development. But certainly, though, if staff reviews a request for a rezoning for infill development, certainly if some of those things are going to be absolutely necessary from an engineering perspective, then yes, by all means, you know, we would be doing our due diligence to require them. But that's it. I just want to ask staff to explore opportunities to remove any unnecessary obstacles or barriers to infill development.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's kind of what I was thinking too. So I think we're all on the similar page. So we have a motion and a second. I'm not seeing any further hands raised. We'll take a roll call vote.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Excellent. So can we get back to G5 yet?
I believe so, Commissioners.
Excellent.
Okay, I'll take
the floor is yours, Commissioner White.
All right, I'll take the gavel back and ask staff for a revised item with the revised conditions for the board's consideration.
My apologies, Commissioners. We are ready to proceed. I spoke with the applicant. I'll ask them to confirm this. Understanding is that they're offering a reduction in height to be a maximum of 3 stories and a maximum of 45 feet in height.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, and then do we still have the condition about the affordable housing?
Yeah.
Number?
I believe that was still the board's intent to include acceptance of that offer by the applicant.
Okay, the offer is stated previously.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll move approval with the condition.
And I second that. So are you modifying your motion, Commissioner Merman? Because I think that was your original motion, right?
Right. I mean, Adam just laid out the condition, which was for the height of 45 feet. So my motion would be to approve the item with the condition.
Okay, and my second was, actually, I seconded that order. I did have a question. Is that going to work with the affordable housing per unit numbers that you're looking for the capital stack on this affordable housing project?
I did contact the client, and we'll live within those parameters. It provides us an opportunity in the 3 stories to still develop the project. And just for clarification too, we're filing an application November 10th. So it's right on the edge.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And yes, you have my second.
Okay, let the record reflect that the applicant did agree to all of the new conditions proposed. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Merman, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Is there any discussion?
I just have one
Commissioner
question.
Kemp has her hand raised.
Commissioner Kemp.
Just for clarification, so both conditions were agreed to, both the height and the affordable housing, correct? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Merman, your hand is still raised.
Mr. Gormley, do you want to confirm that for the record?
Yes, sir. That's our understanding, is we're accepting the proffer by the applicant to limit it to an affordable housing development and reducing the height to 3 stories and 45 feet as maximums.
Very, very good. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Oh, my God.
Please call the roll.
Sorry, Commissioner Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White,
No.
motion carried 4-1. Commissioner White voted no.
Okay, and I'll pass the gavel back to Commissioner Overman to close out the meeting.
Excellent. Given that we have covered, as best I can tell, all the agenda items for today, unless there are any staff items or off the agenda items that have not come up, hearing no objection, I would call this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.